Mili Ariam and Ag Irian City takes the initiative in contacting land, inviting envoys from Iberia to the sea. In order to resolve the seaborne issue, Aegir plans to open a waterway to connect the ocean and dry land. At the same time, Upinus appears in a nearby stretch of sea.
Hunter is walking on Seacoast Way. With homeland left a mile behind, his path lies ahead. From his forebears and children he was torn. Into the seas his lover was swept away, floating in the deep dead. Hunter is walking on Seacoast Way. With homeland left a mile behind, they must lament and pray. There is no end to his path. The road ahead is shrouded in gray. Hunter returns by Seacoast Way. His journey ended, his home close at hand. Sound of waves passed above the spray. Why do his feet disobey his command? Why ever does his heart still sway?
Been a while, Doctor. You were supposed to meet that chatty library, but you don't seem surprised to see me. You're an hour later than Cults had estimated. I guess the Inquisition's review process is strict, even with an official notice from a saint. After only 3 months, nearly all the town's residents have moved inland, aside from a few workers, replaced by lots of people from the penal battalion. Aegir contacted Iberia a week ago. This forgotten town has become a lot less quiet since. Being surrounded by sea scum already sets the young soldiers on edge. Hearing Aegir's voice only made it worse. Turn left at the sculpture, and the sea is a quick 10-minute walk. We'll head straight to the Eye of Iberia. Say, Doctor, do you hear the sound of the waves?
Scotty turns her head slightly into the sea breeze. Her hair dances in the wind, the same color as the shadows in her eyes.
Their layering has gotten complex. I hear the sound of stars drifting across the sky, the never-ending song of nature, and a language forever incomprehensible.
Is Harmla. I'm here. A hardship we suffer is ever present. The life we thirst for is ever present.
It's like I get more nervous the closer I am. Never mind. It's hard to explain. Maybe I'm sleep-deprived. Ever since our last voyage, I feel like I've inherited shark's nightmares. Speaking of the sea, why did Dr. Cults call you over so urgently? I don't remember you having anything to do with the ocean. Not much of an answer. Right. I forgot about your condition. No wonder you gave such an answer. Oh well, I'm sure she had her reasons. Let's go.
I would take a step back if I were you. I need to shake myself dry.
Hey there, Dr. Coltsit. Not many people can track us abyssal hunters. Did Swordfish tell you we'd be coming ashore here in advance?
Elysium deployed a data collector in these waters. It's had a direct connection to the Eye of Iberia's central control system ever since its calibration.
And it can already track underwater targets. That Liberia's not half bad.
Am I to understand then that Rhodes Island and the Inquisition have deepened their ties?
The undersea city contacted Iberia via CS Special Comms frequency, informing them that Aegir would be establishing a waterway between the Aegir home territories and dry land. In the face of such a grand project, Iberia could only gather intelligence through the Great Lighthouse's positioning system. Evidently your position as chief designer of warfare did not afford you any knowledge of this.
Tell Cultsit what we discovered, Shark.
The captain and I have swum out to where the Street Hultifera sank 3 times now. Our last dive was only 10 days ago. The first time we could still see the exploded wreckage on the seafloor. Under what little light filtered through from the surface, the gilded interior was more like a smudge of paint. But this time around, the entire thing had completely disappeared, replaced by a cluster of coral, thrumming with life. I may be accustomed to dreaming, but that felt unreal, even to me.
That monument to a lost civilization and its history stood for but a brief time. The street Ultifera Novice has been completely claimed by the sea. Or to be precise, it's become part of a seaborne nest.
Their environmental assimilation is accelerating
at a frightening pace. But there was something even more noteworthy. We found traces of battle. Recent ones. A completely barren patch of sea, lacking even marine snow. eye-warped and shattered stretch of seafloor, clearly pockmarked by my singularities.
Only the fleets of Aegir's legions could be behind that.
Hazel and Walker, Kultsit, the knowledge of and interest you hold towards Aegir are nothing less than extraordinary.
Though separated by the boundless seas, Aegir has always been a part of Terra.
Regardless, glad I have decided to head to that city.
A risky decision, no doubt.
Perhaps a tad.
Considerably. As such, we hunters have been observing it for a while. Before our final operation, I attended a military conference between the Academy of Science and the Academy of Technology, as the Abyssal Hunter's chief designer of warfare. Among the battle plans they drew up together, I do not recall anyone calling for a military stronghold to approach Dryland with, nor any project involving waterways. Aegir has, without a doubt, undergone great changes. Our contact with the home territories was completely severed after we slew Harm Law. It is difficult to determine the truth of the matter from the information we possess.
Yet still hardly reason enough for you to return to Aegir. I don't believe I'm the first to try to dissuade you either. Didn't your colleague already do so?
Do you mean Apinas? He would understand that the land holds no answers for us. We must return to the sea. If his strategy is to maintain a distance from Aegir, then all the more reason for us to return in an official capacity.
Ever since I awoke from my dream, the waves would tell me, time and again, that the lost should return home.
Very well, I understand. Then I'll go with you, Glad I.
That would indeed be a rare opportunity for you.
I will be representing more than myself on this visit. More than Rhodes Island, even.
Iberia as well. Even with all that you already bear, they would give you another burden.
It was also my decision. Rhodes Island's cooperation with the Iberian Inquisition has only just begun. Much like our own.
Kultsit stares at Glad Ia. The hunter's face remains devoid of expression. Even the blowing sea wind failed to crease it. After a short moment of silence, Glad Ia nods her head.
How many days has it been since we were contacted by Aegir?
8. Susantada. And outside of the necessary deployments meetings, and to rest, you've spent those 8 days here, watching the sea. They haven't given us a concrete time frame for their next contact. I understand you don't wish to miss their next move, but...
Look at the sea before you, Irie.
The colors of the deep sea bubble up, nearly indistinguishable from one another. Against the vastness of the ocean surface, the sky seems gloomy. The water crash against the reef, whipping up waves several meters tall, their roars dashing against this small corner of the land.
By Iberian standards, an ocean without a hint of sea terror flesh is a gentle one. No matter how noisy it may be, an old friend of mine was once the most talented bard of the port. But after that grand port sank into silence, he fled north, past the starving masses to the Iberian interior, to the small town that would one day become the capital. I saw him kneeling by the broken town gates, weeping uncontrollably. From his weeping, the town obtained its new name, Perdon Idora. Forgiveness has left us. However, what people needed at the time was not mourning, but consolation. Many prefer to use the shortened form, Perdon I, forgiveness. And now, the last eye of Iberia, the final legacy of the Golden Age, shines bright once more. What do you think that signals, Irene?
Hope and determination.
Hope and determination. Of course. Youth. The determination in your eyes is brighter than Dario's when he was your age. Good, good. But those words, as inspiring as they are often not the fully correct answer. After half a century of being pushed back, our front is finally advancing. Soon, this will become the new center of the Inquisition. But at the same time, we must necessarily bear everything to the ocean. To Sibernand, Aegir alike. Iberia is stretched thin. This country can no longer hide its exhaustion and sickness. It is a simple fact, plain for all to see. And there is another fact to consider. We can retreat no further.
Maestro, it's been a while too, Irene.
Indeed it has. Those clouds suit you.
They seem to be coming from not the sea, but the sky.
Jordy, I think we can already see them.
Carmen and Irene are fixated on the distant sky. The young clerk follows suit. He freezes on the spot. They see a school of fins soaring through the sky.
What are they?
Bionic drones. The islanders brought similar creations to land all those years ago.
A matrix of drones crosses the sea in the blink of an eye, matching the height of the towering lighthouse. One separates itself from the formation and slowly hovers before the three. Its wings open on close like fins, like a speck of light dancing in the void, and soon after an amiable and charismatic female voice resounds from it.
People of Iberia, do not be alarmed. Hajir greets you. I am Clemensha, a technology consul of our Institute of Societal and Administrative Supervision.
Carmen holds his lantern aloft, looking serenely at the drone before him. The completely different forms of light face each other, as though in a dialogue between two different civilizations or a confrontation.
Saint Carmen I Iberia, of the Iberian Inquisition. I believe this is the first official communication between our nations.
Indeed.
You speak our tongue as well as any Iberian.
I installed an Iberian language module before leaving the home territories. I hope you'll forgive me if I ever use the wrong expression. Moreover, forgive me for having to contact you in this form, sir. Iberia.
We have no objections to your appearance, Madam Consul. I only regret that it has taken us so long to begin this conversation. Despite your so-called waterway project being more than half complete and close at hand, we Iberians find ourselves in complete ignorance of it.
To make amends, we'd like to invite your Amdes to visit our city. Ajir respects the efforts Iberia has made when you were caught up in the Seaborn crisis. I do. Let's not be tied down by formality, sir. We recognize the power of language. Your name itself, Carmen I Iberia, is a symbol. A symbol of courage and valor. This is why we came to you. We hope that by reaching an accord with Iberia and the other terrestrial nations, we will be able to create a waterway that links directly to land. We will clear the stretch of sea between Ajir's home territories and the land, so as to facilitate our forces coming ashore.
I hope I need not remind you what sending an army to another nation's border implies on land.
Given the enormity of the oncoming threat, we will exhaust every means at our disposal to resist it. I am more than willing to come explain to you in person if necessary, but it would be easier for you to understand the situation if you were to join us in the depths. The fleets of our legions VII on decks are patrolling and suppressing the Seaburn in these waters. They will soon escort you to our city of Miliarium. This drone formation will continue to notify you of any nearby combat or environmental changes until you have safely arrived at the city. There may be an unprecedented disaster brewing beneath the waves. Sir Inquisitor, I worry that though the Earth is vast, it is but an isolated island.
The lights of the drone matrix got out, putting a stop to their sudden communication. A sea breeze continues to blow as the old man slowly lowers his lantern.
A waterway that links directly to land. She's eloquent, but
Arrogant, no doubt. Thy haughty adult wielding a weapon, loath to use finesse when dealing with an unarmed child. Irene, inform our cooperation partners of this most recent communication. Coltsit has already agreed to serve as Iberia's envoy. The Abyssal Hunters should also have made their decision by now, considering they've always had reservations about the waterway program.
right away. I'll also keep the other Inquisitors in Grand Pharaoh abreast of the situation.
I've made a recording of your entire conversation with the Jir, Maestro. Please, take a look. As for whether you approve of me going.
I recall you submitted your application a week ago.
Yes, since the Ajir fleet is on their way now, I was wondering if...
Never hesitate when you've already made up your mind. It only makes you less persuasive.
When I was younger, Uncle Thiago was always worrying about me. He'd tell me, Jordy, you should leave Grand Pharaoh. Leave Iberia. Ajir was always my homeland under the sea. But I had no way of approaching it. I'd never heard the voice of Ajir or seen its cities. But now, it's so close.
The Inquisition has approved your application, Jordi Fontanarosa. You will serve as an envoy of Iberia and accompany Irene and Kaltsit to the Aegir city.
Thank you, Maestro.
Don't thank me. This isn't a reward. Your work since joining the Inquisition has not been particularly good. I chose Irene because she has already readied herself, even going as far as to renounce her long-standing faith. And I chose you because you are still bewildered and frustrated. Your weakness will consume you. Joining the Inquisition was a test. Returning to your homeland is another.
I understand.
This is the deepest part of the trench. They hollowed out its sides to make their nest. That's why we never noticed it before, despite circling this place several times. Yes, I smell it too. This scent. After destroying the ocean's native ecosystem, the Seaburn have created a new one that serves only them. Akamantan Seaburn ecosystem, where once it only existed in an oceanic abyss. Return, Rochinantai. I will carry on alone. The entire continental shelf has changed. I must know who churned these waves. Tell the knight to continue the hunt. We will not be parted for long.
Alpina swims into the nest. He chooses not to use stealth. Luminescent vegetative Seaburn light up every corner of the nest. There is nowhere to hide in the first place. Atop sets of spiraling blades, minute curiously shaped organisms sleep, or perhaps drift along. The rocks of the seafloor cannot be seen. The fine tendrils of the nether sea brand slowly sway in the current, catching fragments of organic matter. They weave together into thick mats, drowning out any sound Ulpianius makes. He can sense the changes in his own body. His consciousness extends and his body relaxes, as though every cell in his body is trying to respond to something. He is clearly an invader, but the entire lair blooms in response to him.
Oh. ULPEN. GUH.
Upyenus is merely able to see through the approaching Seaburn's translucent body. He waits for it to spit out its clumsy words about preying or being preyed on by him, but nothing comes. The Seaburn thinks about his thoughts.
Finally. You have traveled far. Here. Sufficient nutrients. Shed your cumbersome flesh. Return. Grow. Migrate. For you, I was born up Ines. Only for you, I am Pengelyor. Doubt. I guide you. Return to the embrace of we many.
Why did you migrate? Where will you go?
You still waver up Ines. You must know we many can. You must know. The genes is oik will soon awaken. The genes is oik must return. A new cycle. Develop the ocean. Leave the ocean.
The genes ease oik will awaken. Leave the ocean.
We many. See. A new path ahead. We hurry.
What connection is there between you and the affairs of the city?
The Iberian mission and the Abyssal Hunters arrive at the underwater city of Miliarium. Jordi and Irene find themselves in a strange environment and civilization.
Based on geological conditions, it's a promising volcano, but the location is less than optimal. It would be difficult to establish a lengthy energy transportation pipeline while fending off Seaburn attacks. Did you read the Academy of Technology's report? Hydrogen from seawater can be used to maintain operation of the Legion fleet, but it would be difficult to guarantee uninterrupted energy supply to the beacon. It alone accounts for half of the entire city's energy consumption. It used to be much worse. Our ancestors had to design a bioenergy system for it, maintained through the joint effort of a dozen cities. In this day and age, a system like that would be attacked by the Seaburn before it could even be activated. Regardless, we need to find a way to ensure power supply for the beacon. Maybe Appius would know a way. Let me get in. Oh, did you forget? He's still in the home territories and our cities are under radio silence. We can't exactly lay fiber optic cables like we used to either, what with all the Seaburn out there. I miss the days when we could get anyone in the country on a holographic call whenever we wanted. Wait, if we modified the output mode of the energy converter? We have extremely limited experience in this area. There's always a safety risk. With you in charge of the cognitive link, I believe the risk is reasonable. Well, I'm glad you're that confident in me. But I'm not. Who knows what an extended conversation via cognitive link with our transformed countrymen would do to both our minds? There's been plenty of research into this. We'll be good as long as you keep a steady hand. Even in the home territories, there are very few cases of transformed citizens being granted a final interview. Most are simply euthanized. Council claim Mainsh's ideas are radical as always, which is exactly why I followed her here. By sorting through the threads of reason via conversation, we can grant them a chance to leave a final trace of their sapping CE in the world. And what better way to send them off than with a stimulating debate? Sadly, most of the survivors the Sea Patrol brings back are already transformed beyond recognition. Precious few have the opportunity to return to the city to receive a final interview. We're witnessing history unfold here, aren't we? Or maybe we're just doing our jobs. I trust that the Institute of Development Planning's faith in you is not misplaced. Make your preparations. Thanks. See you in the isolation chamber.
Excuse me. 食べ終わった? I caught you see? Under the sea.
Taken by surprise, the young man loses balance and falls, but an even stranger sights Typhus' cry of surprise. He sees the passers-by float into the air, swimming through it like fins through water, paying little heed to the swaying city below. As things return to normal, some land and walk away continuing their conversations like nothing happened while others continue to swim forward through the air. He recalls the Ajir rituals the people of Grand Pharaoh had told him about when he was little.
Get up, Jordy.
All right. To Irene?
Next time you go out, remember to put on the device that the Sea Patrol gave us when we landed yesterday.
Right, I remember that from the briefing videos. Which one was it again?
The fourth one. The technicians at the port reminded me. They make regular adjustments to the gravity settings, as part of what it takes to maintain the low-gravity environment of Miliarium. They said it's like a fin adjusting its swim bladder.
So you went to tour the part?
Yes. I was interested in their ships and docks, their weapons. Those massive ships that sail like foul beasts through reefs and cliffs. I saw races of the street Tulti fare a novice in them. Br Eogan really did recreate Ajir technology in Iberia. Perhaps we should have sailed our proud armada out into the vast oceans, rather than parading our gold-gilded ships along the coasts as a deterrent to those Dukes and Paws has.
Br Eogan.
You look nervous, Jordy. So nervous that you missed the point entirely.
I'm just feeling a little out of place. This place is stranger than I imagined. The air is thick and heavy. The ocean above my head sends a chill up my spine, and the glowing plants along the streets make me dizzy. Plus what happened just now. Physical discomfort I could deal with. But there are so many oddities here I can't even begin to understand yet. The briefing videos Ajir provided were very detailed, but there's still so much that I couldn't comprehend, even after rewatching them so many times. Food moves on its own without a fork. Clothes clean themselves without having to be removed. These things make sense, kind of. But edible sagas, crunchy theorems, I just can't wrap my head around those. The best I can do for now is print out one of those emergency nutrition supply devices. All my life I've known nothing but Grand Pharaoh. Is this what it's like too?
No, it's not quite like an Iberian from a backwater village seeing the capital for the first time. Not that the City of Gold still exists. The difference here isn't one between a small town and a metropolis, but almost between two entirely different civilizations.
I tried to ask someone for directions, but couldn't understand what they were saying, or whether I was being rude to interrupt. I don't even know how they see me in a Ajir name only.
I have my concerns too.
You're worried too.
You of all people know what Iberia did to the Ajir after the profound silence. I don't know what kind of country Ajir is, how its people view that period of bloodshed, or how they view me an emissary with blood on her hands.
But you didn't so.
I'm here representing the Iberian Inquisition. I've seen the files on the slaughters. Each report on its own may be thin, but in aggregate, we committed many injustices while cleansing the influence of the Church of the Deep, and the islanders were the most affected. I still believe the Inquisition was in no position to be lenient. Not when the country itself teetered on the brink. It was our collective decision that we should go to any lengths to ensure the nation's survival in a time of extraordinary crisis. But that does not lessen our crime.
I don't believe you need worry about that.
Growing a massive vesicle to resist a blast from Class II weaponry, and covering the retreat of the other Seaburn into the depths of the trench. How is it even possible for biological tissue to be made to resist the forces of a microsingularity? A Sea Patrol brought back tissue samples. They've already been sent to your lab through the transport tubes. At least they haven't yet developed a collective resistance to Class II weaponry like they have for Classes I and II. The performance of Class II weaponry is demonstrably superior. But even more concerning is that an individual Seaburn has evolved measures specifically to counter it. They're more organized than before. You've been analyzing the Seaburn's adaptation to various weaponry ever since Meliarium set sail. Did you already foresee this? Advisor Blandus.
To an extent, but we need more time to confirm our theories. Thank you, Secunda. Your reports are always so detailed, I dare not blink for fear of missing something. Little Handy, get me some eye drops.
Ignore that command, Little Handy. Just a bad joke. There's nothing else, I'll be going. I need to speak to the technicians about the damage suffered by our ships.
I'd rather you stay just a while longer, unless you're hurrying to get some rest after work.
Isn't it somewhat ironic, considering you've also received numerous health warnings, but haven't seen a doctor yet?
Very well. Still, I'd appreciate it if you could hear me out. It won't take long. I just need to confirm something. Have you read Glad, IA's report? Then you should know about Abenis. I thought you'd at least show some sort of reaction.
Of course I'm concerned about the reappearance of the Abyssal Hunters after 5 years of silence, especially when the waterway program is at a key juncture. And Abenis's unusual activities are of particular note. He clearly made contact with Glad IA's group and is aware of Meliarium, but has made no attempt to re-establish communications with the Jir. Meanwhile, we've heard from our Iberian sources that he's also declined to work with Iberia. He may be proud and arrogant even, but he is no fool. He must have his reasons for acting alone. Regardless, I intend to find out where he is and what he's planning.
That utilitarianism, that impatience, he's rubbed off on you. We had hoped you'd be better than that. I can only pray your decision-making will be more prudent while tracking him. Nevertheless, I have faith that you'll keep me updated on his whereabouts.
What are you talking about, Advisor Blandus? Neither of us is part of the Abyssal Hunter program anymore. You're the Weapons Technology Advisor for the Waterway program now. Aren't utilitarian, impatient decisions the usual business in your field? And shouldn't you be getting information about Abenis from Meliarium's official sources? Why involve me?
Of course. Just a momentary lapse in judgment. I can't fault you for carrying out your duty as PRA Effecte of the Sea Patrol. I just ask that you remember what Abenis did for us for a year.
I'm on my way.
Who's missing?
One of the technicians on the Waterway program has gone AWOL.
And you are?
A. Vitus, from the Institute of Prehistoric Studies, Academy of Science. We study the documents and artifacts of the prehistoric civilization.
Irene, emissary of the Iberian Inquisition.
Shorty Fontanarosa.
A pleasure to make your acquaintance. I didn't come to lecture you. I simply felt it was my duty as a citizen of Ajir to free our land-bound friends from their needless concerns.
Needless concerns?
What I mean to say is, Ajir understands that Iberia took measures proportionate to the extraordinary nature of the times. We can find similar periods in our own history, or even that of the glorious prehistoric civilization. The exclusion of outsiders as an unnecessary means of maintaining social order appears to be an inevitable step in the progress of civilization. Besides, we welcome our displaced countrymen to return to the sea, just as we respect the decision of those who have opted to leave. The consequences of their choices belong only to them.
I appreciate Ajir's magnanimity, Avitus, but the consequences they suffered were. No, it's nothing. Thank you for clarifying.
You're welcome.
Mr. Ivitus, our land-bound guests, please be informed that this area has been designated for investigation. You are advised to proceed to another area unless you have unresolved matters here.
A hand of the saint? The penal battalion used them to clean up Seaburn remains, but I never knew they could talk.
Apparently our people who brought them to land did not have time to demonstrate their full capabilities. Multi-purpose support equipment, commonly known as a little handy. They currently offer 972 different function modules, excluding obsolete ones. One can sometimes tell their affiliation just by looking at the parts and paint job. This one, for example, belongs to the Sea Patrol.
Should I reply? We're very sorry, little handy, sir.
That would be unnecessary. It may be equipped with a voice, but that doesn't mean it's intelligent.
I assumed that with your technology, maybe.
It's true that the topic of simulated personalities has fascinated many a researcher. The first attempt was created 230 years ago and continues to operate to this day. In fact, I can put in an application for you, if you wish to talk to it. However, whether from the perspective of neuroscience, psychology, sociology, or anthropology, simulated personalities have proven to be rather disappointing in terms of their benefits to research. Perhaps I've gone off topic though. In short, they've remained the stuff of niche research, and we do not consider them suitable for widespread application. The goal of all technological development is to empower humanity. What purpose is there in turning a machine into a human?
I see. Fascinating.
You said this little handy belonged to the Sea Patrol?
Only they would fit such powerful loudspeakers onto one. When quieter means of communication are available, I suppose you could consider it retro.
What sort of organization are they? Do they frequently undertake such investigations?
The Sea Patrol is part of our legions. They perform a supporting role in combat, as well as regular reconnaissance, patrol security, and disaster response duties. Emergency sweeps like this are rare. But with the waterway program at such a critical moment, it's only reasonable for them to be on high alert.
Little handy, am I allowed to remain here?
It is not recommended, but not forbidden.
Then I'll wait here. I'd like a chance to speak to the Sea Patrol.
Very well. And you, Jordy?
I'll be going. Do you mind if I ask you some questions?
Course not. There's a limit to what I can answer outside of my specialty, though. Perhaps I could show you to a place better suited for such a conversation. The Savon Pietra.
Did you sleep well, Doctor? You seem a little haggard. Yes, the Aegir seem to have retained some of their aquatic traits. Are you not feeling well? Is it serious? Let me know if you feel any discomfort. Besides, to be frank, I thought there may be another reason for your reaction. Does anything about Aegir or the depths of the ocean seem familiar to you? So you do remember something? I'm accustomed to your usual silence, but now it's making me a little uneasy. I know it might be difficult, but remembering even the slightest detail could be of great help to us all. It's okay. Just try to relax, Doctor. Seeing the Preserver has inevitably hastened the pace at which you recall the truth. Even though I had hoped you would not touch upon what you'd forgotten so quickly. No one knows when your path of suffering will end. Not even yourself. In that, we are all powerless. Yes, I've wanted to set foot in Aegir countless times. Until now, I have waited on the shore and drifted on the waves. I have witnessed lighthouses and the Armada turn from ideas to reality. Br Eogan had never given up on re-establishing communication with Aegir through such means. But all his efforts ended in failure. Aegir never welcomed home their prodigal son, much less opened their doors to outsiders. But now, they are even more eager to cooperate than I had anticipated. We need no longer waste efforts to persuade a proud and aloof giant. I can't deny feeling happy about that. I'm afraid there is. Aegir's proactive stance indicates that they have a plan for making contact with the land. But even the most moderate of their measures may seem too radical for land-bound civilization. A single gesture of good could cause a massive storm. The hunter situation warrants concern too. To Aegir, they are neither emissaries nor guests, having participated in the most radical project in Aegir's history, and come back to life after being declared dead for 5 years. I worry that their return home would only cause
Trouble?
controversy. Where's Glada? A somewhat troublesome fellow called her away. I thought your priority upon returning would be to get checked up. What could possibly be more urgent?
No idea.
But once Glada is done with her interview, I guess Scotty and I are gonna go do some stupid checkup.
Swordfish and I are fine. Shark's changes might be a little problematic. I read some medical papers before I underwent the surgery. Even back then, they had advanced knowledge of medullary regeneration and replacement. They should be able to help her.
You needn't worry, Doctor. I've inspected myself in the mirror on that great ship. On returning, those endless dreams still creep up on me like bubbles, but they've also become as light as bubbles. But for now, I'm as lucid ever been. And luckily for you, I'm even in the mood to take you on a tour of the city. Interested?
Scotty Inspector take the doctor around the city. Consul Clemente meets with Glad II in private. Irene encounters the Sea Patrol and assists with the investigation of a missing data scientist.
Did you think we were touring a museum? You were looking at the instruments like they were exhibits. There are some things even I can't explain. Technology has advanced a lot in 5 years.
Good eye, Doctor. That's a beacon launcher.
You know about it, Shark?
My parents took me around the home territories when I was little. There are similar structures in many cities.
But Shark has a special relationship with her biological parents.
They're more like friends than parents. They reached a consensus with the Institute of Incubation to bring me along whenever they worked on a new dome project. I spent most of my time in the Institute of Incubation, but I was able to see the cities learn, and even work alongside them. Exactly what it sounds like. It launches beacons to mark the waterway. Ajir had almost mastered the oceans around 300 years ago, efficiently using natural energy in its various forms and recording every seafloor trench in our navigational charts. Then we cast our sights on another ocean, one brimming with stars. Our fleets and even our cities were meant to cross that boundary that should never have existed, and light the fires of civilization beyond the barrier. The Preserver was right, Doctor. Kristen's achievement is not beyond Ajir's reach. The sea and the sky are closer than we thought. People back then tried plenty of things, surveying and deciphering the electron clouds, developing new technologies and materials, exploring forms of life that can adapt to space. This beacon launcher is a product of that era. It was intended to capture even the faintest signals from the stars and plant beacons that would never fade from our star charts. Nanomachine swarms would form networks between the beacons, allowing us to traverse vast distances in an instant. Or so we dreamed.
You never told me any of this before.
Lucid moments were hard to come by on land. But yesterday, I dreamt once again of walking from the Sof on Theatrum straight into that Epa. Then, I saw Orant in a dance. She leapt from the waves to the stars, stirring up stardust that trailed the hems of her dress. From afar, the voice of the master of all creation answered her in song. The universe and imagination know no bounds, and Laurent in A's dances will never cease.
Spectre closes her eyes, as though sinking back into the dream.
Just trying to picture it.
Before pushing open the door to the stars, they wanted to prepare themselves for any threats beyond the barrier. That is, until the Seaburn appeared and interrupted the dream. We poured all our efforts into studying them, setting aside all else, art, science, and previous visions for the future. The Seaburn fundamentally changed Ajir.
I was the best technician at the Institute of Facility Management. I could keep an entire city's underwater lighting array running on my own. The Institute of Development Planning's career proposal was pretty much what I was thinking, so I accepted. Working by yourself can be lonely, but it's not such a bad thing playing with the giant fins in the reefs or lighting up the ocean while daydreaming.
I was just an apprentice sculptor. The Institute of Development Planning provides tailored career proposals for each citizen, which are usually in line with our wishes. I suppose I would have gone into dome design, sculpting, or dance. Say, cult sitting doctor. We've shared a lot of info during our time together, but we've never talked about our old lives. I guess you're right. Sorry for bringing up something so heavy on a tour. We have all the waves in the world hanging above our heads. Would you care to share a dance before dealing with all this bother, Doctor?
Glad I's hand instinctively goes to her weapon as the woman approaches with a ceremonial sword in hand. But all she does is put her arms around Glad Ia's shoulders. Glad Ia smells stimulants in the air. Ajir do not make a habit of greeting each other with physical contact. She could not remember even her mother ever doing so. But this woman's action felt completely natural.
Consul Clementia, I was not aware that this was the standard salute between chief designers of warfare. Nothing makes me happier than seeing the hunters return as lucid as ever. Your soldiers' reactions when they first saw me suggested otherwise. The operation to eliminate the firstborn cost Ajir all of its abyssal hunters. Secunda made many rescue attempts, but was unable to penetrate the rampaging mass of Seaburn that guard the region after the death of the firstborn. Your mother, Horasha, had no choice but to publicly declare you dead. But I know her. She doesn't really believe that. Or perhaps Consul Horasha, foremost of the Institute of Scientific Development Planning, simply could not accept that I had died for nothing. I know her too. But I don't think it is appropriate for a meeting between two chief designers of warfare to revolve around a complicated mother-daughter relationship. Of course. Look at the city.
The consul's Panzivirium sits high in the city. The seawater hangs just above their heads. A transparent dome serves as a gentle mirror, warding off the deep and foreboding void while granting the Ajir the solace of introspection. Beneath the dome, the entire city is bathed in a blue hue. The beacon lawn pack stands tall at its center, while ships glide in undoubt of the distant docks like schools of fins.
The sea itself has no color, only darkness. Miliarium stands at its murky depths like the vigilant eye of civilization, solitary and luminous. We once had many such cities. One by one, the stars in the sea went out, becoming sustenance for the Seaburn. All that's left on the seafloor are their colorful, eerie nests. I won't deny that the Abyssal Hunter project was a failed gambit. The death of the firstborn did not stop their evolution. So I want to know what solution Ajir has come up with next. What you have come up with. What is this waterway program? Glad I didn't mean. I'm simply part of an even bigger gambit, one with even higher stakes. The weapon classification scheme remains nothing more than a strict control over weapon usage to delay the evolution of the Seaburn. This time, however, we have taken into account every weapon at our disposal or under development. A mix of conventional ballistics and Class I weapons initially proved highly effective. The Seaburn were unable to comprehend why they were being burned by the seawater around them. But it took them only a year to adapt. 11 months in, we accelerated the adoption of Class I weapons, which operated on completely different principles, etc., until their evolution outpaced the ability of the Academy of Technology to innovate. Yes, at day's end, all we're doing is merely buying time. Ajir has committed vast resources to study the Seaburn. To eradicate them at their origin, we must first comprehend them at their source. The information you've brought back is highly valuable, and BRE Ogan's discovery on land corroborates the Academy of Sciences research. The Seaburn and the Fern must share the same genesis. Is Ajir coming ashore to seek memories even more ancient? Not just that. The Seaburn share a common genesis with the Fur and Mutts, but much about them is very different. Unnatural, one might say. Their recent activity demonstrates a clear sense of purpose. They have quickly abandoned their reliance on the sea and begun to migrate towards land en masse. Left unchecked, it is not out of the question that all of Terra could become infested with Seaburn. We already saw hints of that in Iberia. Thus, for Ajir, the land is both a source of answers and a solemn responsibility. Horasha has issued new war orders on behalf of the Institute of Development Planning, and Miliarium has come bearing new Class IV weapons from the Academy of Technology. They are a form of biological weapon, very different from all previous ones. Designed to induce death in nearby Seaburn nests and newborns while driving away adults from the area. We have successfully located most of the nests in the target region. The ones near Iberia are the only ones yet unmarked. Once the beacons have been placed and the weapons activated, we will finally have cleared an entire region of Seaburn and established a route back to Ajir's home territories. Consul Harasha would not have permitted the possibility of failure. Yet all I see is a city under siege, teetering on the brink. Yes, she did tell me herself that the waterway program will not fail. I do not know how many other possibilities she considered, and I hope I never do. For me, this city has always been the entirety of the waterway program. But that is no longer true. The changes in the past month necessitate a review of our plans. The Seaborn have rapidly adapted to our new weapons, even evolving measures to protect their kindred from Class II. But a successful extermination operation should have left no opportunity for them to communicate with other individuals. They seem to have obtained their inspiration elsewhere. Almost every mutation of the Seaborn against humanity has been abetted by the twisted efforts of corrupted Ajir. Yet, the Seaborn lack true intelligence. We could toss all our prototype weapons into their nest, and they wouldn't dismantle or study them. The Church of the Deep may be able to train them to attack an army or a city, but bringing about rapid biological changes is another matter entirely. Unless they're not being influenced by the Church of the Deep, but by another firstborn. I see you've read my belated report. Indeed, Upinus claims that the one we eliminated was not the only one. The Abyssal Hunters were the first and last Ajir to enter the Firstborn's lair. Even now the Seaborn defend the ruins with a frenzied fury. We have not found a way to get through. Amongst the hunters, Upinus spent the longest time there, enough for him to witness the truth. You're still deliberating on whether to believe him. Yes, it could be the key to solving the mystery of the Seaborn, or the path that leads us to destruction. Could a hunter survive for months on Seaborn remains and remain lucid? Would a lucid hunter willingly stay with them, rather than returning to civilization? There are too many unanswered questions about Upinus in that fateful operation. And so, I regret to inform you that Ajir has no choice but to welcome its hunters home with a tribunal. I thought we had designated this area for investigation. Madam Irene? From Iberia?
May I ask to whom I am speaking?
Secunda, Prefect of the Sea Patrol. I regret not being able to greet you personally upon your arrival yesterday. The Sea Patrol is currently investigating the disappearance of a citizen. We have not requested assistance from Iberia, and respectfully request that you exit this area as soon as possible.
I would like to assist as myself, not as an envoy.
Your offer is appreciated, but unnecessary.
I want to see Rou.
Any news from the other teams?
One moment, getting the video feed now.
Nema.
No unusual movements at the port.
Alert the other teams to monitor the closed civilian gates and keep a close watch on the circulation system around town.
Roger.
You're okay with talking about this in front of me?
This is part of our regular duties. There's no need for confidentiality.
But you had your little hand yes, clear the place out.
Only to prevent unnecessary harm to civilians. If you insist on staying, you'll be responsible for your own safety.
The
The missing civilian is Telia, a scientist from the Waterway Program, responsible for recording and calibrating data on Seaborn nests. She went AWOL 30 hours ago and hasn't been seen since.
Could it be the Church of the Deep?
That's what we intend to find out. Her disappearance has not affected the overall progress of the project. As important as recording and calibrating the nest data is, her role was by no means irreplaceable. The Church's goal was to assassinate someone to disrupt our plans. They would not have picked an ordinary data scientist, unless she learned something she wasn't supposed to. I need to inspect her home. You're sharp, Madam Irene, but I would recommend against coming with us.
I'm simply investigating our common enemy in my own way.
Suit yourself. Irene accompanies Secunda in the investigation of a missing data scientist. Meanwhile, Glad-Eye faces the tribunal at the Sophon Theatrum to address the irregularities surrounding the Abyssal Hunters. In the midst of it all, Upinus quietly appears by the doctor's side. No one has been in here the whole time?
Affirmative. No signs that the little handy's logs have been altered either.
Excuse me, how do I view those records?
Grant her the permissions.
Yes, ma'am.
Very nice.
Secunda takes a device from her belt and dances her pen across its surface, leaving trails like a labyrinth of seaweeds.
What's your PRIFT doing?
She scribbles whenever she's thinking, says it helps her organize her thoughts. It's a habit she's had ever since she was a researcher. No one else can decipher what she's writing. Or drawing. Not even that's clear. She's the only one who can parse it.
What are these boxes for? Why put them on the wall if they're empty?
Yes, The hydroponic boxes may provide a lead. Scan all equipment in the room related to plant cultivation.
Yes, ma'am.
Also, pull whatever you can from Tulia's files. Education, employment, hobbies, anything that might be relevant.
She previously worked at the Institute of Ecological Art, with a focus on the cultivation of endangered seaweed. To quote straight from the IEA's files, the artist has carefully cultivated these deep-sea seaweeds to weave a dynamic, ever-evolving portrait of life as they grow. These hydroponic boxes were Alia's belongings. Images of her artwork are also available. How beautiful.
They look like they've been left empty for quite some time.
According to the files, she joined the Waterway program after a reassignment.
She wouldn't have abandoned her old life for no reason.
Her disappearance may very well be related to her career change. How such can come.
Nothing unusual with the cultivation equipment, but we found an operating log in the integrated terminal. 2 days before she went missing, she downloaded some data from the Beacon Tower Control Center and made a backup. We were unable to locate the file itself, though.
Try to backtrack her steps. Contact Control Center and trace the data from their download logs.
If she was still going to work before she disappeared, couldn't her friends or colleagues know something?
Perhaps. What's the situation on her social relationships? What about the person who made the report?
We've arranged a questioning.
Anything I can help you with, Jordy?
Sorry, I have so many questions, I don't know where to start. This her metal tree? Do I just ask it? I've heard legends of ancient trees acting as repositories of knowledge, but I've never seen anything like this.
This coral-shaped integrated terminal is the culmination of centuries of Ajir's knowledge and culture. Everything we think, know, create, appreciate, and even the questions we have yet to answer. They're all here. It's the heart of the Soph on Theatrum.
And what is the Soph on Theatrum exactly?
Conceived and established by Arknights, the great scholar of anthropology and prehistoric civilization. It is a public facility that has had a profound impact on the nation. Aside from the mutually supporting all city clusters above sea level and the modular city networks in the trenches, most of our other cities have unique forms and designs. Yet even so, nearly all of them have chosen to adopt Arknights' design and establish their own Soph on Theatrum. Look around you. This is a place for people to think, doubt, and debate, eventually coming to an understanding and making a decision. A coliseum of wits, if you will. The most complex equations, the most ancient drawings, the most beautiful songs, and the most well-traveled roads were all born here. I believe this is exactly what Arknights himself wanted.
You keep mentioning the Arknights. What kind of man was he?
Simply listing all his contributions to Ajir would take an entire day, perhaps more. But I do happen to have some insight into his personality.
Oh, you knew him?
No. He lived more than 2 centuries ago. He'd been gone from Ajir long before I was born. But our professors like to speak of his eccentricities. He was unmatched in theoretical and deductive reasoning, yet was always reluctant to draw a conclusion. Even on issues where the answer was plain to all, he would refuse to put the question to rest until after an extended debate with himself. Some would say that trapping himself in endless debate showed he cared too much about the value and meaning of things. But is that not in our human nature? Which is why he built the Soph on Theatrum. We needed a place where we could engage in intellectual discourse, both with ourselves and with others.
I wouldn't say I'm up for a debate, but I do have a lot of questions. Should I ask you myself for this terminal?
It seems our little discussion must give way to a greater showdown.
What do you mean?
They're holding a tribunal, and it concerns 3 of those you arrived with.
The Abyssal Hunters?
Oh, hey. Is that our land-bound friend I spy? Oh, he looks worried about us.
He won't see you from that far away. Others are looking this way, though.
This tribunal has drawn more attention than expected.
We hunters always have. And now they even have the lovely story of our return from the dead. Like it or not, the Abyssal Hunters are in the spotlight now.
This tribunal will be our final checkup, yes? Frankly, they're getting tiresome.
The hunters need to keep a low profile. We must also act with prudence, Doctor. Indeed. This time, we're not merely mediating between 2 countries, but between land and the sea. 2 vastly different civilizations. Following the tribunal, I will formally address Ajir's consul to foster cooperation between land and sea. But for now, you'll need to assist Glad I independently, Doctor. The situation remains uncertain for both the city and ourselves. Certain matters become more difficult if I am placed at the center of attention. Yes, but be careful. I would prefer not to have to change our objective in the middle of negotiations with the consul.
Dr. Gautz, it sure uses a lot of big words. Doesn't she? Does she ever get straight to the point? Our dear Drive. Kulza thinks too much about too many things, and not nearly enough about how to convey that she cares. Wouldn't you agree that more direct, Bajir's style communication is better? Doctor? Don't worry. Shark and I will protect you. Say, where's Captain Glad-Eye? I imagine she'll show up with Consul Clementia. After all, she's the one who will be taking the stand today.
Excuse me. Are you Laurentine? I had a hunch I'd find you here, advisor. The environmental sample test results are out. We need you to take a look and see if we need another round of genetic testing.
Oh, sorry. Didn't see your message.
You seem preoccupied by the Abyssal Hunters Tribunal. You used to work at the Abyssal Hunter Lab, right?
I'd rather not talk about it. But yes, I was researching gene splicing methods that would provide a safe and more effective way to perform the hunter modifications.
But you didn't like the program.
It's not about liking or disliking it. It's that it failed to produce results, despite all the sacrifices we made. But what matters now is that they're alive, glad, I on the others. I have to be here if only for them.
Are you close?
If only she thought so too.
Magister Vitus, may I sit here?
Course, Kasia. Be careful though, recovery from embryo separation surgery takes time. This is Jordi, a guest from Iberia.
Thank you. And hello.
Hello.
There are more participants than I expected. Even when the Institute of Facility Management held a tribunal to discuss modifications to the city's unit framework, only 2 departments were involved.
The tribunal system exists to solve problems, after all. The only reason to involve more departments is when the problem is too complex for one.
But the Sophon Theatrum is already half full. Is the return of the Abyssal Hunters really such a big deal?
It's a project that took to centuries of debate before implementation. Its philosophy shook the very foundations of Ajir, and its every progress tucks the string of Ajir's future. Besides, the Waterway program is reaching its most critical juncture. Even the smallest thing out of the ordinary is worthy of attention. Simply reading a report is not merely enough to come to an informed decision. Consul Clementia needs the council of experts in multiple fields. I'm sure that many have come of their own accord, though. The return of 3 hunters is bound to cause an ease at such a sensitive time.
I'm not really here for the tribunal, but I heard you might make an appearance, so.
And who might you be?
Oh, sorry. I'm Lucilla. I had the honor of meeting your parents once.
Rulers on Dink. Are you an architect working on the dome system here? I transferred out of that last year, but I'm still with the Institute of Facility Management. Now, I maintain the city unit framework and measure ocean currents. Envy not the sun, for we have given ourselves the eternal stars and the infinite sea. When I was little, the foster parents at the Institute of Incubation took us to hold a performance here. We created a matrix of tiny optical machines, representing neural activity with changes to the brightness of the dots. We'd rehearsed thoroughly, but the Sophon Theatrum malfunctioned on the day of the performance, and the whole place went dark. Except for those little machines. But a couple in the audience worked their magic, and ribbons of light fell from the dome, as if arms reaching out to invite our little machines to dance. It was so beautiful that the blackout almost felt intentional. I can picture the smug look on their faces. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if they really had something to do with it. When the Institute of Development Planning did its career assessment, I applied for the dome system without a second thought. It was only then that I learned they were famous dome designers. That was the only time I saw them.
So they were at the right time and place to inspire you. But you said you transferred out of Dome work. Why, when you've already formed such a special bond with our big, transparent friend above?
Lucilla, the tribunal is about to start. You want to sit here? Sorry, my colleague is calling out to me. Anyway, welcome home, Lord Ine, and I wish you the best of luck.
Pretty much everyone's here. Hey, where are you going, Doctor? Kaltzit's words really got to you, haven't they?
As you're all well aware, Miliarium has successfully made contact with Iberia. As such, the waterway program now enters its most critical phase.
A thread of light leaves the massive coral-shaped terminal to surround her, forming a giant ethereal ring in the air that dances to the consul's words. More threads weave together to form cities and tides, hunters and seabird, transmuting words to images and giving substance to sound. The crowd quiets down.
And at this crucial juncture, we also welcome home our surviving abyssal hunters, Glad Scotty and Laurentine. The results of their physical examinations Unglad IIA's mission report have been uploaded to the Sophon Theatrum's terminal and are available for your perusal. I'm sure many of you have already done so. Concerning the irregular circumstances therein, I now call upon Consul Glad, IAA leader of Aegir's Honorexer Kidus, and chief designer of warfare of the Abyssal Hunters to answer your questions.
You navigate through several rows of Aegir and sit in one of the back rows. With plenty of room around you, you have a clear view of everything happening in the Sophon Theatrum. A tribunal has already begun. The speakers do not raise their voices, yet every word is clear in the massive ring-like structure. Glad IIA steps forward, drawing everyone's gaze. Suddenly you hear footsteps so soft they are almost inaudible, like a shadow from the somber dome touching the floor.
Not a sound, or I'll crush your throat. Glad IA proves the innocence of the Abyssal Hunters with the help of their former technical advisor Blandus, but suspicions around Upyenus remain.
Consul Glad II, is it in your opinion that the issue does not lie with the battle itself?
Correct. What you see before you is a projection of the battle plan. If anyone here notices a flaw I haven't, I'd expect it to be pointed out.
No, I have no objections to the battle plan. It was the most suitable one, given what we knew at the time. However, I would like your opinion on what we knew at the time.
I have to admit that Aegir's knowledge of the Seaburn back then was deeply flawed. As such,
What are they trying to say?
Still not used to their way of thinking, are you? You never did like thinking much. Even back home. They mean no ill will. They're simply seeking the truth they need. Identify every flaw and question all perfections. The most heated debates will uncover truth in its full beauty and reveal the right way forward. Just leave it to Swordfish. If you don't want to listen, just take a nap.
in conclusion, our greatest error when designing the warfare 5 years ago was failing to make allowance for flaws in our knowledge. Until every last truth of Tara is revealed, we must admit that our understanding of the Seaburn will remain flawed. Our warfare design must reflect this revelation.
I concur. Your conclusion should be incorporated into our future battle plans. It has been an honor to reflect upon this critical battle and reach a fruitful conclusion with you. That said, the battle 5 years ago is not our only concern. We have more pressing issues to worry about. A physical examination has revealed mutations that cannot be ignored. The same goes for Scotty and Laurentine. I do not doubt your loyalty, but we need to know how assimilation by Seaburn genes will affect your behavior. Apologies for my candor. Heliarium will soon identify the locations of the remaining nests. Then the Seaburn will be driven out by Class IV weapons, opening up a waterway. Is there any possibility that the Abyssal Hunters will become an enemy of Aegir and of yourselves?
Hunters out of control pose a greater risk to Aegir than the Seaburn. The Abyssal Hunters are the flip side of Aegir. Created in Aegir's most despicable attempt at salvation, they are now both feared and pitied by their creators.
You're much calmer than I expected. And you know who I am. It seems Glad I has built a relationship on land with more than just the one doctor. I've never seen you in any of the operations. You're not an Inquisitor, nor an Islander. The doctor from Rhodes Island brought you to Aegir, but kept your identity a secret. You may introduce yourself however you like. However, the point is that you can help the Hunters. This is not her forte. You mean Laurentine? This is not her forte. Now is not the time. On the contrary, I do trust them, but I also know them all too well. Scotty acts before thinking. Laurentine has not been lucid for long. Glad. IA will inevitably be the one to make decisions. Overeager to return to a familiar environment. She is oblivious to the fact that she has placed herself in the spotlight, where all that can and cannot be trusted have the power to scrutinize her. Now is not the best time for the Abyssal Hunters to come home. Their decision is a big gamble. Glad III and the others are not in a good situation. They underwent modifications, but unlike me, they were not part of the Abyssal Hunter Project's core research. Explaining the changes in their bodies will be difficult for them. I'll pass on some information to you, and I'll need you to help Glad, IA if necessary. Convey my warning to her later. As for the rest,
May I say a few things?
Blandus. He's here too.
Blandus?
Isn't this just like the old days? You and Eunice used to get into arguments with the research staff while I was napping.
Your comments would be much appreciated, advisor.
You flatter me, Consul. I was the technical advisor for the Abyssal Hunter Project, responsible for the gene splicing research used in the modification process. In other words, at this exact moment and in this exact place, I am the leading authority on Abyssal Hunters. Glad I, Laurent, and Scotty have been fighting on trial, and too frequently and for too long. It is indeed cause for concern regarding their physical condition. They will not become Seaburn.
Aho goes silent. Blandus clears his throat.
Let me try to explain this in layman's terms. Under ordinary circumstances, Seaburn genes exhibit abnormal dominance and will irreversibly overwrite any pre-existing traits in their host. In Abyssal Hunters, however, we have managed to extend the timeline of this process until it far exceeds the natural lifespan of any given hunter. Furthermore, the Academy of Technology made a critical breakthrough, allowing us to implant an auto-adaptive junction in all the hunters before their deployment to eradicate the firstborn. The auto-adaptive junction was implanted at the splice point between human and Seaburn DNA to assist the hunters in more closely monitoring their Seaburn genes. If the Seaburn genes exhibited abnormal dominance, the junction would signal the body to resist their attempt at taking over. While there has undoubtedly been some degree of decay of their auto-adaptive junctions after 5 years without maintenance, the changes they've undergone remain well within acceptable ranges.
So you say, advisor, but there is a record of a failed auto-adaptive junction surgery in the Abyssal Hunter Lab archives.
That was Eunice. The archives should also note that multiple clinical trials have demonstrated that the incident did not produce any adverse effects. For this, I gladly take full responsibility and will answer any queries. Now that the Abyssal Hunters have returned to Aegir, their condition will be under control.
Am I to infer that you already have an effective means to contain their mutation?
There is an Abyssal Hunter lab in the city we can reactivate. I will personally perform maintenance on their auto-adaptive junctions.
What of Eunice? How can we be sure that the hunter who has refused to return to Aegir will not become Seaburn? Or that what we fear hasn't already happened?
It's only natural they would be skeptical. It is both human nature and a hard-learned lesson to be wary of what you cannot control. Before the sinking of the street Ultifera, I shared my discovery with Glad II. There is more than one entity like his harm law amongst the Seaburn, those known as Firstborn. The Firstborn are stirring. It, or rather they, are about to awaken. I don't know how many or how soon, but it's close. Too close. This is why the Seaburn have begun migrating towards land. I've ventured into many nests recently, and as a whole, they are feeling a sense of crisis. Perhaps not even the ocean contains enough nourishment for the awakening of a new god. Will it become another profound silence for the land, or another calamity for the seas? The Great Migration almost perfectly coincides with Aegir's waterway program. One can only speculate about Miliarium's role in all this. Is that not reason enough for me to visit this city?
The Seaburn have proliferated independently, driven by their instincts. But they came from the Firstborn, and cannot defy their fundamental nature. In other words, even if the death of the Firstborn failed to halt their evolution, it should not have caused the rapid emergence of new, previously undocumented traits.
I believe I already addressed that in my report.
Yes, the multiple firstborn hypothesis. A logical enough explanation, but that is exactly why I am skeptical of Upyenus. Our well-laid plans ended in failure. The 3 surviving hunters washed ashore on unfamiliar land, before being reunited with the hunter who was last to leave the nest. The information Upyenus brought that there are more than one firstborn in the ocean is more than shocking. It's highly effective. Effective in explaining why the Seaburn's actions have become more disruptive despite your success with the mission objective. Effective in addressing all our questions.
And why does that make you skeptical?
Because it's an answer so perfect that it's either the incontrovertible truth, or was designed specifically to put our questions to rest. But are not to believe the information he gave you will have an enormous impact on our warfare design. If Upyenus lies, then the most effective way to verify his claims would be to track him down, perhaps even question him directly.
You have been quiet, Advisor Blandus. Do you have anything to add regarding Upyenus? You were once students under the same mentor, and it was your trust in him that led you to join the Abyssal Hunter project despite your reservations. But I also trust your knowledge and ethics as an Aegir. You need not recuse yourself.
All I can say, Madame Consul, is that I can be accountable for every word I say here at this tribunal. I will not intentionally put forward a hypothesis in his favor, nor will I make any conjectures that could hurt him. That is all.
Upyenus does not answer. The questioning continues, but Blandus says no more. Suddenly he looks up towards you as though he sensed something. You meet his weary gaze across the length of the Sophon Theatron. He seems to have noticed something. The consul next to him and several other Aegir catch that peculiar moment, and some of them follow his gaze. You look to your side and find the seat empty.
The tribunal has arrived at an adequate conclusion. Glad A, Scotty, Laurenton A, and the rest of the Abyssal Hunters have made tremendous sacrifices and contributions to Aegir. It is a blessing for Aegir that new ideas continue to emerge from their knowledge and experience, even after 5 years. They have demonstrated that they are both innocent and safe, and that their return at this stage of the Waterway program is not a threat, but a reassurance. Yet now our attention turns to another of the surviving hunters, Upyenus. He has concealed his movements for reasons unknown, and has attempted to influence the other hunters. Both actions clearly contravene his duty. Based on our present information, we are unable to determine his motives, goals, or even whether he still qualifies as Aegir. Upyenus must be found. If his intentions are indeed benign, as Glad claims, our suspicions must be cleared through proper questioning. Those whose questions have been answered may now leave. Those whose questions have not may continue their inquiries. Do you have anything to add, Consul Glad?
The coral-shaped terminal at the center of the Sophon Theatrum slowly closes and sinks into the ground. The space is now flat and empty, like a stage ready for a new play. Glad stands alone on it.
I have told you all I know. I have no objections to the tribunal's conclusion, nor to the suspicions cast upon Upyenus.
People begin to file out, many turning to nod towards Glad as they reach the exit. The remaining audience continue to ask questions, and Glad responds to each one, whether she's able to answer or not. The water caustics cast by the dome weave a picture of light and shadow with the ring of light surrounding the space, dancing on Glad I's expressionless face.
Even as an Aegir, I find this hard to understand sometimes. They fling words at her like spears one moment, then thank her for her contributions the next.
They're sincere, you know. Science requires people to separate facts from feelings, and they're good at it.
I know. I'm just... Never mind.
As for Captain Upyenus, all they have are suspicions. Swordfish, the doctor, calls it. Someone will think of a way.
What next?
We wait for Swordfish, which unfortunately will take a while.
You're sighing too?
She used to visit the Sophon Theatrum to watch plays whenever there wasn't a mission. Sometimes I went with her.
Captain Glad IA.
She's fairly well versed in the arts. Her mother's influence, supposedly.
Why?
For her, keeping the distance helps filter out the noise. Ignoring some of the finer details makes it easier for her to fully immerse herself in the story. Right now, though, she's the one at center stage. She's lost her accustomed sense of distance, becoming the subject of judgment, scrutiny, and discussion. No one in her position can remain unperturbed.
I'm starting to get why I sighed.
Why?
Because only now does it really feel like we're back.
Secunda and Irene uncover that the disappearance of the data scientist may be linked to the Church of the Deep. When a squadron sent to place a beacon at a seabird nest is attacked, the Abyssal Hunters launch a rescue mission.
Pant, gotta hurry. Why are you on the streets? It's too dry. You'll die. What happened here? Did someone do this? Where are you migrating? Is there something? Then will you wait? Dear God, this pipe. This is.
I hope I'm not interrupting anything.
Not at all. Lucilla and I were just performing regular inspections and maintenance on the city's unit framework. Still no sign of Kyoya? Come on, Lucilla. It hasn't been that long since we made the report.
I can tell you care about her. Did she mention getting into any trouble recently?
She isn't one to look for trouble. I can't imagine her offending anyone.
What you say certainly fits her profile. Did she ever talk to you about the Waterway program or beacon data?
I wouldn't say we're close exactly. We talk from time to time, but she's more of a loner who prefers to work on her own stuff. Wait, is she a suspect? Sorry, maybe I'm making her sound suspicious. B. But it's probably just stress. There's been fighting almost every day in the 6 months that Miliarium has been away from the home territories. Everyone here is on edge.
The Church of the Deep continues its attempts to sabotage the Waterway program. We've eliminated many cultists over those months. Until they were exposed, they appeared just like any of our countrymen.
But she'd have no reason to. Well, to be honest, I've never quite understood why she chose to join the Waterway program.
What do you mean, ma'am?
You already know that she used to work at the Institute of Ecological Art, right?
The IEI moved to another city when this one evacuated its original position and received new battle orders.
Right, and she had the chance to go with them to continue her work. But instead, she chose to.
Sorry to interrupt, but could you explain more about this evacuation you mentioned?
You remember, don't you, Lucilla? You were working on the dome at the time, so you had the best view of the whole thing.
Yeah,
it was one of Ajir's largest volcanic power stations, feeding countless laboratories, and Miliarium was responsible for its construction and defense. The city was parked beneath the power station. Through the dome, I could see its reed glow illuminate the ocean for miles. The heat it generated attracted many different creatures. It was the largest endangered plants reserve in Ajir, and the ideal environment for Miliarium's ecological art to flourish. Then that light turned dark.
Shiba?
Yeah. A year ago, swarms of seaborn arrived on the ocean currents, and Miliarium ordered an emergency evacuation. Without the natural environment to support it, the Institute of Ecological Art, like other related institutions, was forced to relocate. But there was a full legion in the city. We could have retaken the power station.
War orders for the Waterway program had just arrived. Miliarium was in fact being strategically redeployed. I came here with the Legion after that.
The lives of so many of our people were changed, including Lucilla. By the way, I transferred from the dome to ground work because I was afraid of heights. Sorry, off topic. I don't believe it either. No, I'm just telling you what I know. But it's undeniable that there are 100,000 souls in this city, and not all of them are fully committed to the Waterway program. Most just carry on with their lives, not understanding the kind of path we're clearing out in the ocean. Even our Iberian guest here came to learn more about the program, didn't she?
Whether Talia is linked with the Church of the Deep or not, the fact remains that she made an unauthorized copy of data on the Waterway program. We'll have to find her to learn what.
But Miliarium isn't that big. She'd have been found by now, even if she were hiding between dome layers or in the corners of the circulation system.
True. She may well have already left the city, but we were unable to find her by O-signature in the nearby waters. Nor were there any unscheduled ship movements at the port. And she couldn't have gone beyond our sensor range,
in just a few days using civilian deepwater equipment. Could she have left the city at that time?
So, the Colombian scientist Kristen Wright broke through the barrier for the first time in more than 10,000 years. The hole she pierced hasn't completely closed, even after a year. Ajir's surveillance of the universe through this opening continues, and so far no anomalies have been detected.
I tried to stop her, to no avail. We still have time, but it's running short.
Ripping apart the electron clouds with a high-energy beam. We were not aware of any energy sources on land that could support such a brute force measure.
Her method came from the same place as Ajir's technology, prehistoric civilization. She had discovered sarcophagi beneath tri-mounts that preserved that civilization's spark, and managed to obtain the trust of its custodian.
Before leaving the home territories, I had not expected to find anyone with your profound understanding of both Ajir and prehistory from the lands. You have demonstrated once again that there is still much about Terra we do not understand. Fins trapped in the depths lose their perception of light. Likewise, our nation must continue to explore, even if we can no longer support grand expansions. The Stargate, the twin moons, the barrier, the ruins in the mantle. There is much on this planet that was not formed naturally. Our Voyager fleets, having traversed to the far side of the planet, have even detected highly unusual terrain concealed behind the distant dark fog. There, the sea currents abruptly cut off, as though they had reached the end of the ocean.
That is merely a hotbed that has long since cooled. The most important prehistoric relics lie in the Ajir heartlands. You know this, Madame Consul. The prehistoric ruins beneath the seabed are a gift from the ocean to Ajir. They nurtured your civilization, and have granted you power and knowledge far beyond the terrestrial nations. And with them, responsibility.
As you say, Doctor calls it responsibility. When did the land dwellers first start calling themselves human? When they lit the first fire with originium? Built their first city with stone and mud?
On land, self-awareness and identity were established naturally over time. Even today, humanity is often defined in the narrowest terms.
For the Ajir, it was conferred. We were not the same race as the predecessors, but we inherited their identity as we inherited their mantle. Thus, Ajir was born with a responsibility to humanity. The Seaburn will not compel us to abandon this duty, on the contrary, they add to its weight.
You are indeed the right consul for Miliaria, Madame Consul.
Where is this coming from?
Your temperament. As Ajir, you are patient and kind, but that does not diminish the arrogance in your thinking. That is to say, Ajir's arrogance. I do not believe our conversations about the hole in the barrier, the ruins in the mantle, and even the future of civilization itself, are merely small talk to lighten the mood. Just as I do not believe Ajir will rely on passive solutions. After all, isn't Milarium's department from its home territories a proactive effort to create a new line of defense? So, my question is, Madame Consul, what is Ajir's endgame for the waterway?
I have already told Glad I Ajir's answer, that which you would call arrogant. You have the right to know as well. There is much on this planet that was not formed naturally, and Ajir does not believe they are unrelated. Be they wonders like the Stargate and the Twin Moons, or calamities like Originium and the Seaburn, these phenomena cannot be random products of spontaneity. They must be interconnected in some way. To solve the Seaburn problem at its source and stop Eros crisis, we need to fully understand Tara, including the hidden secrets of the land. But those are for the future. If you simply seek my answer for what's at hand, my endgame for the waterway is to ensure that hundreds of thousands of Milarium's inhabitants and tens of thousands of penal battalion groups in Grand Pharaoh live to see Ajir's main force arrive.
A stress signal from the squadron asked with beacon deployment at Nest 37.
Yosha, how much has Miliarium told you of the waterway program? The tribunal has demonstrated their innocence, and they are not alone. Besides, Glad IIA's return to Ajir and its conspiracies are of her own accord. Neither of us is being followed or under surveillance, so my movements have not been exposed. Let's continue where we left off at the South on Pietrum. The war between Ajir and the Seaburn has gone on for more than 2 centuries, but both sides have set their sights on Dryl, and at almost simultaneously, the sudden migration of an entire species, and a change in direction for an entire nation. Perhaps deep down, they stem from the same cause. I know more than I've told Glad IIA. This extra knowledge forces me to be cautious about Ajir's past and future actions. Our only concern for now is the waterway program. A path connecting the land and the sea, Neither the Doctor nor the Inquisition fully trust in this, or else you would not be here. Clearing the seas with powerful weapons to buy time for the main force from the home territories to arrive. Ajir's warfare design is always simple and effective. But there have been anomalies in the city that we cannot ignore. That consul is a formidable woman. During Meliorium's voyage, she has culled many of the corrupted and thwarted their sabotaged, while the 2 escorting legions have sustained far fewer losses than expected. Everything has gone well. Almost too well. Now a staff member in the program has gone missing at the most crucial stage. This is just the beginning. I'm looking into it, and will eliminate any potential threats. I can enter most places and evade the Sea Patrol's regular rounds with ease. But I fear the problem runs deeper. I would rather not barge into an import lab or the consul's Pensivirium, unless I have to. Rose Island wants to work with me. And watch me, I assume. So be it. One more thing. Scotty, if you truly care about the hunters, keep a close eye on her.
156, 157. I've never seen a port this busy. Are things not going well on the front lines? You're still in the mood for music.
Why not? Soon, we might be too busy for it.
There you are, Captain Glad. Aye.
You went to see Consul Clementia with Doctor. Calls it right after the tribunal, right? How did it go?
Well enough, but I was only there to make introductions. They had much to discuss, and I had no reason to stay. I did have a brief discussion with Clementia on the current plans for the Abyssal Hunters, though. Ajir's waterway will open soon. Until then, the hunters will fight alongside the 2 legions accompanying Meliorium.
See?
Huh. I'd rather be out there killing monsters than sit through another debate. So what's the mission and when do we move out?
The command structure and battle plans are pending discussion with the Legion commanders. Scotty.
Hey, that's the emergency alarm, right? What happened? Say Sebron invasion.
I am Consul Glad, IIA. Status report.
Yes, ma'am. The squadrons from Legion X were sent to deploy the beacon at Nest 37 today as planned. But we just received a distress signal. They were attacked by Sebron on the way.
The Sebron were prepared?
Unclear. The situation is still developing. The Academy of Technology hasn't had time to produce a report.
Are there any corvettes on standby in the port?
Always. You can claim one by logging into the terminal.
Thank you. Keep me posted about the squadron's coordinates. Once close enough, the Abyssal Hunters will disembark and swim into battle.
Roger.
Laurentine with me. Scotty, you stay behind.
Captain?
Don't overthink it. The contact between land and sea is paramount. Cults can't be in 2 places at once, so I need you to keep the Doctor safe. This is an order.
Receive.
That. Lord and A's group is embarking for battle, but they just came back.
It has something to do with the alarm. The fleet deploying the beacon at Nest 37 was attacked by Sebron, and they're going out to help. You know the Abyssal Hunters.
I do. We had a brief partnership on land, facing challenges and battling enemies together, including the Sebron.
That's impressive given their temperament and fighting style. I'd go up and greet Consul Glad I myself if we weren't in the middle of an emergency. I haven't had the opportunity since they returned.
Does everyone in Ajir know the Hunters?
But I once worked with them, and even aspired to join them.
Someone from your team said you used to be a researcher.
My expertise in genetic engineering qualified me for the Abyssal Hunter program. I studied under the head of the project, who was also the first Abyssal Hunter. At the time, few were compatible, and even fewer successfully underwent the operation. But he, I'm glad, Hayaya had already achieved spectacular results. Their most remarkable feat was a 3-day battle with the Sebron, in a hydrothermal vent that bought time for 2 energy survey cities to evacuate. The Sebron evolved constantly. With the use of weapons strictly regulated, they were the safest and most effective countermeasure. I watched them leave and return every day. I watched them lie down in the regenerative gel, exhausted, waiting as I recorded the data, tested their functions, and repaired their bodies. Those were the costs of victory people could not see. I'm not entirely sure what motivated me at the time, but one day I submitted an application to become a hunter to the Institute of Development Planning.
I'd have done the same.
What?
I mean, I'd have wanted to apply myself.
To see your mentor and everyone else risking their lives like that. Nobody would want to feel that they weren't doing enough. You seem fit enough, and as a researcher, you're beyond familiar with their functions and combat style. Wait, then why didn't you?
Because my application was rejected.
But why?
I didn't ask, and my mentor wouldn't have answered.
So you joined the Sea Patrol instead? Because it's the unit that works most closely with the hunters.
Yes, and monitors them.
The corvette is ready for you.
All right. Sorry, Irene. I shouldn't have bored you with my past.
It's fine.
Back to work. As the fleet battles the Seaburn, we must also locate the missing scientist for answers. The Sea Patrol's objective remains unchanged. As for you, Irene, you're staying with us.
Wait, what for?
We won't be in the thick of battle, but it's still dangerous. It's the Sea Patrol's duty to keep you safe.
I appreciate it, PRAFIT, but I'm good. I'm not afraid of the Seaburn. Every Inquisitor has Seaburn blood on their hands.
I appreciate your assistance during the investigation. Like I said, you're sharp and brave. But you didn't come to Ajir to fight. Go back and stay with the other emissaries.
Are you implying that the war between Ajir and the Seaburn is beyond Land Dwellers' comprehension? Your concerns are justified, but trying to comprehend is why I'm here. There are many things I, as an Iberian, need to understand. Ajir, the Seaburn true war, and everything that's happening in the depths of the ocean. The land isn't far from here. Ajir has only a single city in this region, but beyond it lies the entirety of Iberia. Don't worry, I don't intend to get myself killed at sea.
Such maturity at your age. You must have a good mentor.
From what I've heard, better than yours at least.
Prepare a set of deep water equipment for Irene. Let's go. Secunda and Irene trace the data scientist's path to the city's previous stop, only to discover she is likely dead. The squadron sent to deploy the beacon was destroyed, and the Abyssal Hunters save only a few survivors.
Audio log 13. A reactor of a United Starline starship still burns so brightly. Since the atmosphere control center crashed, we've been shrouded in dull gray clouds. A radiant sight like this certainly lifts the spirit. To my pleasant surprise, Valyria was also on the starship. I discovered once she landed that she had come to bid farewell to her mother. Ever since joining the Stargate Modification Project, she's been completely absorbed in her duties. It was surprising to see her still concerned with worldly matters. If she still has a mind for such things, perhaps we might finally talk about that wedding that's been put on hold for the past 10 years. I soon dismissed that thought as foolish. The woman I once knew now stood before me like a stranger. I could no longer discern what she was thinking. As she stood before her mother's life support pod, her expression was one I had never seen before. It was neither sorrow nor regret. It was envy. What could she possibly envy about her dying mother? Was it the peaceful release offered by the machine's simulated world?
You're still here, Jordy. Everyone else has left. Sorry, I didn't know there would be a tribunal today.
That's okay.
The search logs. You've asked quite a few questions. How big is the ocean? Is it bigger than the land? By how much? Can Ajir cities float to the surface? How do the Ajir tell whether it's day or night? Is this how you've been trying to understand Ajir? I fear it may confuse you even more.
Mayvitis. I'm not sure why, but I feel really excited. In the Inquisition's nautical charts, the ocean extends only a few nautical miles from shore before giving way to unknown regions marked in grayish blue. In some areas, we couldn't even get near the shore. But your charts are so detailed. Geological features, energy pockets, local fauna and flora. There are so many pages, I don't even know where to start. The forests at the heart of the ocean. Icebergs that never melt. Thermal vents deep in the trenches. For a moment, I thought that the land, sea, and sky were all mine for the taking. That I need simply reach out. Like everything was made for me. Sorry, that sounds really arrogant, doesn't it?
Quite the opposite, young man. It is but a most basic desire.
But
The young Ajir looks up and gazes at the coral-shaped terminal. Holographic images and words leap up and down, illuminating his soft eyes.
I've been in Miliarium for a whole day now. I can't handle your tech. I don't get your discussions. And I'm even lost with directions. The tribunal that just happened. I have no idea how you guys settled your disagreement. I did a search for BRE Ogun. the ship designer, who I thought was my ancestor. I saw his face, heard his voice, and looked at his designs. Is there really anything I have in common with him? Would his descendants really turn out to be someone like me? I couldn't find a single sign that says I belong here. Ajir is like a lighthouse, bright and tall. I always knew it existed, but when I finally followed its light and reached its base, why do I feel lost instead?
Bjaryogan. It's been many years since his name was last spoken. He was a remarkable man, even amongst the Ajir. He was the most talented designer in the Academy of Technology, but left everything behind to go ashore, right when his country needed him most. Even this city is connected to him, albeit in a somewhat unusual way.
How so?
It was through this city that he went on land. The Institute of Development Planning even tried to penalize a few consuls for failing to stop him. Listen, Jordy. I cannot ascertain whether you are truly bound to him by blood, though such a connection holds little significance. What matters is that there can be no doubt that you are Ajir.
I know I am, but how do I prove I belong here, if I can't even trace my own heritage?
A true Ajir needs no proof of that. But I understand. We all search for answers in the past. I'm no different. I can say with a straight face that I am one of Ajir's foremost authorities on prehistory. I firmly believe in the weight of history, and that it contains truths and patterns that will show us the way forward. But what if it's a way of destined destruction for Ajir?
I'm sorry, what was that last part?
Huh? Did you say something, Doctor? Sorry. I was just thinking about shark and swordfish. I'm not worried about them. They're strong. Nothing good ever happened to those around me, which is why I was always alone until I joined Rhodes Island. Now it's happening again. Thank you. Maybe. But we hunters aren't afraid of the bad and we might bring to each other. Because we all share the same grim fate. We can trust each other with our lives. This time though, it might not be just the hunters. I could bring disaster to all of Ajir. That's what Captain Apinas always said. He would explain our battle plans in great detail to everyone else. But with me, he simply said he believed in me. He believed I could complete my mission, even if I couldn't memorize those complex strategies. He was always so reliable and had an answer for everything. I remember the songs he wrote before battles. He said we could use them as codes to communicate because the Seaburn didn't understand music. I just liked the songs. He had a great sense of direction too. He could always lead us all back. Even when we were lost in those maze-like nests, we could always count on him to point the way, until... Yes, the 1st and 4th companies sacrificed themselves to clear a path, while the 2nd held off the Seaburn that were rushing back. Captain Open-Eyes lead the charge and soon arrived at the target, the core organ of the Firstborn. Then we lost his signal. I thought he was dead, so it fell to me to deal the killing blow. Yeah, I don't know what happened that day. I still don't know why he didn't come back. And the more I don't know, the more I feel like I need to do something. Rush in with a whoosh, knock them down with a pow and finish them with a thud. I remember.
Arrived at target coordinates.
We came as fast as we could, though not fast enough it seems. This is a graveyard.
Giant shipwrecks and Seaburn remains lie entangled in a grotesque embrace. Pale flakes descend like snow. While some have given it a more romanticized name, marine snow, it does little to hide its cruel nature. Fragments of organic matter, both Seaburn and human. The sweetness of blood and the stench of death, intensified by the cannon's lingering heat, spread with the falling flakes. The Abyssal Hunter's strong sense of smell magnifies all of this, and Spectre cannot help but cover her nose.
This shouldn't be unfamiliar to you, Shark. The fleet pins down the Seaburn with superior numbers as the hunters flank and eliminate the swarm's core. We've used this tactic often. This is the same scene we see each time we leave their nest.
No. Perhaps we spent too much time on land. It's not a pleasant thing to recall.
1 engineering mothership, 10 battleships, numerous smaller ships. The wreckage positions on the seabed indicate they stayed in formation. They were not taken by surprise. There are signs of gravitational distortion on nearby rocks. They tried to stop the Seaburn using force fields, but the Seaburn were faster. The ships were even able to form across there.
They fought with them in close quarters.
Something's not right.
What's the matter?
The squadron's destination was Nest 37, but all the ships appear to be headed for Miliarium. Besides, now that the squadron is destroyed, why haven't the Seaburn made their next move?
Swordfish.
Let's go. All right, grab my hand. I did tell you to stay on the Corvette. Deep water equipment may keep you from being crushed by the water pressure, but even the Aegir are at the mercy of the ocean currents without proper training.
I could use some help once you're done laughing.
Imagine you're dancing with a rowdy partner. Counter her moves and find your balance. This is how you fight the currents. You're light. It shouldn't be hard for you. Don't look at me like that. I'll meet you up ahead. Hey, broken lighting array. Trace amounts of organic tissue on the broken metal frame. Human and Seaburn.
Find anything?
Some tissue that matches the sample provided by the Institute of Development Planning. It's Talia. Miliarium was parked here around 40 hours ago. Based on the location of the array, she had left from the circulation system sewage exit at the edge of the city.
But why did she leave?
It's hard to reconstruct the scene with what's available. The currents have already washed away most of the clues. I'm afraid we won't find out if Talia was a cultist with a grudge against the waterway program, or what happened to her from here. This is 2 hours away by ship from Miliarium's present location, even with deepwater equipment.
She couldn't have swum back.
Based on the remaining tissues, it seems she had encountered a Seaburn.
There's no way she could have survived.
A dead end.
That's the direction the Abyssal Hunters went.
The battle may be fiercer than expected. The waterway program is in its final phase. Once Nest 37 has been located, we can clear the Seaburn from this entire area and open up a waterway. This can't just be a coincidence.
Could the incident with Talia have something to do with the attack on the fleet?
Or maybe her incident is just a red fin to distract the Sea Patrol. There are too many new uncertainties, as if everything's sucked in a giant vortex. Let's go back to the city for now.
Hard bank to port, full speed ahead. Go around that ridge and turn back. That should lose a third of the Seaburn on our tail. Sir, the Seaburn have breached the hull. They're inside the ship. Keep the evasive maneuvers going, helmsman. We'll deal with the ones inside. Camouflage coating down to 10. We'll be fully visible soon. Buy as much time as you can. Yes, sir.
Take care of the rest, Shark.
Abyssal Hunters?
Flat aye.
I recognize you, man. Have the other ships made it safely back to Miliarium, Madam Consul? Thank goodness. The more of our elites we save, the more strength we'll have for what's ahead.
Are you the commander of this vessel?
Yes, ma'am. We were ambushed. A large swarm of Seaburn left their nests and appeared on the squadron's route, virtually unheard of in previous beacon deployments. They couldn't reveal our battle plans. We had to retreat. Our ship was the fastest in the fleet. The most logical tactic was for us to delay the Seaburn while the main fleet retreated.
How many survivors are there on your ship?
26, less than 1 in 10. By the silence, Madame Consul. I see.
I'm sorry, Commander. Your ship and your 26 men are the only survivors.
All Seaburn inside the ship have been eliminated. There's no better way to tell you, so I'll make it brief. The 1,000 or so men whose retreat you were covering fell into an even bigger ambush. We happened to see your ship weaving through the complex terrain as we arrived. But what you couldn't have seen is the Seaburn had you completely surrounded. You were just chasing your own tail in their trap.
We failed the mission.
But you did live. Lift your head, Aegir. You and your men are just as much Aegir's elites, and you will give your strength to what's ahead. For now, Laurent and I will bring you back to the city. Secundal earns unexpected details about the missing data scientist, shedding new light on the case. The battlefield situation has suddenly shifted, and despite their lingering doubts, the 3 Abyssal Hunters become part of the waterway program at Consul Clemence's behest, formally joining the battle.
Voice log 21. Valyria has been back for half a month now, but I fear the package from Talos may never arrive. Those precious prototype technologies and biological specimens were lost, along with the civilian-grade environmental simulation unit I ordered. No notification, no incident report. The Cosmos simply slammed the door in our faces without warning. Poor mother. She must endure the life pod a few days longer. This may be selfish, but I was the one to insist on bidding her farewell in a simulated environment. Until the moment she entered hibernation, she wanted to see her grandchildren. How could I tell her the grandchildren she envisions simply do not exist? No doubt she still dwells in that glorious age where we journeyed among the stars. It's the only way she could see that continuing life doesn't just add to the pain. I chose Talos Union Industries products for their reliability. Mother's too sharp. If the simulation tech was even a generation older, she'd see right through it. I should have realized the risks of interstellar transport sooner. Valeria's leave is all used up. As she left, she was still talking about her grand mission, showing not a single sign of regret. I don't know if she was leaving her regrets behind, or never had any in the first place. One day, I too will sign my name on the consent form and shut down Mother's Life Pod.
What brings you here?
I came to see you. You've just undergone embryo separation surgery. The Institute of Facility Management should have allowed you to take time off to rest.
The surgery is as non-advanced as it gets, you know. There's no need to rest that long. I can't tell whether you care more about me or the little fellow in the incubation chamber, Magister Avitus.
Of course I care about you, but any newborn in Aegir as it is now deserves attention as well. After he's born, will you choose to raise him personally, or give him to the Institute of Incubation?
I don't think about that sort of thing. It's too far away, too distant.
I went to the hospital before I came here.
The hospital? Why?
You're aware of the battle yesterday, yes? Surely you've seen the news. 2 fleets and over 1,000 legionnaires went into battle, but only 26 returned. The waterway program is at a turning point, and Miliarium has endured its greatest sacrifice since its departure. There have also been quite a few abnormalities in the city as of late.
What is it you're trying to say?
The Sea Patrol are already looking for you, aren't they, Kasia? About that missing data scientist.
Magister Avitus, you know of all the documents in your collection, the one I like the most is The Death of Life, despite its lack of scholarly value.
I only ever found that diary by accident.
More than 300 years ago, for great researchers studying the prehistoric civilization, made incredible discoveries in the Mantle ruins, bringing back countless precious technologies and data to Aegir. Compared to all those blueprints and theoretical papers, a transcriptive voice-recorded diary is hardly worth anything. And so it gathered dust in the Academy of Sciences databases. Until, thanks to your curiosity, it was deciphered and turned into a popular reading material.
Merely the musings of an ordinary predecessor on his endless journey.
But I loved the story of that predecessor. I enjoyed seeing reality through his eyes. How the connections between countless stars collapsed, how the trust between myriad races crumbled away. Goods were in short supply, technology was lost, philosophy and art fell silent. No matter how much hope and vision went into their great undertakings, they ultimately faded into silence. Just like those nanomations interred within the beacon tower.
Did you empathize with his despair, Kasia? You've never shown a trace of that emotion, though. You even chose to have a child born into a world that could face ruin at any moment. That isn't the choice of someone who's lost all hope.
I don't feel a shred of despair. Really. That old-fashioned, dispirited middle-aged man. It's hard to imagine how I could empathize with him at all. I simply appreciated how, by borrowing from his past experiences, you ingeniously tore apart the magnificent facade covering the eyes of today's Aegir. We must accept that the things and qualities we were once so proud of have no use now. Perhaps they have always been flawed, and this calamity merely exposed them. Once free of worry over survival, people will begin to consider value. We pray that our thoughts, our deeds, even our very existence will have value. Every one of Aegir's systems is designed around earthing that value within people. However, value is fragile. You need only look at it from another angle, and the mighty will become the tiny, the hideous, the beautiful. It's a pity that, whether through apathy or inertia, people tend to not change viewpoints they are familiar with.
And so, people live on their immutable value. Were those values to crumble away, they would crumble alongside them.
Exactly.
Kasia?
I'm merely grateful that you came to see me today. You reminded me that I still have things to do, and time runs short.
I'm surprised you allowed such pessimism to spread in your city, Clementia. The Death of Life, a prehistoric diary collated and published by Avitus. The year it was released, it proved to be incredibly popular among the citizens. They wanted a peek into an unfamiliar life. A thirst born from boredom and idiocy.
What you just said would be enough to trigger controversy in any nation on the land. Glad, I.
A tiny piece that implies exhaustion and despair with every line. It tells the story of how a once glorious civilization hit a dead end far more vividly than any Rada. And in today's Ajir, can it really be considered an unfamiliar life? Ajir may be the prehistoric civilization's heir, but that does not require its subservience. We need not condone the rise of exhaustion and despair. Ajir stands unwavering due to its unbreakable rationality. It is our rationality that allows us to be aware of our possible destruction, perhaps even one of all humanity. Even those who have fallen, detestable as they are, at times make choices based on long-term examination and cautious reflection. You have personally executed no small number of cultists in your days in the legions. Just as you had to personally execute any hunters who ran wild, you and I are both burdened with heavy duties that we cannot rely on sentimentality.
Was it this rationality that led you to hastily throw the hunters into the battle for the waterway program, despite their recent return?
Cultsit, I invite the two of you to look at the beacon hour behind us. It was once an important component of the interstellar expedition our ancestors planned for. Within the tower, like countless nanomations, the first Ajir city to break through the electrum cloud would have seeded them throughout the sea of stars. They would self-proliferate, self-repair, and connect together into an ever-bright road network. With this, our fleets would have been able to jump freely between the stars. After the outbreak of the Seaborn crisis, Ajir turned its eyes from the stars, and the bioenergy system requiring support from a dozen or so cities was cut off. The nanomations were incompatible with other energy sources, so after losing their specialized source, they all died within that tower. But our colleagues from the Academy of Technology have helped alter this tower to serve us in a different manner, by lighting our paths. Since Miliarium left the home territories, it has been continuously marking seabird nests. Huge volumes of data are now compiled within that tower's control center. With the precise locations of these seabird nests, our Class IV weapons can destroy the primary nest in any targeted area of ocean, driving away the occupying seabird. This will clear a path of pure water leading back to the home territories, one that can support a waterway our main forces can pass through. Perhaps the seabird will eventually regroup, but at the very least, their accumulated nutrients will rot away in their absence, and any re-established nests will bear no fruit.
You are lecturing us on the core concept of the waterway program, Madam Consul.
Yes, I am, Doctor. The Abyssal Hunters only managed to save 26 lives in yesterday's battle. The seabird were clearly forewarned. Between the oceanic interior and the continental shelf, this city has been fighting them for far too long. They are now adapting to Class II weapons at a much faster rate. Nest 37's position is of particular import. It strangles the throat of the waterway. Abandoning it would mean stumbling at the final hurdle, even if they have only just arrived home.
Can Ajir ensure their safe return?
New combat teams are being formed as we speak. They will confront the seabird directly, and create an opportunity for the hunters to enter the nest and deploy the beacon. But as you know, these are merely routine tactics. I am unable to offer a guarantee.
In that case,
I know what you are worried about. Be at ease. The hunters are responsible for their own safety, as well as the risks they face.
as this is a joint decision by you, the chief designers of warfare, I am unopposed, but I will not withdraw my objections.
Glad I.
An unbecoming sentimentality bubbles up in Claymantia's throat. She wants to convey her guilt, her remorse, her regret. She wants to give Glad I one last hug, just like how she welcomed her back on her return. But she cannot.
Glad I. Advisor Blandus has made preparations for your organic regeneration surgery. You should make your own before the procedure.
To Irene.
Jordy,
You were gone for a whole day.
I was investigating a few things with the Sea Patrol. I also went on a trip into the ocean. I didn't enjoy it very much, so don't ask.
All right then.
What about you? What have you been up to? It's not unusual to feel some discomfort. Cheer up, Jordy. This is your homeland. Judging by your expression, you've already studied BR Eogan's data.
Yamajir somehow nods his head while also shaking it.
I'm not 100 sure, but there seems to be no real relation between me and that great naval architect.
What does that matter?
Uncle Thiago hoped I'd leave Grand Pharaoh, leave Iberia, but he never told me where to go. I'm a Geas where I should be, but people need some sort of concrete connection. Even just a name or some notes to truly trace their family history. If I'd have said that even though the Seaburn crisis has been raging for over 200 years, Ajir still has 100 or more cities comparable in size to Meliorium. If I'm not BRE Oaken's descendant, then which city did my grandparents live in before they became islanders? Or was it one of the ones that's gone now? What kind of work did they do? How did they live? In the end, who were they? Sorry, you don't need to hear all this. You've just arrived here yourself, but you're already assisting the Sea Patrol with their investigation. While you've got nerves of steel.
I'm just an Iberian who can't do a thing here. Dr. Kaltzit is in charge of negotiations with the leader of this city, and the hunters have dived right back into their familiar battle. While my lantern in hand cannon aren't especially helpful right now. Ajir will permit Iberi to look around its warships and ports, but will not allow her to join the legions and help fight against the Seaburn. I can't understand that sort of war. Down here in the depths, all I can do is investigate any abnormal activity within the city, in case it could jeopardize the cooperation between Iberia and Ajir.
Why are you telling me all this?
My hometown was destroyed in a catastrophe, Jordy. I don't have many memories of it. The scripture I carry is the only connection with it I have left. It saved my life, and in doing became my guide, my faith. But when I saw the Inquisition's dungeons, climbed aboard the street Ultifer Anavis, witnessed my mentor's sacrifice, only then did I understand what faith was, accepted its weaknesses, found its meaning.
Shumi.
I don't have nerves of steel, Jordy. I get lost and confused too. It's just that more often than not, that confusion becomes a specific issue you have to resolve. One after another, as quickly as you can. Arresting the cultists, taking back the lighthouse invaded by the tides, finding a lost warship out at sea, aiding an ally in investigating a missing data scientist. The connection you're looking for can be anything, whether it's a hometown or faith. Keep looking. You'll find it. It may not be quick or easy, but you'll find it.
Can I really do it?
Can you not? You helped Iberia relight its final lighthouse and saved 3 abyssal hunters. Didn't Laura in A tell you that that's enough to get a commendation from the consul herself? Whether it's as an Ajir or an Inquisition clerk, there are a lot of things you can do. Pira Yefite, you're back the city. But, from the look on your face, I take it the investigation didn't go so well, did it? Luachua, forgive me, I need to report on my progress to Consul Clementia. I'm not at liberty to divulge any details. I was looking for you. There's something I should have remembered back when you were explaining the situation to us. Nothing major, honestly, and it might not even help. But I felt like I had to tell you. Go on. You are the last researcher left.
I'm really sorry. Can you give me 1 more hour?
No need to rush, Tilia. I'm just here for a routine inspection.
You know who I am.
We were in the same batch before the transfer assessment by the Institute of Development Planning. You might not remember me, though. Are you preparing to transport these seaweeds?
This doesn't violate any protocols, does it?
Calm down. This building's handover procedures are already complete. If you leave the samples and cultivation equipment behind, you'll end up having to pack them away in bulk.
Thanks for the warning.
But with all these seaweeds, how could you possibly take them all away at once? Now that it's close to land, Meliorium will be undergoing targeted reformation. The city won't have the space or the resources to breed seaweeds.
Yeah, I know. I'll take as much as I can. I'll think of something. Some way that won't inconvenience anyone.
But the base by the volcano is already.
That was once Ajir's biggest endangered plants reserve. I saw it get swallowed up by the Seaburn. These primitive seaweeds are some of the simplest, yet most tenacious life forms in the entire ocean. Whether in bright shallow seas, the dark abyss, the flat sea floor, or cracks in the cliffs, they stretch out as best they can. And they're as old as the ocean itself. Pretty much this planet's living fossils. I'm no legionnaire, and I can't go fight the Seaburn. These remaining seaweeds won't help us solve the Seaburn problem either. But I can't just let them wither away in here.
You really love your work, Halia.
Don't you? My little handy sent over a loading module. Sorry, but I can't stay and chat.
Do you need any help?
No thanks, I'm fine.
When did that happen?
The day before the Institute of Ecological Art relocated. But I can't imagine her doing anything bad because of it. Because she's never abandoned anything herself.
Tolia's residence had quite a few hydroponic tanks, but they'd been empty for a while. What you just told me might actually be significant, Lucili. But, if I may be so bold, why do you care so much about her affairs? From what I've heard, you could hardly be considered friends.
She has something I don't. Okay, I've said what I had to say. I'll be getting back to work now. PRA Ethic Te. There's just been more and more happening lately. The maintenance required for the city unit framework has multiplied several-fold. And I'm running out of ink as it is.
Little handy.
PRI Effecte Secunda.
Obtained data on the city of Miliarium from the Institute of Facility Management, right away. Retrieve all locations suitable for enclosed hydroponics. Also contact Irene. Tolia may have left other clues within the city. Ask her to meet me as soon as possible. To help the Abyssal Hunters recover quickly, Advisor Blandus once more performed surgery on them after many years, but the church attacks soon after. Meanwhile, Secunda encounters Apinas outside the Data Scientist Refuge. The scientists left behind some final clues, but had already become a seaburn.
Reassessing. Biological safety of operating theater, now at permitted levels. Surgery may begin at any time.
Hunters, just as before, you will be kept in a deep sleep during the automated surgery. I will also be manually repairing your outdated internal auto-adaptive junctions.
This room filled to the brim with specimens, and these lab tables are all rather familiar. How long has it been since we last laid down in such an environment?
5 years, Laurent Inne. I should really be waiting for your medulla replacement surgery to finish and your cell origin meum assimilation rate to stabilize before I handle any of your hunter-related issues. But time is short, and I have no choice but to restore you to stable condition to the best of my abilities. My apologies, Laurent Inne.
Sentimental as always. Right, as usual.
A candle will be lit by your side, so our little mermaid won't look so pale while she sleeps. I've asked my staff to prepare it for you.
I knew you'd remember.
Please maintain a comfortable position and stay still while the Regan gel fills.
This isn't so different from back then. Except there's a lot less hunters now. Clear it, wrench of scum. Close your eyes, listen to some advisor prattle on. Then sink into the Regan gel and take a nap. And once you wake up, all the nauseating smells left on your body will be gone without a trace.
While you were in the adverse, fickle environments of the land for long periods without care, your bodies became extremely unstable. The auto-adaptive junction can monitor your sebum genes, but 5 years of work can render even the most precise instruments dull. Moreover, your immune systems have also fallen into disorder thanks to their long struggle against the sebum genes. I will do my best to restore you all to peak condition, but anything lost during those 5 years is out of my hands.
Okay.
Glad our reunion at the tribunal was less than cordial, so I would have liked for us to consider this our first meeting since your return. But you haven't said a word since we started.
Is there anything else you need to tell us in regards to the surgery, Blandus? If not, then save it for after the procedure. We can discuss the changes we felt over the past 5 years, as well as the changes you felt.
Please stay still. Anesthetic procedures will begin in 10 seconds.
Well then, sweet dreams, hunters.
Advisor Blandus, some things have come up that need your reconfirmation.
Did I not say that once the operating theater doors have closed, I would be mending the hunter's auto-adaptive junctions and must not be disturbed?
Central Control has discovered some abnormalities. You should personally check them over, just to be safe.
Hold on then. I'll get the door.
The monitoring units in the dome were performing an emergency scan. We noticed a concentration of algal biosignatures here.
Thanks for informing me.
Not a problem. Since you're already participating in Talia's case, there was no reason to cut you out part way. A place where the dome and the ground meet. This former experimental field for roadside coral. Though it can't compare to the specialized setups at the Institute of Ecological Art, it's much better for seaweed breeding than small-scale hydroponic tanks in a room. Whether it be in her nature, or out of an ulterior motive, Tilia did not apply for authorization to use the space. She found it on her own, without telling anyone.
Talia.
We can't say for sure if there is a church hideout here, or if Tilia is still within. In short, stay alert. Team 1 has already formed a defensive perimeter around the neighborhood, and will monitor the roads. Irene, go with Team 2. Enter via surface roads. As for the roads connecting the dome and the mezzanine, leave them to me.
Got it.
Move out. Who's that?
Have you found something, Prifecte Secunda? Do you need reinforcements? Somebody blocks her path, or more precisely prevents her from leaving. A one in her way lurks in the shadows formed by the angles of the buildings, their entire body blending into the darkness save their eyes. Eyes that Secunda are all too familiar with.
Stick to the plan.
Secunda cuts her comms.
It's been a while, Magister.
Blandis, the weapons technology advisor for the Waterway program, and an expert in Class IV Weapon RD, correct?
You're not from the lab.
No sudden moves. If the bristles of this long beard combed with grass pierce your skin, you'll quickly fall into a tormented dream, where you'll sense your consciousness being slowly torn apart. A variety used for euthanasia has been bred to be milder, but wild ones are still plenty cruel. You may look half dead, but I know for a fact that you're the sort who really cares how they die.
Church of the Deep, don't you dare touch the anesthetized hunters.
What an odd fellow. Even as your life is threatened, you think of them first. You may care for the hunters, but you've never trusted the Abyssal Hunter project itself. You question its rationale, its damage to the nature of humanity, and all the sacrifice it requires. You took part in it, but only so you could personally control all the risks entailed. You experienced its demise firsthand, saw the extensive project, interlinked with so many others, come to a hasty end after an uncertain failure. So I doubt you'd want to send these survivors, freshly returned to Ajir, back onto the battlefield.
No, you don't understand. What I do is only to protect them from further harm.
So why not halt the procedure? Stop them from joining the battle for the Waterway program.
The surgery is fully automated. I can't just stop it.
Sever the oxygen pipeline below the operating table, and it'll cut the procedure short. Don't think we don't know that. If you won't do it, we can do it for you. After you finish handling the Hunter's advisor, come take a walk with us. Explain the principles behind the Class IV weapons as well as how to shut them down.
Stop. If the operation is forcibly terminated, the hunters will be irreversibly harmed.
Scum.
The researcher stops in his tracks. He dares not step forward, yet dares not move back, for a lance has pierced his torso, his blood dripping down its shaft.
If you do not wish me to ram this straight through your chest, let go of your hand. What are you doing here?
Don't ask pointless questions, Secunda.
You're investigating Talia too. Did you find anything?
She is simply an ordinary data scientist who got caught up in this. She discovered something she shouldn't have. Attempted to warn the authorities, but failed. You were too slow. What she encountered has nothing to do with her past. The battle outside the city, the abnormalities within, the sea patrol staying uninvolved with the Waterway program. You've noticed many oddities, yet at the same time, your attention was so easily diverted.
You mean Kasia?
Precisely. You were once so focused, and keen as well. So the day you decided to leave the Abyssal Hunter Lab to join the Sea Patrol, I believed you had reflected upon yourself and chosen a more suitable path. It seems that was not the only time you have allowed emotion to cloud your decisions.
Aside from your clothes, you haven't changed a bit in 5 years. Especially not how you talk. Whether as a researcher or a hunter, you'd never refuse to hear a student's questions, but would refuse to answer if you thought the question itself was wrong.
There are no worthless answers. Their worth lies in the questions. Questions are the most effective means of tempering your thoughts, and your questions were always most pointed, Secunda.
Then there should be no fault with my original question. What are you doing here, Apianus? This is the scene of a Sea Patrol investigation. A fugitive abyssal hunter like you should be laying down his anchor and making clear his position. Glad I and the others have proven an effective force in the battle for the Waterway program, while despite also surviving, You chose to return to Miliarium like this. That's more than enough grounds to attack you.
Their return will only make the situation more volatile. Even through Tilia's case, it's clear that the so-called waterway program is riddled with issues. Ajir has learned nothing from the failure of the Abyssal Hunter project.
What are you going to do?
Prevent this nation from sliding into the abyss.
I'd say you're looking awfully like our enemy now, though.
Doubt me as you will, Secunda.
What's happening in there?
A ordinary Ajir, doing all she can. But Ajir will no longer show her any respect.
Who are you? Hyri. Venus.
Nobody responds. The hunter has already faded into the shadows. Artha, why aren't you asleep?
I'm not the only one.
Hello, I suggest moving the hand carrying that would evergrass away from the advisor's neck.
A fair hand tightly grips the plant held by the researcher, its glistening tentacles struggling fiercely as they are nipped off one by one.
The real researchers are in the instrument recycling room, probably injected with paralytic gas. They won't wake up for a while. I also took care of the goons in the corridor.
Did you leave any alive for questioning?
They won't die before the Sea Patrol takes them away, at least.
Plaid Eye, Laurent Ine, Scotty.
Blandus stands in the center of the operating theater. The hunters step towards him over the intruders lying flat on the ground. They do not lower their weapons.
Not going to explain the trick. You played with the Regan Gel, advisor.
My dearest Blandus, just to be clear, we are no fortune tellers. Swordfish thought something was off from the start.
We've undergone hundreds of surgeries. We've probably spent more time sleeping in gels than in our beds. You should know that even if the operation failed to restore us to our full potential, we would still have returned to the battlefield.
As I told Venus when he came to me, all I wanted was for the participants of this program to live like normal people again someday. I wished for my fellow people, who'd come from all walks of life, to have the chance to finally return to their former lives. Scotty could continue her life of wandering, hammering away at complex lighting arrays while taking pictures of the seabed nobody else would understand. Laurent Ine's skills could let her become the next shining star of the Institute of Physical Art. We could watch the graceful stars projected across the dome, while she dances alongside the meteors in a soft amphitheatron. Or perhaps we would find her works on the street corners of each and every city. Flavius, the seaweed breeding technician. Nona, the songwriter. Lunier, the exotic organism researcher. And Celsus, the youngest ever scientific exploration fleet commander. We both still remember the names of all these hunters. Glad I am. We've both had our fill of sacrifice.
This is far from the first time I've heard this little clutch of yours. Your feebleness and stupidity are already enough to earn you a death by my lance. Luckily for you, those church scum arrived at just the right time to save your hide.
Are you saying their actions have coincidentally proven my innocence? That's not what I wanted. Glad I am. What I must do will not change.
Your innocence is of little relevance. My point was that by choosing to expose themselves now, risking everything to stop us hunters from rejoining the battle, and even holding an advisor hostage, all it shows is how effective the deployment of the Waterway program has been. Blandus, Weapons Technology Advisor of the Waterway program. Abandon your little tricks, complete our surgery, then return to your original post. Flaminge's orders are that once Nest 37 has been successfully marked, the Class IV weapons are to immediately strike against all nests by the waterway. The church is grasping at straws. As one can surmise from what those dregs were talking about earlier, they will not stop. The Abyssal Hunter project no longer exists, Blandus. Sentimentality clouds your mind and renders you feeble. Tear it out. Forget it.
Glad I. You're the same as ever. No, even stricter with yourself.
What I ask of myself has no bearing here. Just yesterday, out of 2 entire fleets, we were only able to save 26 people from the Seaburn encirclement. Before we entered this old lab, I had just learned that those 26 legionnaires had already applied for positions in the newly drawn army. War is never ending, and no soldier can tear themselves away from the battlefield. That's all it is, nothing more.
Shiba.
Our dome and ground meet. An entire wall is covered in remodeled hydroponic tanks. Various species of seaweed grow wildly, and several large clusters have already begun to grow out of their tanks. Separated by a transparent wall, they face the gloomy seawater. A lone seabird wanders about like a lost spirit. Its tentacles are tightly wound around a transparent container, and the rest of its body shakes and sways as it drags itself towards the tanks.
You can still speak. You still have your humanity. Tell me, what happened to you?
Left. And returned. Data. Someone used waterway signal. I told her. But she
Told who?
ocean. Fall into ocean. City left. You. They're still limber so far.
Give her some space, Irene. The seaburn cells have completely transformed her body. Her mind is near the point of no return. We've handled similar transformations. This stage in seaburn degeneration is extremely unstable. It's far beyond the point where we can provide palliative care.
You sure took your time.
I ran into something. We've been misled. Someone deliberately engendered suspicions regarding the scientist's past and her motives for joining the waterway program. It's lead the investigation astray.
You mean that woman from the Institute of Facility Management?
That's right. Once we're finished here, the Sea Patrol will inform the Institute of Facility Management and arrest her. Talia noticed occasional abnormalities in the signaling system and told a friend, possibly Kasia. She exposed herself to the church. She'd have been chased towards the fringes of the city, where she fell into a drain and was carried out to sea by the city's circulatory system. Do you remember how we found pieces of biological tissue on our excursion outside? Crossing between two anchorage points without equipment is far beyond the limits of the human form. So in her desperation to return to the city,
She ate that strange flesh. What's that she's holding?
plant nutrient fluid.
Her consciousness should be gone by now. Don't tell me she returned to the city just for these seaweeds?
These primitive seaweeds are some of the simplest, yet most tenacious life forms in the entire ocean. Whether in bright shallow seas, the dark abyss, the flat sea floor, or cracks in the cliffs, they stretch out as best they can. And they're as old as the ocean itself. Pretty much this planet's living fossils.
A seaburn suddenly stops, as though it has just noticed something. Its tentacles recklessly thrash about, and the transparent container tumbles from its grasp, spilling nutrient fluid all over the floor.
Biomonitor readings increasing rapidly. Her transformation is accelerating.
Why did she suddenly stop? Did something happen?
Irene walks in front of the seaburn. As she passes by the glass of the hydroponic tanks, she sees her own face.
Yes, I believe. She saw what she had become. A data scientist, yet also a woman as simple as the seaweed she cultivates. She chose to stay, or perhaps knew that following the Institute of Ecological Art to another city would not truly have helped these seaweeds as they gradually lose their place out in the wild ocean. But now, she has become one of the pollutants threatening them herself.
Irene closes her eyes. She never knew this Ajir woman who loved seaweeds. She's only ever seen her image in the little handy. And now, before their first meeting, she's already become the seaburn she sees before her. Whether by rapier or hand cannon, she should end its life.
I believe she can no longer answer our questions.
It seems you're familiar with this sort of thing.
I once heard a seaburn play a broken song aboard a ship.
I apologize for underestimating you earlier, Irene. The land and the sea are connected. You may not have experienced the front lines of the seaburn conflict, but you've witnessed both what has changed and what has not, equal in their weight and cruelty. But for now, let me handle this. She is an Ajir.
Irene sees Secunda walk past her side, stopping in front of the seaburn. The expressionless BRA affecte places her shield between the seaburn and the wall covered in tanks, then raises her weapon at the once woman.
Her journey ended, her home close at hand, then Tien.
This song.
She chose this place to sleep.
The seaburn collapses to the floor. The commander's shield blocks it, spurting bodily fluids from entering the hydroponic tanks. The seaweeds sway, quietly respirating.
The doctor shows up at the Abyssal Hunter Lab and maneuvers around Advisor Blandus to uncover what the church is plotting with the waterway program, while helping Upyinus infiltrate the lab for his own investigation.
Voice log 33. Stargate's remodeling plan is an apparent success, and we have re-established a connection with Talos. A 2-year backlog of information has been flooding in, but it is bare of any good tidings. First it was the observatory stations on the asteroid belt, then the entire system's interstellar hub. Finally, the cruise fleets orbiting hospitable planets also fell into silence. Even the ancient colonial fleet turned into a nomadic museum was not spared the same fate. Along with these shocking revelations came similarly unexpected data left behind by Valyria. Her notes resembled her very being, long-winded and inexhaustible. However, she seemed to have spent her last days repeatedly poring over literature and history alongside the technical documents, studying how these great men died, what their last words and epitaphs were. Like a child on the day before their coming-of-age ceremony, rifling through their parents' wardrobe in a frantic search for attire dignified enough for an adult. Did she find her own life inadequate, insufficiently weighty? No, she left practically all that she had at the Stargate. If she had lived in the past, wouldn't her achievements have been inserted into the annals of history? But now it seemed nothing more than a narrow door open between two tiny locked rooms in the dark. I fear it won't be long before the doors shut once more. In the end, the history of humanity has exceeded the bounds of humanity itself. Reading error occurred. Run fault diagnostics.
Do you need my help, Mr. Ibitis?
Oh no, I was merely observing this abandoned little handy.
Abandoned? By who?
Don't worry, that's not important. What brings you here, Jordy?
I'm hoping to find something to do. We're clearly in dire straits, and I'm sure the city is full of problems in need of solving. They just won't reveal themselves to me.
Generally speaking, in that situation you should go to the Institute of Development Planning for an assessment. However, if you were looking for me specifically, I'll try my best to help you out.
You're a highly experienced and respected scholar, after all. And many in the city call you Magister.
Magister. My last work, Wife. A book with no educational value whatsoever.
I read it, actually. Although I couldn't understand much with so many cryptic words. Like Starship, Stargate. It seemed like from another world.
Another world. You're right about that. But I find myself undeserving of the title Magister. Oftentimes I find myself lost in confusion. Jordy, do you remember when I told you that blood ties were unimportant?
I do, but already.
I may have been a bit misleading. While we indeed care little for blood relations, relationships themselves are an excellent lead to follow. When one is lost, one ought to find a connection to reality, be it a life or an ideal, and seek a way out. Otherwise you'll end up like me, sinking into an extended questioning of the value of your own existence.
If I may be so bold, can I ask your own relationship is?
Someone very close to me.
How exactly?
She shared the same thoughts and goals, and would enrich both my spirit and my ideas. I loved her as ardently as I loved Ajir, as well as everything we'd done for it. I live a life surrounded by mountains of prehistoric material written in their strange script and incomprehensible grammar. I enjoyed the process of translating it into a Gyrian text. That was how we met. And I still remember how she'd throw herself into her work. Her eyebrows seemed to dance whenever she talked about something of interest to her. And when I told her so, in those exact words, she actually went to the Institute of Physical Art to find out if eyebrows could dance for real.
What a strange form of art. Did they manage it?
Strictly speaking, no. But some of their researchers were inspired to later develop the technology to make hair dance on its own. We've experienced the catastrophe that silenced the entire sea, and the sea burn continued to threaten our existence. But we remain committed to exploring science, art, and our vision for the future. Lava bridges that pump power from the planet's mantle, aquatic archery hubs that transform currents into fountains, artificial suns illuminating the depths of the oceanic abyss, and ecological bases filling the barren seafloor with life. We persist in transforming what the predecessors lost into mystical megastructures. We need only a spark to spur on countless inventions. 150 years is truly too short.
150 years?
Yes, the average lifespan of an Ajir.
Short, you say?
The more dangerous the era, the more valuable our creations become. We firmly believed in living fulfilling lives, and would gladly have gone to our end without regrets as we passed down the fire of civilization. We planned an educational system we believed was better than the Institute of Incubation. Once our child was born via the incubator, we would raise them ourselves. They would possess a surging spirit and fresh ideologies, and become part of a more creative generation. It is unusual to raise children personally, but we had hoped to pass on the values we treasured from the fulfilling lives we'd lived.
So what happened to her?
Dead. Remember the predecessor mentioned in The Death of Life? He took shelter in an unknown refuge as he watched the sky pressing down on the earth every day. He already had a premonition of his own end. There was nothing he could do but calmly welcome its advent.
But that's someone else's life. A life far too distant from ours.
Is it though? Are we not currently going through the same things? Give it 50 years, maybe 100, and even the vast ocean may no longer hold a single drop of pure water. The seaborn have unwittingly overrun the ocean faster than we can create, devouring we were once proud of, turning survival into our only priority. I watched as she was engulfed by despair. One day, she calmly gave up on our idea of raising our child ourselves. After all, everything we have inherited would only be lost in an era predestined to perish. 5 years ago, the abyssal hunters went to the lair of the firstborn, and no one returned alive. Soon after, she got sick and died in depression. Our son was successfully born in the incubator, but I sent him to the Institute of Incubation. This was also when I began questioning the meaning of my own existence. My apologies, Trudy. I was supposed to be providing you guidance, wasn't I? I've already severed my relationship with the real world, but perhaps you have someone or something you still have ties with.
But I gave up chasing BRE Ogun long ago. I can't waste even more time chasing an unreachable shadow. Maybe I could delve into the notes he left and learn how he developed his tech. And not just because I might be his descendant.
But because you also have talent and dreams in that field. You can try the Beacon Tower then. BRE Ogun was involved in its reconstruction, so if you're familiar with his handiwork, perhaps you could help them out. Every Ajir leaves their own quirks in their writings, theories, or technologies, so sometimes all you need to sort out a trickier part is someone more familiar with the author.
Thank you, Mr. Ivitas.
Are you alright?
Of course, of course. The cultist failed to stop me from performing the surgery on the hunters.
I'm asking about your physical condition.
Thanks, Secunda. I see you're still.
Although judging from your condition, I'm guessing I'm not the first to try sending you to the hospital.
Perhaps the waterway program is too overwhelming. I'm something of a doctor myself, so I do know how to keep myself healthy enough to not slow down the program anyway. You know, you should take a look at the plant the cultists were using to kill people. It's difficult to imagine someone at the Institute of Ecological Art using it as paint.
Well, seeing how you're not in any immediate danger, I'll need you to cooperate with my investigation. I saw a penis recently. I see you have to.
Only briefly, at the Soph on Theatrum.
You didn't report this.
Catching a momentary glimpse of a familiar figure is hardly worth reporting.
I'm not joking around, Advisor Blandus. The data scientist's case has been confirmed to be a murder by the cultists, and it may be related to the assault on the lab. Upyena seemed to know the victim well, and openly expressed his distrust of Ajir.
He's always been like that. More action than words, and ever unwilling to reveal his reasons.
His unique style doesn't explain all the doubts about him. I still need to check if he's linked to several church cases.
Sarsaganda, do you really lack any other leads, or suspects more worthy of investigation? Or, I should ask, is this obsession with Upyenis merely your own whim? Secunda, I'm the one who rejected your application back then.
What did you just say?
I said, it was me who rejected your application to volunteer to become an abyssal hunter. Upyenis concurred, but I was the one who officially rejected you.
What?
I saw your documents from the Institute of Development Planning. You'd written genetic research, in the box asking for your aspirations.
You only had to look at another file to see that becoming a hunter was one another of my aspirations.
We considered you extremely talented, even among the participants of the Abyssal Hunter Project. During our technical discussions, you were the only one to ask Upyenist N questions in a row and get answers for all of them. The highest record for a freshman researcher. The early transformation techniques were dangerous and unreliable. We were always searching for a better integration method. It was ultimately your theories that advanced the program's technology.
I considered it an honor back then. At least.
But the program itself is nothing to be proud of, Secunda. The concept was born nearly 2 centuries ago, a far cry from the average citizen's impression today. It was only 20-some years ago that Upyenus made it into a reality. In the 100+ years before that, it was never afforded any systematic scrutiny or research. Only endless debates. To exploit our countrymen and integrate the flesh of other species into ourselves, to save our humanity was tantamount to toppling the very foundations of Aegir. But Upyenus is a decisive man. He can abandon his research, ideals, emotions, and even his humanity without a shred of hesitation. The sole principle he abides by is to benefit Aegir. Upyenus understands better than anyone that his very existence is actually his country's woe. And so, the Abyssal Hunters do not need a second Upyenus. Aegir should not have a second Upyenus. There should be no one in Aegir who wishes to become another.
I could practically hear him saying,
I once joked to him how much better it would be if you were my student instead. Perhaps you could continue the research he and I used to work on, the evolution of Aegir cells. Or perhaps you'd start a new field entirely. You could have become one of the leading scientists of our time, with the opportunity to explore the primordial mysteries of all existence and lead us into the future.
Blandus, the two of you had no right.
I'm sorry, Secunda.
Did you start reminiscing about the old days just to tell me I shouldn't bear a grudge against Upyenus?
I did it so you'd see him in a new light. Being too eager to capture him will do neither of you any good. Aren't there cultists ready and available for questioning? Don't forget your duties, Secunda.
Where are they?
The first floor, in a booth in the equipment administration room. Do you need me to show you the way?
I know where it is. The Sea Patrol will take over the detainment of the criminals.
I'm so sorry, but you can't go any further. We're currently... Wait, didn't I see you at the tribunal? I know who you are, the emissary from land. If you don't mind me asking, what exactly are your duties on this diplomatic mission?
The data scientist seemed to have completely transformed into a Seaburn by the time she was found. It would be difficult to obtain any further information from her, other than the fact that this set of data seems related to the waterway and the beacons. I finished analyzing the contents. There are unusual data interactions between the beacon within the city and the ones deployed in the nests. The signals come from many spots within the city, and I have already inspected the port hub and any possible ships. The only remaining location is Lab C-22, one of the earliest Abyssal Hunter experimental research labs. However, it is far livelier here than I can remember it ever being. Secunda has even deployed a garrison in the name of protecting Blandus. A hindrance. I can manage the Sea Patrol for now. You should focus on the toughest target.
You would be. The Doctor of Rhodes Island, yes. You say your institution helped diagnose and treat Oripithwaianar hunters, and now you hope to assist me with their organic regeneration surgery. Then you can leave with peace of mind. The Church's assault here was just a minor episode, and the hunters have already returned to their hibernation. I'll be constantly monitoring their physical condition, so your gaze, no matter how vigilant it may be, will be of little use in their recovery. I see they have developed a deep friendship with you while wandering about on land. Insist all you want, it doesn't change the fact that you will be of no help during the operation. I mean, no offense. This place was just recently raided, so please return to where you came from, for your own safety.
Blandus no longer pays you any attention, his gaze falling back onto the holographic projections before him. Through those squares you can clearly see Glad Eye, Scotty and Laurent and A deep asleep in a transparent gel. You didn't manage to get a full grasp of Aegir's writing system before coming here. After days of fumbling your way through the city, you can still only recognize about half the symbols shown in the visuals. But you observe a more important phenomenon within them. Whenever Blandus selects an image, it would emit a faint beep. That is to say, every chosen image generates a corresponding beep on the monitoring unit.
Of course. I see you really want to stay. I won't force you to leave either. It seems you really do care for the hunters, and I like people like you. Little Handy, the doctor is unfamiliar with the equipment in Ajir, so keep an eye on things.
Understood.
Doctor, as long as you don't touch anything you shouldn't, then.
The corridor's monitoring unit just beeped. Someone's looking in here. Another beep for the experimental cabin in front in the corner further ahead. There seems to be some sort of pattern. Someone in the control room is rapidly switching the order of the holograms back and forth. Doctor, what are you trying to tell me? This way, then.
The operation is complete, Doctor. Thank you for your fast and furious cooperation. The hunters will need another 10 minutes to awaken, but I guarantee the procedure went without a hitch. So if you could now leave. They were unable to get any proper rest on land, despite what I'm sure was the best possible accommodation from you and Rhodes Island. Even now, they've just only arrived home, yet now must rush back to the front lines. A single operation and hibernation session is far from enough to restore them to full strength. I wouldn't say so, even if I've fulfilled my duties. There is a fundamental difference between the two, after all. I believe you mentioned your expertise in the field of Oripithwai. Could you tell me what it's like to be a patient? Fate? Interesting. The ancient ages once discussed the concept of fate, but it's been a long time since anyone has brought it up. You see, Oripithwai does not exist in the ocean, and most other diseases we manage to cure. We all choose our own paths in life, and the trajectory of our civilization is ours to define. For the longest time, we have forgotten what fate even is. Yet now the ineradicable disease we've engraved into our hunter's blood cannot be dealt with medically. To borrow your concept, one make all such an problem. Fate. Each of the hunters held their own dreams, their own lives. But now, they have no choice but to live alongside slaughter until they die themselves. I've tried many methods to bring them back from this dead end, all to no avail. Even now, they seem to be in a hurry. I should get going too. It has been an honor to speak with you, Doctor. I hope you can take good care of them, if given the chance.
Jordy helps Upyina send a warning to the abyssal hunters from the tower. They'll be complanted. The hunters are ready to return when they are swarmed. Meanwhile, above the tower, the Seabrim begin to seep into the city through the dome.
Say, Upyinas.
You?
Phew. So it is you, okay? We met once at Grand Pharaoh. Actually, it was you who approached me. Though I never learned your name until after I got here. Please, you're not supposed to be here. It's
Control center for the beacon tower.
that man on the floor. Did you do that?
It's the most fitting end for one who fell.
What did he do?
None of your business, young one. Leave this place for your own safety. The nest beacons have all been activated. The sabotaged weapons are warming up. How else can I warn the hunters?
Is Laurent and Ace Group in danger? Did this man do it? Is that why you won't tell me? You don't trust me. Well, I don't trust you either, honestly. You never introduce yourself, and seeing all this, it's really only right to suspect you. But they're your friends too. I think I know a little about your tales together.
He did his dirty work on them before they left. They're still caught in the Seaburn tide for now. I'm not entirely certain what's going to happen, but the danger is definite.
If they went to plant the beacon and are still in the nest, maybe we could send their beacon a signal from this tower to warn them. I was helping out here earlier. I know roughly how the basic controls work.
Then do it.
Okay?
Well,
It's much more complex in practice. But I can say this tower seems to operate on a very similar framework to a lighthouse's control system.
as far as I'm aware, Bjaryogan passed through this city and dated the tower reconstruction effort.
The technician mentioned that the tower will automatically navigate the weapons once every beacon is active, and all other controls will be locked out by the program. So if we want to send a signal to one of these beacons, let me see. Just as I feared, it's impossible to resume control.
Do you have any way to circumvent the lockdown?
If Bjaryogan was involved in the reconstruction, then maybe, just maybe, I have a very stupid plan. My entire time here in Miliarium, I've been trying to get to understand the man Bjaryogan was. He had a habit of writing things down, always noting his thoughts, his suspicions, etc. He kept it up even on dry land. Was it so he wouldn't forget things? I think. I can't write temporarily shutting down the main control panel's data decomposition system. Like this. Before, you were bringing up my history. You called me B.R.E. Ogun's descendant. But just from looking at his images, you can tell I don't resemble the genius architect one bit. My parents were just Agurs rooted to the land. There are plenty of us across Iberia and the other terrestrial countries. Strictly speaking, we don't even count as.
So what?
It used to trouble me, but recently I've been learning to let myself get over it, to not think so hard about it. It's just, you were the first to ever mention that to me, so I wanted to be sure. Why did you think I was?
True, I did miss the mark, but I never engage in baseless speculation. There is more of a bond between you than you think.
Aba?
The profound silence ruined Iberia. The lighthouses felled arc along the coast, and doubt and suspicion grew in their shadow. B.R.E. Ogun was forced to flee the splendor he himself had designed. Grand Pharaoh was one place he sheltered while on the run. The research notes your parents left you are undoubtedly connected to him. They were people he knew he could entrust his life's work to. Look at what you're doing now, young one. You may not be his descendant by blood, but you have most certainly inherited a portion of his wisdom. Miliarium is the first Ag-Irian city you've visited and, coincidentally, the last B.R.E. Ogun stopped at, before leaving the country entirely. His trail covers the entire seabed, and everywhere he went he visited those of great repute to share his thoughts on dry land, his conjectures on Terra's future. He had hoped someone would head for the continent with him, so that one day land and sea might stand against crisis together, seek new possibilities together. Many admired him for his talent, but perhaps his suggestions were too ahead of his time, for in the end hardly any responded to his invitation. In Miliarium, he even volunteered to take part in this tower's reconstruction, in exchange for an audience with the then consul.
Son?
Do you need to ask? He was rejected. But as the work finished, he made the final decision to wrap up his winding tour and officially depart for the faraway soils. Even if his time on the road had gained him practically no support. Think over what you've done. You left the town you knew, and came to this alien place they call your home. That, too, took incredible courage. I do not usually play psychological counselor. Jordi Fontanarosa.
That did it. At the very least, signaling a single beacon shouldn't be an issue at sea. Nest 37. I hope Laurent and I and her friends notice. Actually, say you're a penis. Is it just me, or is the air getting stuffy?
My comms just picked up a faint gravitational wave. What a strange feeling, seeing the ripples in space-time with my own eyes.
Just like in the manual, seems the beacon's already active.
According to Claymancia, this beacon going live should mean the Class IV weapon array will automatically come online. We should head back the way we came immediately.
Oh, and here I was thinking we'd stay behind and enjoy our front row seats.
What's so fun about watching cannons fire?
Huh? Weren't we supposed to have something rather different in store? I thought we'd see the Seaburn silently popping, all at once across the entire stretch. How poetic, how fitting when you consider all the little bastard's wrongs, no?
Though Class IV weaponry may not affect us, pointless dithering will only invite more variables.
Theater NPH. Fine. Off we go then.
A soft murmur reaches Spectre's ear, and when she turns to look, she meets with an eye. More accurately, a nucleus leaping to and fro. A flagella of the Seaburn sticks to her cheek, soft as a kiss. Spectre sees the nucleus pulsing in a clear rhythm, blending with her own heartbeat.
Sure,
Don't attack yet, Scotty.
it went straight past us.
Doesn't strike me that we spooked it. More like something pulled it away.
The beacon.
Captain, the gravitational waves coming from this thing aren't supposed to be so irregular, are they?
Scotty, behind you.
No.
The currents reverse. A tide sweeping the Seaburn surges back into the nest. The sound of beating membranous wings, of compressing and unfolding of clamoring mouthparts of roaring streams. A whole space reverberates with layer upon layer of cries of pure elation.
The beacon's been completely drowned out. The eggs and newborns are multiplying rapidly.
Clymentia said all formless newborns would enter straight into necrosis, and the mature individuals would flee from the area. While the fungal mat, the vegetation, the whole nest would decay, starting from the environment. But clearly we're not seeing much of a collective necrosis here, are we? If anything, I'd say they're full of life.
Pull back.
Glad-Eye turns the instant she barks the order, hurling piercing the seaburn ahead as ruptured tissues bursts about like blood.
Ever since that little bastard touched my face, I've been feeling sleepy somehow. How very strange. It's been so long since I felt this way.
I thought it was just me.
This shouldn't be. Combat only sharpens an abyssal hunter's lucidity. Blandus?
You mean the octave junction surgery?
We discovered an anomaly and Blandus certainly treated us, but he also tampered with the procedure. Yet whether coincidence or not, the church's attack cleared our suspicions of him. This was my mistake.
He's the advisor. Why would he?
If we want answers, we must make it back to the city.
Spectre skips ahead at the vanguard, heard Anne's as graceful as ever. With but a twirl, a higher PM's obelday leaves the seaburn ahead carved into.
The beasts have noticed us, and yet show hardly any will to attack.
Captain Shark, have you noticed the water flowing? Slower?
Get a hold of yourself, Scotty.
No, wait, she's right. These animals are secreting something.
Finally, the tide receding, the nest temporarily bears the truth of its transformation. Seaburn living undead fall into every ravine in the seabed. The nest's borders have begun to bleach, chit-in coming together into a thick crust.
Something has provided them immense nutrition. The whole nest is forming a carapace and spurring every life within to evolve faster. I shall, if we take the Iberian so-called Nether Sea brand as the roadmap for the organism's expansion, then this shell is the final act of fueling before it begins. Without warning, the beacon pulsed irregular gravitational waves. Right afterward, the seaburn swarm began to nest around it. Either this is some elusive aberration in the weapons themselves, or someone in the city is trying to remotely control the beacon to transmit information, or possibly both. Whatever Blandus did to us during surgery has dulled our senses. Consider the hunt on. Time is of the essence. Get out of here.
Your cheeks are flushed, and your clothes soaked through with sweat.
I am not nervous.
You're accustomed to dry, arid land. You're more sensitive to dampness than an average Aegir. The humidity is racking you.
Hold on. Look at the chart. Densely packed by your signatures, from right above us.
It's the dome above the tower. The Seaburn are seeping into the city through there.
No, but weren't there 2 legions out there keeping them at bay? Plus the hunters. Even if some from other nests slipped around the perimeter, Miliarium still has countless sensor units across the dome, and all sorts of complex defenses. How could the Seaburn get into the city without a sound?
My guess is someone showed them the path. Blandus, had it ever dawned on you that your folly would lead to such disaster?
Apienis is pensive. He does not turn to look at the culprit of all this, lying motionless on the floor. He stares closely at the holographic sea chart. Dots representing the Seaburn swarm converge right on Miliarium's coordinates. They shine like the stars.
With the legions providing cover, the abyssal hunters penetrate into the nest to plant the final beacon. Apienis continues his search for the truth, while the doctor finds Consul Claymantian grills her on Aegir's plans for the hunters.
Don't move so much, Shark. It'll only make the smell stronger. When you smell this much like a Seaburn, I might hack at you on instinct.
The whole plateau is trembling. Those giant worm-like Seaburn are tunneling through the rock beneath us. Stay concealed.
Look at those numbers. Honestly, between the currents and the Seaburn, who's carrying who? They're flooding towards the front line. I can't imagine.
Can't imagine what the soldiers there are fighting through.
Snap out of it, Scotty. You'll crush your hilt doing that. We mourn those on the front best by completing our mission. Thanks to the Legion's fleets containing the Seaburn swarm, we were able to slip and unplant this beacon deep in the nest. Even a single plant could alert the Seaburn to us, if it happens to be assimilated. There is no room for negligence on our path forward. The great bleached coral will cover us as we dive for the depths of the rift.
Yes, Captain. Jordy, right? Fast learner. A lot of students come here on work experience. With all the operation protocol, it never takes more than a day for them to slip up. You, though, picked it up just by watching for a little while. You done this before?
Just a bit. I've done some work in an Iberian lighthouse. The beacons share a few principles with it, here and there.
I see. So you're into engineering. Explains a lot.
I've worked longest as a caregiver, though.
Caregiver? What kind of job's that?
Huh? Watching over the sick and elderly, taking care of their daily needs, sorting out all the little things for them.
Gotcha. So it's like slapping little handy modules, 153 and 274 in at the same time.
But the little handy is impersonal, right?
That's correct. You look taut as a wire, Jordy. This isn't an exam on its sheer general knowledge.
I just want to ask, if the little handy has no personality, how is it supposed to meet the emotional needs of its patients? To care for people is to meet them in their weakest, most vulnerable moments, after all.
I'd say physical frailty doesn't particularly inspire emotional needs in us. And if we're headed for the grave, even with illness, we don't feel especially vulnerable either. We do let the old and sick request some final company before their euthanasia, though. Usually a leading philosopher will come in. Scholars from whatever field in general, really.
I know nothing about philosophy. I just talk to them about the most banal things. Food, flowers, sunshine, and so on. But for some reason, they're always so happy to listen.
You're a great guy, Jordy. That shows how keen you are at grasping people's moods. No promises, but something tells me you'd shine in the Institute of Development Planning, or Institute of Incubation too.
Sikurai, regardless, thank you so much. I finished resetting the storage facilities here.
Wonderful work. Now about... Wait, did you just see something zip past the hologram? INTRUDR.
You. Young man, you saw none of this. You have no reason to complicate things.
Wait!
Shock cell will be too loud. Scotty, you open the way. Cut through this cluster, as quietly as you can.
All right.
For but an instant, the invading hunters are bathed in vivid color and indistinct light. That which the Iberians call nether sea brand creeps across the coral layers, the spawn of the many lilting in their craggy nests. Eggs are swept from this cliff face as the currents pass, metamorphosing as they spiral down. Indescribable folds yet unfolding, until a seaburn from emerges. The newborns silently gather together, their trembling bodies echoing all throughout the nest. Intertwining palps and feelers, they sweep each other off for far away.
They just keep on leading the nest. Rushing. For the front line. Wait, don't you think something's off? How did that one turn into a whole bunch out of nowhere? What is it doing? Multiply?
I've had this gnawing feeling ever since we bailed out the fleet. Swordfish, have these assholes evolved even more?
The Seaburn are forever ever evolving.
Scotty, can you remember the first Seaburn you ever killed?
Not really. Just that it had a lot of gross tentacles.
That's what I mean. Tentacles, stingers, chitinous shells. We could still discern the organs, identify their functions at a glance.
Prior to this, the Seaburn's only skill was to hijack whatever evolutionary progress other species had accrued over the epochs.
I can't begin to tell what their organs are. If I didn't know better, I might not even think to connect them to the fodder we were slaughtering just 3 months ago.
The Seaburns' needs have outgrown the evolutionary advancements. They've begun seeking their own answers, which means their evolutionary course now transcends our knowledge. If we are unable to gloss their physical composition, unable to discern their organs' unique functions, unable to predict the direction they will evolve,
We won't know how to kill them.
We could fetch a specimen for Advisor Blandas while we evacuate.
still, The mission takes priority for now. Scotty, you and I will find where the wall hasn't yet been branded, embed the beacon there, and activate it. Laura Inne, spot our surroundings. We withdraw as soon as it's planted without delay. Greetings, Doctor of Rhodes Island, and well met in Miliarium. At long last, our first official conversation. Save your modesty. Dr. Kaltzit say we inspiring knowledge transcends the boundaries of space and time. So for her to be keeping you up her sleeve, the depths you hide must be deeper still. Whether you come to me in doubt, or with conclusions of your own to share, I am prepared to listen. Much like Dr. Kaltzit, you have misgivings about this decision. Yet I had no choice but to order them to meet death in the eye once more. My hand was forced. Only they can break our present impasse. The legions are deployed to capacity. The Abyssal Hunters must assume combat duties, even having recently returned to Aegir. You suspect this situation was deliberately engineered. I gather you returned from the city with findings of your own. Little handy priority order. Contact the supervisors for the Beacon and Class IV weapons RD, and notify all Legion commanders. Leave enough of your fleets at the front to curb the Seaburn and assist the Hunters. The rest should withdraw in order and return to the city. The Sea Patrol will seize the Beacon hour right away. You have our gratitude for informing us, Doctor. I know I owe the two of you an explanation for how I have deployed the Abyssal Hunters.
We don't hold you accountable on a tactical level. You know their prowess against the Seaburn better than us. I can only say this. Your powers of observation would not have missed the scales on Glad-IA's neck. We can assume the Hunters will have no trouble seeing this assignment through. But what was your guarantee they would be spared from mutating while in the nest? The word of Advisor Blandus, and nothing more.
Advisor Blandus' statement at the tribunal served to strengthen Miliarium's confidence in the Abyssal Hunters. I confess, though, it failed to even ease my mind.
I take it the Hunters still weigh heavily on your thoughts.
Aegir never truly wound down the Abyssal Hunter project, following the strike on the Firstborn. I've not been involved, but my countrymen have every right to interrogate me for my awareness of it alone. For a short time after the Firstborn died, the project went through major upheavals. Anomalies plagued the experiments, and the Church grew only more fixated on the Hunters. This suggests there are urgent, hidden truths about the Hunters yet to be found. Yet it also proves that the project can no longer run publicly. To this day, it still operates in secret. But even now, Aegir has only 3 Hunters including Glad-IA. No, 4. For how constantly we iterate on our technology, we have never succeeded in making another Abyssal Hunter. No matter how stable the subject's signs and psychological indicators are, they lose their reason the moment they awaken, immediately corrupting into Seaburn. They don't even make it out of the chamber, let alone to the ocean proper. We don't know. We still don't know why Glad-IA's group have kept their reason intact. Indeed. For Glad-IA, Laurentine, Scotty, and all the participants, it was an irresponsible act. But the front lies Miliarium now. We made in time to cut off the Seaburn tide as it laps at dry land, but Miliarium is far from impregnable. If we fail to open the waterway now, it is only a matter of time before the city is lost. The Seaburn have organized to seize that waterway by the throat. Storming them head-on will invite a large-scale counterattack, at which point, I fear none will survive. The Hunters may well give their lives, they may well transform, but right now, they are our greatest hope.
Glad-IA has always been skeptical of the waterway program's feasibility. It was for that exact reason that she did not hesitate to serve as a link in its chain. Your doubts and struggles may differ, but all roads lead to the same place in the end. That seems to be an unspoken yet shared understanding among the Aegir.
One not without its sorrows. Upon the bricks of the Sophon Theatrum entrance, the architect Tam Rutz left this maxim: there is no justice here, only the path ahead. In later generations, some criticized Dem Rutz as being overly fixated on material value, squandering his energy on comparing worth against worth. But ultimately, all that mattered to him was Aegir's path forward. Justice was merely a value cherished by the masses, and he preferred to apply his thought elsewhere. Perhaps Glad-IA and I have been acting on his philosophy without realizing it. Dr. Kaltzit, everything you have said rings all too true. I am bound in the end to carry Aegir's arrogance with me, and nothing will change that.
I would like to amend that wording. Arrogance, as a word, seems insufficient to describe Aegir. You respect equally the humanity of your every citizen. To realize each individual's worth is the guiding star for your entire society's development. Yet at the same time, you are capable of making the cruelest judgments and calmly accepting them for the sake of Ajir's survival as a whole.
Calmly, you say? We Ajir are not cold blood. Whenever you would feel wrath, our own hearts are far from unstirring. These are feelings I had wished to convey to Glad Ia once upon a time, but I realized I had no right to. Every decision I made for her, I based in pure rationality. How natural, then, that I lost that right. How dare I ask for an emotional pardon? The same is true even now. And so calmly, I accept my own judgment.
A designated individual has been contacted. Advisor Blandus did not pick up.
Dr. Cultsit, Doctor. I am deeply sorry I could not give you an appropriate answer. But right now, I ask that you permit me to carry out my duty. In Miliarium, Upyenus breaks into the control room in the beacon tower. Confronting the once loyal friend who now seeks symbiosis with the Seaburn, Upyenus sentences him.
Awake. I've taken care of your wounds. You'll find 2 doses of stimulant beside you to bring you back to your senses. Shall I administer? Or would you prefer the little handy? Fine, do it yourself. Very practiced motions. It seems you've recuperated well. Now, useless as I know it is, I do need to tell you this. You cannot keep experimenting on yourself, or you'll have to cover your eyes as well to avoid looking like you've been tortured. The mask won't be enough, at least.
My wardrobe has nothing to do with my modifications.
True, you've always looked that way. We all got shivers as you entered the classroom and set your gloomy self down. All this time we've known each other, and you barely even show me your face.
Blandus, given you started cracking jokes, I take it the results are less than awful.
Now, that's tricky to say. The emotional ride I've been through felt like being seated next to Secunda as she sailed a patrol ship with both eyes shut. That is to say, utter madness. First of all, I noticed a baffling effect in your auto-adaptive junction. Your body's reaction is bizarre. When the Seaburn genes exert their abnormal dominance, your anti-Seaburn rejection response doesn't intensify. No, it actually lightens somewhat.
Which means my transformation is getting faster.
No, quite the opposite. It was right as I was canceling the surgery that I observed a curious phenomenon. Once your rejection ebbed, your Seaburn genetics slowed down their influence. As if to be crude, your body and the Seaburn genes had reached some sort of understanding.
This is certainly worth further study. But for now, I need to know one thing. Will this impact the Hunters in their upcoming battle? Slaying the Firstborn will be our single most important operation since we were created. At this point, I will allow no freak accidents.
I've observed no negative effects so far. I'll be setting up a few more risk assessments before you head out. That said, if we're going to figure out what's underpinning this phenomenon, then you'd best you come back alive so I have something to study at all. I'll be honest, I'm anxious. We've never waged a war on this scale before. We're marching every single Abyssal Hunter, plus 3 whole standing legions, off into a single trench.
If not with a war like this, how would we ever kill their genes Ezoic, their source, their god?
Do you truly believe we can polish off the Seaburn just like that, once and for all?
You've worked with us for over a decade, and you still have doubts about the Hunter Project?
Do you want the truth? The truth is, I should have vetoed this project at the audit stage. I roadmapped to warping evolution, predicated on sacrificing our own people's humanity. If not for you, I wouldn't have even entertained its feasibility, let alone poured 10 years of my own blood and sweat into it. But it's a sunk cost now. The more I doubt it, the more crucial it is for me, be its core member, to steer it with my own 2 hands. Yet I can't shake the thought of how many monsters this lab's created. Their deaths don't even qualify as sacrifices to you, do they?
A homeland ravaged by Seaburn will only wrest away even more Ajir lives. We've had this debate 1,000 times. We don't need another before I leave. Get the risk assessments going. Furthermore, suspend all ongoing Hunter modification trials.
Come again?
With no Hunters present, it would be difficult to deal with any aberrant results.
Aberrant. Upyenus. You've been the director of the Abyssal Hunter project for its entire lifespan, and even you can't be fully confident in it, can you? That's the real reason you chose to be the first subject. Can this campaign put the Seaburn crisis to rest? Yes or no? Even you can't be sure.
Blamed us.
No, up Eunice. I've spent each and every day hoping more than anyone that this will end in victory. Maybe when you sail back safe and sound, the project will have no more reason to exist. Think, we could even pick up where we left off on all our old research. You barely even remember, do you? Well, I ran into our old teacher at the council. He asked about that dream of ours.
The evolution of Ajir cells.
It made for no particularly grand abstract, but glimpsing the whole course we've run from a microscopic cross-section. That's a beautiful pursuit, and no one can tell me otherwise. From our ancestors swaying their limbs in the rivers eons ago, to us here and now as we debate science and ideals, there's a flow to it all, an order of events. It's not too late for us to witness it, is it? You finally came up, Eunice.
You won't even resort to flaunting your wretched sense of humor as a plea?
Wretched sense of humor. Secunda would agree with you. You know, she's really grown to resemble you over the years. I fear we'll have another you on our hands someday, along with the countless other youths born by or against their will, throwing themselves into the fight against the Seaburn and perishing in combat until the shores are soaked in Ajir's blood.
It grieves me how she's changed. The changes in you, though, I can barely begin to comprehend. Stop what you're doing right now, and explain your game to me. Blandus, cultist of the deep.
You're late. I've hardly anything for you to stop now. Just a moment ago, my holocharge received a signal from Nest 37. The final beacon is activated, and the Class IV weapons are warming up. You're not putting this one down, Eunice. And if you hope to learn what the Church is planning, I can't help you. They were tripping over themselves to protect me out of their own wishful thinking. And then one day they just went and changed their minds. If not for their actions, I know I might have been caught long ago. No, though. I've never counted myself among their members. I can't even make heads or tails of their warped doctrine. Still, if you're asking what drove me to do all this, I would love to bend your ear.
Excellent. Then I won't need to resort to violence.
Still taking that as your first impulse. If it weren't for the embarrassing situation you've put yourself in, I'm sure the Institute of Development Planning would love to have a chat with you. Want to know something? It took only moments after the failed campaign for them to declare you all dead. Then, soon enough, the Institute came down to me with an invitation to restart the Hunter Project. You haven't seen the casualty report for that campaign yet, have you? You should have read Abyssal Hunters, Legionnaires. Their sacrifice is a tragedy, yet the ending a farce. Violent resistance was always a dead end. The project was dead in the water from the start. Granted, Ajirs never used crude platitudes or propaganda to encourage such sacrifice. Every one of the project's subjects was given the freedom to make an informed decision. But using the sacrifice of our citizens as a market standard, well, THAT makes the very question of free choice much ado about nothing. Once an Ajir's worth lay in all that they had built up and created during their life. And now, our very lives, even our deaths, are priced at.
I will record your words, even though it's pointless. Blandus, I expected your suspicion and dissent to drive you to search deeper, not reduce you to the cowardly, self-deceiving man you are now. Whether out of passion or mourning, it's still the same brand of rhetoric spouted by every fallen claiming to foresee the fall of Ajir itself. Assigning a character to a nation, anthropomorphizing it to critique its values, even as a method of inflating one's rago. It's shoddy at best. But even as you weep over the senseless sacrifice, Have you never imagined how many lives your destruction of the waterway program will take?
Destruction. No, Upyenus, I'm trying to open up a true path for us. Now, Upyenus, be patient. I have nothing to hide.
Landis brushes past Upyenus and stops before the holo chart. With his back to his old friend, he passes a finger over the sea of glowing dots and points to a flashing spot in the top right corner.
See that? That's where the hunters are right now. They activated the last beacon and are probably caught in a deadly struggle, but they aren't in any danger. Any true danger. That is, the moment they can fight no more, that's when the weapons kick in. The Seaburn will cease fighting. Every last one thromming one of them will fall asleep.
Keep going.
If you remember your auto-adaptive junction tech, you'll have no trouble understanding what I tell you next.
That old surgical accident I had.
Well, you were right. It was absolutely worth the further study. The junction brought about homeostasis in you on the microscopic level. Your body no longer rejected the Seaburn genes, and they miraculously stopped overtaking you. It may have been by chance, but in no time at all, I was able to reproduce your phenomenon on the macro scale. To an extent, I could delete the hostility Seaburn bore towards humankind. And before Glad IA's unit left for Nest 37, during their surgery, I took the opportunity to reproduce that accident of yours.
You wanted to recreate in the hunters an accident, with no proven explanation, no clear effects, and not even a trace of actual, rigorous verification?
No. What happened in your body has long since graduated from freak accident. While you were missing, I spent every waking moment on the research. I trusted you hunters were still alive. Trusted you would come back, and that I could help you be free of that blasted fate of yours.
No wonder your body stinks of miasma.
My physical condition doesn't hold a candle to yours. Naturally. I haven't much longer now. I can practically feel each second of my life slipping away. But it was worth it. I've done all I needed to. Tell me, Upyenus, that the hunters were born to be a solution. Not a tool, not a weapon, not a consumable destined to be tossed aside.
They were?
Good. Then the project was a failure, but the hunters still have a chance to fulfill their calling. Yet not through senseless slaughter and sacrifice. You'll live to show your worth, not to die to give Ajir a few more final gasps. The Abyssal Hunters will be the start of a revised relationship between humanity and the Seaburn. If I can have them mistake humankind as their own, then maybe I can get the many to see Ajir as a neighbor.
And you had your eyes on the waterway program all along.
More precisely, the waterway program came to me first. Claymantia reached out to me at practically the same time as the Institute. She let me in on both the game plan for the waterway program and the research project for the Class IV weapon array. Weapons rooted in biotech, like them, can impact Seaburn behavior at large. The theory grounding them has a natural affinity with the auto-adaptive junctions. By then, I'd already gathered the data I needed to perfect the junction tech, to the point that it was no longer limited to human subjects anymore. So I made a tiny little tweak to the Class I verses. The instant they activate, we can close the book on our fight with the Seaburn. The Abyssal Hunters, the Class I verses, it'll all transcend the boundary of species. It'll become a path. A bridge. You can't make this up. 2 centuries of constant war between Ajir and the Seaburn, and one little trick is likely all it takes to stop it. Maybe the severity of this war was a fiction from the very beginning. No, I mean no offense to our predecessors, but at least we still have the power to choose a different path. Not that I'll get to see it. The rest is out of my hands. At least I was lucky enough, in the end, to see you at the Solfun Theatrum. You're the one who started the Hunter Project. You know your way around self-adaptive junctions. You've been through all this. Only you, Upyenus, only you can keep the work going.
Is that why you were so blithely waiting for my arrival? To entrust your work to me before you die?
It's my turn to invite you. Ajir and the Seaburn have a chance at achieving true symbiosis. Perhaps that's a future you wouldn't mind bearing witness to.
I refuse.
I did expect that, but still, that was a little too blunt. Up Yenis, this is the control room where I'll die. But
Blandus, even if your death is certain, you must know, you have no right to go regretting anything, fighting anything. There was a time, not so long ago, when we ventured to make sense of the meaning of our existence by studying how our own Agarian cells had evolved. But you've ruined everything you had with your own hands, all for one wild flight of fancy. The Seaburn are noxious scourge upon the ocean. There is no point in doubting that. They are beings full of unknowns, yet you believe in symbiosis with them, as if they are your friends. Blandus, that is the same arrogance the Ajir had in assuming victory was inevitable. No, this is that 100 times over. Are you even aware of what you're thinking? Can you describe this hopeful vision you see in your fantasies of symbiosis? Are the Seaburn to be magical seafloor fairies spoken of in children's stories, or will they be our beloved household pets? Will Glai debate philosophy with them? Will Scotty take you time with them? Will Laurent and A be dancing with them? You can't paint even a single proper picture, can you? Your own proven record as the scientist you were, thrown away. When I see you now, Blandus, I can only laugh.
I've never heard you say so much in one breath, Up Yenis. You mean to tell me you despair, yes?
The only one who ever despaired was you. So you have no right to go regretting anything, fighting anything. Not in front of me. Every fallen must be sentenced, and their every corpse should be hung from the dry reefs.
Is it even in you to sentence me? The campaign to slay the firstborn was full of questionable points, and you stand as the greatest suspect. Everything you've done now puts you at odds with Ajir. This nation has rejected you.
And so I have no choice but to take on your noble work. The man I knew would never have given this conman's rhetoric.
I'm simply stating the facts.
Then in this moment, the last I will ever spend as an Ajir, I sentence you.
Blandus says nothing back. Perhaps he's lost the energy, or given up on retorting. This dialogue of monologues has dragged on long enough to the point it's begun to wear on him. From somewhere, a communication intrudes and shatters the brief silence. With it, he hears the shrill grinding of his old friend's anchor beam dragged across the floor. But only one thought makes it in time. He couldn't even give the hunters a welcome home hug.
The Seaburn infiltrate the beacon tower. Mutation erupts throughout the city. Consul Claymanship pulls the entire population together to respond to the cataclysm and escorts the doctor and cults it to the port. However, they run into an unexpected enemy, a fully Seaburn-assimilated Ajir, a researcher of prehistoric civilization who went missing centuries ago.
There are always chimes like little bells resounding from the dome, the result of countless tentacle-shaped biomonitors analyzing the most minute changes in the ocean current. Occasional dull roars echo faintly from the port, as warships coming to and from the harbor gracefully displace vast amounts of seawater, like gigantic fins. The goods, flying through aerial optic cables and squeeze state to every household, emit an near subsonic buzzing. These myriad noises, varied yet not chaotic, have become the ambience of Meliarium, long since faded into the background for its 10,000 or so residents. But now, all those residents stop in their paces. They wonder if their ears are deceiving them. At first, it was like a wisp of wind sweeping across an angular reef, then like a newborn who tentatively poked its head out of the wormhole. And after that a colony, a nest, an entire region of sea. A thick, bizarre sound of blooming of life could be heard clearly. The children of the sea now give back to the ocean. They give civilization a kiss, and civilization is now filled to the brim with life. Look. The usual tower looming over the city center is gone, replaced by an enormous stone column, the type seen only in karst caves in the sea. Layer upon layer of fine, porous, slimy, and smooth seaburn tissue encircle the walls of the beacon tower. Yet light from the equipment within still permeates, casting an either really enchanting glow over its surroundings. Microbial colonies float down from the column, blossoming into oddly shaped life forms. If it weren't for the statues I can just barely make out, I'd have thought these were untouched wilds. Nest conversion. Why would there be seaburn in the city? I know we haven't. It doesn't matter if we did or not, as long as the results are as expected. I just hope it's a lesson those ever-sinking Ajir will never forget. What do we do now? They keep it growing and stop the city from pushing it back.
Was murdering Talia not enough? Do you need to destroy the entire city to sate your appetite for chaos? At first, I was planning to tail you back to your allies and save myself some effort.
But since it's an emergency, I'll have to haul my net in now. You will be the 33rd and 34th Church of the Deep's cultists caught by the Sea Patrol this month.
A sea patrol. You've harmed a lot of our brothers and sisters lately. Clinging to the current order will do you no good. What Ajir needs isn't a struggle for its life in despair. It's
Shut up. I'm not here to debate.
Here I effectasic unda. An unusual concentration of biosignatures has been detected. They've tripled in number in a short time. It seems the Seaburn have fully converted the tower into their nest, and are now steadily producing more of themselves.
We cannot allow them to spread to the other city units. The nearby civilians have already started evacuating by themselves. Take a squad to guide them to the emergency shelters. Remember to clear the roads of all support machines. If the Seaburn contaminate them, they could be used as weapons against us. The rest of you, get information and deploy barriers. Keep the Seaburn within the perimeter of the beacon hour.
Yes, ma'am.
I was sure the Class IV weapons had already been activated. Don't tell me. I'm listening. Lock down all Class IV weapons immediately. I want a thorough inspection of the entire system as soon as possible. All troops who have fallen back, regroup at the port immediately. From now on, all combatants are to remain on standby on the channel.
Look at this real-time nautical chart. Just an hour ago, Seaburn biosignatures were generally stable. But now, every nest on the continental shelf is getting closer and closer to each other. No, it's not that the nests are moving. They are expanding endlessly, like countless drops of ink spreading across a sheet of paper.
This entire stretch of sea is turning into a nest.
The scattered nests are linking together as one, with Miliarium in the middle. Did Ajir really bring weapons to disperse them, Madame Consul, or a mass of catalysts? Are you annihilating them, or feeding them?
If Blandus tampered with the link between the beacons and the weapons, it must have been him who altered their effect as well. And, as a result, as the Waterway Program's chief designer of warfare, I will take full responsibility for this. But we haven't lost the battle quite yet. Look outside. Not a hint of disturbance on the streets. Miliarium has not yet sunk into panic. We struggled against the Seaburn for more than 200 years. We've experienced countless incidents like this. It's far too early to declare Miliarium lost to the enemy. Dr. Kultsit, Doctor, you must leave the city at once. I'll escort you to the port.
I had assumed a consul would need to remain at her post.
As things stand, the port is the heart of the city. High-key military installation we cannot afford to lose. The Seaburn have already invaded my city. You think I'll wait for our uninvited guests to knock on the Pens Iviarium's door?
The air's getting more humid the further we go. I can barely breathe.
Watch your step. Use your device to float over. Don't step on that.
Another Seaburn?
Indeed. Yet another means for the Seaburn to extend their reach. They've already spread from the top of the tower to here, much faster than you'd see on land.
The Seaburn are nesting in the city.
Above our very heads.
You said there was someone directing them. Why? How?
This is the work of that dead man, Blandus. He spent the last 5 years on this. According to his farcical plans, the signals emitted by this hour would, along with the weapons we brought, become a bridge connecting humanity and the Seaburn. He has indeed built a bridge, of sorts, but the Seaburn have not reciprocated his ambitious goodwill. Our connection has only served to alert the beasts to Miliarium's position, and given them an understanding of our defense mechanisms. The legions had taken great pains to divide this stretch of sea into manageable regions, but with the nests now converging on the signal, they are whole once more. The Class IV weapons that should have destroyed the nests and repelled the Seaburn have done the exact opposite. Seaburn tissues grow along their firing paths. What should have withered was instead nourished. Even until death, he never realized his own arrogance.
Say her up, Highness. I don't quite understand what you're saying. But right now...
The Seaburn already consider this tower a new nest. It will steadily spawn and detract more from other nests to gather here.
Can we reverse the change?
It's too late. We have only one option. Eject the city unit the beacon tower stands on.
Eject? But underwater cities aren't built in blocks. How would you?
There is still much you do not understand about Aegir. Unlike the nomadic cities of the land, pieced together from cumbersome plates, Aegir technology focuses on the biological, especially when it comes to city construction. Biting off a poison limb is an instinctual reaction in a sea beast. Nothing difficult. We must keep the remainder of the city, for it still has use. Otherwise, the Seabren in the area will eventually unite into one, and no one would ever be able to stop them then.
They'll come ashore without a hint of resistance. They'll land in Iberia. What do we have to do exactly?
A massive yet precise framework supports each city unit of Miliarium. The operation system controlling the linkage of the tower's unit should be in this control center. Once activated, it will send the entire tower into the depths.
Is this it? I can operate it, but there's no response. It doesn't seem like there's any issue with the system, so it must be the linkage itself.
The Institute of Facility Management has specialists dedicated to the maintenance of the framework. It is less likely to malfunction than a hunter's weapon is to rust. And yet, here we are, precisely at a time like this.
Beating error code. Run fault diagnostics.
Do you need my help, Mr. Ivitus?
Oh no, I was merely observing this abandoned little handy.
Could he know something about this? I might know who to look for.
Contact the Aegir soldiers outside. They'll help you exit this place.
Are you going to stay here, alone?
You still have doubts about me, young one. Good. But someone needs to stay in this control center. Once the tower completes its conversion, Miliarium will be unable to eject it, even if we manage to repair the linkage. AC Beast cannot spit out its heart, when the heart is no longer its own. I must remain to confirm that the framework has resumed operation, then eject the tower myself.
But if you do that, you'll sink along with it, into the hordes of Seaburn.
You needn't worry about that. Or do you mean to say you're more suited for that duty? You don't have much time, young one.
What you have already
Isn't this the frequency of the beacon tower? Saganda, Sea Patrol. Who's inside the tower?
Then what about Blandus?
He's there.
The two of us were in contact, but I never noticed anything unusual. I should submit myself to the Consul for discipline once this is settled.
Miliarium must abandon the tower. I must see it sink into the abyss with my own eyes.
And after that?
I told you not to ask pointless questions, Sakanda. You should not allow the past to render you indecisive.
You're overthinking things. Blandus told me what happened back then. As far as I'm concerned, it doesn't matter which of you rejected my application. Though I'm willing to admit that. I regret not becoming a hunter and fighting alongside you all, deeply. I'll admit that I felt anger and resentment for a long time. I even envied Scotty. But eventually, I became accustomed to patrol work. For your sake. For the sake of the project keeping our home, our civilization, safe.
Staying outside of a specific project will allow you to see more sacrifices, more betrayals, more untrustworthy people, more things deviating from their paths.
Like you, right now?
Have you thought through what you should bear?
If you truly did betray Aegir, if you really are associated with that scum, then you're in that tower now to plan your escape. I'd bear the guilt of allowing a fallen Aegir to flee. If you're still a hunter, then you'll be fighting alone. However, it's already impossible to wipe your slate clean after infiltrating the city, breaking into the tower, not to mention the outcome of the tribunal. Aegir may not remember your sacrifice, just like how Telia will inevitably be forgotten. But I agree. Ejecting the tower is the most effective way to help Miliarium respond to this disaster. I approve of your choice. I'll afford you some limited amount of trust.
Very well.
You have 5 minutes. After that, I'll come rescue that land dweller in the tower. The entire city is following the Emergency Transportation Coordination Plan. We'll enter the axial channel via the Safon Theatrumand leave for the port. I will remain there to direct operations, while the Sea Patrol takes command of this ship and sees you to dry land. The Drawn Matrix will also head to the lighthouse and assist Iberia in mounting a defense.
Should the city not organize an evacuation of its citizens as well?
Miliarium is a military fortress. It is able to accommodate its citizens during battle. All civilians have already been escorted to shelter by the Sea Patrol. No. With communications down, my connection to the ship's operating system has also been cut off. I'm losing control. Little Handy, run diagnostics on the entire ship. The system's breach is more serious than I expected. We might not have enough time to land. I'm sorry. At least the city's artificial gravity is still functional. The devices you have will help you move freely through the air. Now follow me. No need to be scared. All you have to do is walk out the door. Comms are still down. Looks like someone managed to cut off the entire Sophon Theatrum from the outside.
Moan 3TR.
Moan 3T spreads its ebon talons as a wave of heat washes over you. At nearly the same time, the console draws her ceremonial sword and steps to the side to cover you and Kultsit. You take a good look at the enemy before you. An unusually shaped Seabrum bars your way. It seems to lack hostility. Before Moan 3TR's roar startled it, it simply stood there quietly, its featureless face illuminated by the coral-shaped terminal in the middle of the Sophon Theatrum. A granular organelle surrounding its body spread out like arms, stroking the branches of the terminal, infusing with the flowing characters and symbols on it. Was it observing, sensing? Can it even comprehend human perception and reasoning? It turns towards you.
Hey, Seaburn. Is it the one that breached the terminal? This is unprecedented. And not a good sign.
There is no justice here, only the path ahead.
A Seaburn passing in an Aryan city, reciting an ancient proverb in a sanctum designed by sages past. This might be the most ironic scene I've witnessed since I joined this war. Uncouth, even for a provocation.
Its use of language and its manner of speaking are all unlike the usual outcome of the Seaburn's forced learning. I fear the Seaburn was once human, Madame Consul.
Language. Never have I forgotten it. Never has it abandoned me.
What about your thoughts? Do you actually comprehend yourself when you clumsily mimic the sayings of the wise?
Comprehend? No. I did not understand their true meaning, even as I left them for posterity. Now I have a new understanding.
Left for posterity. Mutz? You're a Mutz?
In my most distant memories, I was once known by that name. But now you need only be cognizant of my appearance. You see before you a Seaburn. Call me as such. Seaburn. A Seaburn floats towards you. Through its transparent skull you see strangely colored orbs gather and disperse, steadily changing their formation.
Ajir, allow me to converse with the one behind you. Glub, tell your little friend to stow its fangs. Its flames cannot burn my blood. Lay mud in. Stay vigilant, Dr. Nickname. I'll speak with it. Kultsit. I see now. If you are accustomed to that name, I can call you by that. I have waited for you, Kultsit, for the two of you, for a very long time.
The mysterious Seaburn descends on the city. Kultsit and the others learn of the Church of the Deep's origins, and more of the truth behind the Seaburn. Glad-Eye hastens for the city, but fails to save up Enos. He has already separated the tower-turned-nest from the city, and sunk with it into the abyss.
Long have you walked the land, Kultsit. The changes in the sky would not have escaped your attention.
A Seaburn raises its head slightly, gazing up with its non-existent eyes, perhaps a habit from the time it still had them. Above the dome, beyond the infinite water, something in the distance seems to have caught its attention.
Tell me, how long will it take for the hole to close again? I see. Ajir was right. The Seaburn had a clear reason for leaving the ocean and invading the land. You came because you noticed the change in the barrier. I have seen through the eyes of we many who have ventured on land. There is a ripple in the sky. The immutable veil has been torn open. Your survival instincts have driven you to monitor every change in the environment, and the dangers they signify. Dangers. Yes. You are indeed sharp, Kultsit. Your program runs smoothly. Our communication will be effective. The calamity that hangs above Tara, the eye that gazes upon us, does it see the abnormality of the sky? Or has it already? You understand Terra, Kultsit, and the crisis it faces. You can. You must. Help we many understand. Help we many evolve.
I sincerely hope this is the Seaburn's wishful thinking, rather than some kind of consensus you have, Dr. Kultsit.
Let it finish, Madame Consul. The last chance is fleeting. The oceans of Terra are too small. Knowledge, nourishment, space. We many must grow. We many require help. Growing wings is not difficult, but insufficient. Going beyond the skies requires a revolution in the species' fundamental nature. You have the knowledge, Kultsit. You help we many understand, and we overcome calamity. Whatever their origin, the Seaborn are non-sapient creatures driven by instinct. Ones that the church fanatics have placed their unreasonable expectations on. But you know far more than either of those two groups possibly could. How? We are the same, Kultsit. You and we many have the same duty. Perhaps I should reframe the question. How did the Seaborn evolve into what they are today? What do you have to do with CI? Arbor going out of control. Is the answer important to you? I can speak of my own history, if it helps you understand my intention.
We've waited to centuries for these answers. What really happened in that failed expedition? What turned you into what you are now?
Failed? No. It was a success beyond our wildest dreams. We penetrated the deepest layer of the mantle ruins for the first time. The predecessors carved open the rock and built massive, maze-like complexes reaching into the lower mantle. We'd never gone further than them, even after thousands of years of excavating. The mantle ruins, the genesis of Ajir civilization. We thought we'd find more relics, more secrets, more answers there. But all we had hoped for did not exist. All that was buried in those depths was a spark of hope. Koa. I was separated from my team along the way. I was the only one to make it to the end of the path. There I saw a giant. Some massive thing sleeping in the shadow of the cerulean tree. I did not see his entirety. A small part of his limb was enough to fill my entire vision. That limb was touching the transparent wall of a sealed chamber. Perhaps he was waiting for contact. Or perhaps, before I realized it, I was standing before him unreaching out. The wall of the chamber was cold, but I could feel his warmth. Then, visions surged towards me from every direction, inundating me. Afer and MUT shared its vision with you. What did you see? Fallen cities under an oppressively hanging dome, the land of flame, the stargate extinguished, the star ring broken, the road network shattered. The destruction of prehistoric civilization? Yes. Ajir never discovered the reason for its destruction, but I saw a vision of it before my eyes. Yet it was not the end. Visions continued to flow, visions far beyond my limited comprehension. Eternally dispersing particles on oceans of sand that never ripple. Cold, lightless plains in darkness without end. Burnt out stars and ever-expanding black holes. Nothing there was familiar. I lost my senses, all of them, and even the fur and MUT that shared vision with me could not sense his own existence. It was an entirely alien place, without life, meaning, or information.
The Seaborn's words stop. Through its transparent skull you can see the strangely colored nuclei gather then disperse. It seems to be thinking, and the nuclei represent the process of its thoughts.
But you, Kultsit, understand the meaning of those images. The crisis destroyed everything. It cannot be visualized. There is no word in our language to describe it. It was the end of prehistoric civilization, and the calamity that Terra must face. It is the end of all things. The horrifying images left me as I pulled my hand back, replaced by another image. One that was broken, blurred, chaotic. He and his children shall devour all that is living, and consume the moons and the stars. All that is living undead shall nourish him. And he shall murmur at the end of time, survive, over and over. Survive. Chaotic, murmur. Was the fur in MUT asleep? He was trapped within a dream. The dream stagnated, Evolution stagnated. Duty stagnated. He was trapped in the Cerulean cave. Therefore I must awaken him.
Kaguya,
Magister Vitus.
did you and your comrades go into hiding in order to destroy the city from within? Waiting for when the Sea Patrol's guard was at its weakest?
You should be evacuating, Magister.
The Sea Patrol has noticed, Kaguya. They're investigating you.
You're showing this much concern for me, because that tiny embryo I left in the incubator reminded you of the past, am I right? I'm just curious, do you regret your decision?
Now is not the time for this. The Seaburn have invaded Milioria. Stop what you're doing, or the city will be lost.
Isn't it a little late for that?
Why did you?
Choose to betray Ajir? I told you. The Seaburn have revealed the weakness of Ajir's very foundation. Before people can regain the will to live, the collapse of their values will have crushed them already. Once you were a great scholar, but what are you doing in the city now? You found out about me a long time ago, didn't you? You had many chances to stop things from getting to this point. You could have reported me to the Sea Patrol at any time. But you did nothing. You sat and waited, watching everything happen like a blind fin spinning in a whirlpool. Did you come to Miliarium just to witness the destruction and validate your own despair?
I'm not. I can still stop you.
As long as life remains tied to any value system, it is doomed to eventually collapse. Life itself should be reason enough to live. We must rekindle our most basic survival instincts and force the people to reassess the values they once held in such high regard. Only by doing so can they be saved from despair, from becoming like you.
Like me.
Lajiang. Kaguya got away.
The linkage here was sabotaged. No wonder it didn't work from the control room. I'll leave this to me, ma'am.
The Seaburn are approaching.
My mentor at the Inquisition taught me some arts. Although my talents are nothing to write home about, that woman worked at the Institute of Facility Management. She'd know how to sabotage the city unit framework.
I appreciate your courage, Jordy. I'll call in people to get this area under control. As for Kaguya, she's mine.
WHO, alrighty? Are you going to keep lying there, Mr. Avitus?
His student had vanished. Avitus gazes upon the young man who suddenly appeared before him. The fear in Jordy's eyes is obvious, but he lights his lantern with a trembling hand.
Jordy.
I heard your conversation. You're not an evil man, but I'm disappointed in you. Very disappointed. Did you come here with the city because you believed it wouldn't make it back? What are you hoping for? Death?
You should have returned to land sooner, Jordy. Look around us. The Seaburn will soon overcome the barrier between the city's units. It will all come to an end, just like...
You never answer my questions properly. I may end up leaving a cheer, and leaving behind all my hopes and longings, but it won't be because it's about to be destroyed. I've read The Death of Life, you know, but it didn't answer any of my questions. Let's say all your predictions come true, and that at some point in the future we'll have no choice but to watch our homes come to the end it depicts, just like that man in the book. But does the destruction of a civilization really war than that of a city, a family, or a person here and now? I don't understand. I just don't. I wasn't sure if I should say this, but you said your loved one gave up on the idea of raising a child and died in disappointment. But was she disappointed in the future of Ajir or Shinyu?
The young Ajir musters all his strength. The lantern shakes violently, and the flickering light repels the Seaburn. He gasps for air. Sweat rolls down his cheeks. Ivitus can see his arm tremble, but if anything, it is himself who cuts his rear figure.
Look out. You have smeared your bodies on the outer wall, infiltrating through the trail of weapon fire before reshaping. What a convenient form of life. Siba.
You here. Nest. We've seen. From nest you leave. In compression Aaron. Happiness Ken. You. Here. Wait us. Happiness? No. Confusion? No need pain. Individual death eternal. The many survival. Eternal. Happiness. I. Lead you. New individual. Born. For you. Help you.
Glad I...
Huff up, Eunice.
There is no expression on Glad IA's face. She holds her lance sideways, its point touching the floor. An almost imperceptible posture, enough to mitigate the fatigue that continues to rush up from within her, and to support her as she stands before her long-absent colleague.
Your friend is now a pool of goo, but you still need to answer its question.
Such rowdiness. This is really poor dance etiquette, you know? Dance is an art. It's all about elegance. You can't make it work with strength of numbers.
What? That didn't pierce it. This used to be a cluster of coral changed by the sea burn, but now it's a wall. No one knows how thick it is. The warning from the city, the unusual movements of the sea burn, the results of the abnormal surgery. We must get out of here and find out what's happening at Miliarium.
The entrance is gone.
No, it's us. We're losing our sense of direction.
Capsization. Everything around us is hardening. The algal blanket. The unhatched eggs. Even the waves. This entire nest will become a hardened shell for these creatures to store their nutrients. A shell without a single crack. There is no way the three of us can. Even worse, the stagnating environment is exacerbating our exhaustion.
Captain Glad shook.
Behind you.
Nest, become whole. Soon the sea. You climb. We many accept you. We many protect you. Here, much nutrient. Sleep, only sleep. The lethargy, which had heretofore been suppressed by the fighting, begins to spread through every limb and organ. A thick and hard shell solidifies the waves. All is stagnant. The hunters vaguely sense their consciousness sinking, as though there is no bottom. The hunters hear the song. Coming from right beside them, coming from inside them, is harmla. A hardship we suffer is ever present. The life we thirst for is ever present.
Over there. Scotty.
Oi. A faint roar comes from above. The thundering roar comes from beside. The stagnant seawater flows again. The infinite ocean could be bound by a cocoon. Then from where comes the force that can break even the cocoon? Land moon, the scent of wheat, home far away. A force has become legend. It has shattered mountains, death time, all that is tangible and intangible. He will not be bound.
Humani alike. From where? HRAAGHHJ?
The waves you built them, you harden them. Are you turning this to land? Unadala. Contradiction. Wilderness, mountains, rivers, wheat fields. Land is just land. I seek, I reproach, I crush.
The one who was with Upinus.
A pleasure to see you again, Sir Knight. You, not Ken.
Out of the way.
Do I wait?
I've been looking for you.
Sorry, I...
Received Consul Claymange's message? Dr. Kultz, its group is headed to the port, but then we lost communications again. We must return to the Eye of Iberia immediately, inform Lord Carmen, and help the Inquisition Penal Battalion form defense lines.
No, we have to wait.
What?
Most of the invading Seaburn are still under control near the beacon tower. If that unit can be ejected, then Miliarium is not yet lost. It can even organize a counterattack. But the cultists have sabotaged the linkage to prevent it from being jettisoned.
The Sea Patrol is already cleaning up the Seaburn in the area. We can't let these slip away either. I'll deal with them. As for whatever this linkage is you're talking about, will your engineering skills help?
Yes, I can fix it.
Good. You take the lead on that. I'll protect you on Davidas. We can return to land as soon as we're done. We work together at the Eye of Iberia. Let's pray we do just as well this time. But these Seaburn from the depths are different from the ones I've dealt with on land. I don't know how long I can hold them off.
We've said all that needs to be said, Mr. Alvivius. Come and help, if you still have the strength.
All right.
Hurry, Jordy.
Hurry, Jordi Fontanarosa.
You warned us through the beacon. And the strange knight who appeared at the lighthouse broke through the shell, just as we were about to fall asleep. Is he part of your plan too, Upinus?
The madman who's forgotten himself is an enemy of the sea, of everything abnormal that has become normal, and of himself. No one can control someone like that. We just happened to travel together. Are you the only one to make it back?
They're on their way.
Breaking through the nest shell and returning through tides of Seaburn. Your speed was remarkable, but you're too late. You've seen what's happening to Miliarium. The many have exploited Ajir, and Miliarium will be the stepping stone for their invasion of the land.
And what precisely is happening here? The first thing I heard when I arrived at the port is that the Abyssal Hunter, a penis, had entered the control room of the beacon tower and killed the weapons technology advisor of the waterway program. And indeed, Blandus's body is right behind you. You're quiet. I assumed you'd feel more anguish over him.
I take it you figured him out then, judging by your reaction. I doubt we have time to discuss a fallen traitor. Even if he was once our closest comrade, that young man really did it. The linkage has been repaired.
You're trying to eject the beacon tower from Miliarium. Wise plan. It seems there's still hope for you.
This place will sink to the ocean floor in a few minutes. Do you smell it? The stench of frenzy the seaburn above have noticed the changes to the tower. They're seizing the last opportunity to break the blockade and reach the other parts of Miliarium. Leave, Gladae. Now.
Come back to Ajira, penis. This is your last chance.
I still have things to clear up. If I give up now, all my efforts will have been for naught. The dreams undend of the prehistoric civilization, where the seaburn came from, where they will go, the calamity before our eyes, the destruction beyond the skies. Being aware of them is not enough to turn the tides. I must learn more. If the seaburn have memories, I must know every last detail of them.
I'm not disputing that. We're back in the ocean, back in Ajir. We'll have many chances to approach the truth.
That is your way. And I don't disapprove. But we need more approaches, more angles, in order to maximize our odds of victory. As you said, I'm on another path now. Will you still try to stop me?
Unless my eyes deceived me, the seaburn I just killed had evolved specifically for you. That doesn't just mean they are trying to accept you. It means that you also.
Correct.
Then you know well what being inside a rapidly hatching nest would mean for you, in your present state. Answer me, Ajir. How much of your mind is still your own? Is there even enough left for you to choose death?
It's the only way for me to earn the trust of these scum.
You're an outstanding hunter and a learned scientist. Are you really so arrogant as to believe you can control your transformation through willpower alone? Accidents like the one during the auto-adaptive junction surgery will not happen every time. I can't simply watch you walk down the path of destruction.
You're at your limit. We're both experts in violence. You'll die if we fought here and now.
Is that so?
Her lance draws a cold arc through the air. Upyenus lets loose the chains, and his massive anchor flies a Gladae, forcing her to leap up. Sound of the building sinking drowns out the clash of metal. Seawater and Seaburn rush into the control room. In the last moments, Gladae watches her erstwhile colleagues stand before the darkened holographic sea chart, calmly waiting for the colorful waves to swallow him.
Your description raises many questions. The feasibility of modifying the Furin MUT into a biological ark by leveraging its habit of fostering an independent ecosystem inside its body had already been verified on Talos. The technology used by the project was mature, and their complex was deep in the mantle. Energy coming from the heart of the planet could support the facility's operation for almost an eternity. The project had more than sufficient power supply. Why then did the project deep beneath the ocean stagnate, as you put it, and go out of control, releasing innumerable seaburn? The existence of Furin MUT was introverted by nature. Yet, he was to turn all things to nourishment for his survival. He was given meaning that did not belong to him, and a name that did not belong to him as Harmlaw. The changes they were put to were bolder, wilder, more ambitious, and more despairing. Their nature had long since exceeded the biological arc you speak of. For unknown reasons, however, their subsequent actions did not follow the program, meaning that the project did not proceed along the planned lines, but the new direction was also interrupted. Not entirely. They continued to foster new offspring within themselves. But the lives trapped within the Fur and MUT were weak. They evolved too slowly. The new generation needed to be liberated. They needed to leave the Fur and MUT's body, adapt to new environments, and obtain more nutrition. More nutrition to be fed back to the Fur and MUT, so that his evolution may be accelerated. Under normal circumstances, the organisms nurtured within a Fur and MUT are rarely able to venture beyond its body. yet the aggression the Seaburn have demonstrated outside. The modifications these fur and mutts have undergone were indeed transformative.
So it was you, Arknights, who brought the Seaburn into the ocean and sowed the seeds of calamity.
Seeds of calamity? No. The offspring were weak, and Aegir was strong. The seabed was governed by a self-regulating ecosystem. Offspring that devoured the algae fields would be discovered and destroyed before they could proliferate. But Aegir should not have been an obstacle. Aegir should have provided aid. Fortunately, my influence in human society was still useful.
The Institute of Development Planning had already announced the deaths of the members of the 4th Observation Team of the Mantle Ruins at that time. You came back from the dead just to corrupt your countrymen?
I held no forums, no debates, only a few sincere conversations. I helped some discover the problem, and some discover the answer. It was enough that they were willing to give the Seaburn an opportunity. We many will find a way out eventually.
The ecological disasters, the fallen cities, the citizens lost. How many of those were you responsible for? Was it you who cajoled Blandus and the cultists behind him to infiltrate the waterway program and alter our weapon systems?
This so-called Church of the Deep is not a formal organization, at least not in the sea. It needs no guidance, no leader.
Not an organization. You mean you manipulated the people's thoughts and behaviors, only using their faith and tenets? How did you implant the ethereal concept of God into them, when such absurd ideas were completely absent in Aegir?
Civilization could never truly purge the idea of primal worship. It awaits at the end of science, ready to be awakened at a moment's notice. The Aegir you call cultists do not know the truth. Each of them acts according to their own thoughts and ideals. Each faces their own questions and dilemmas. Selfishness and altruism, flaws and perfection. Nature and civilization, logic and unreason. The differences in strength and the shackles of form. The limitations of ethics and the future of humanity. A manufactured truth and the beautiful cycle. A scam. No. Primal worship originates from the survival instinct. Every thread of thought by every cultist ultimately leads to a single question: how to survive better. Faith? Tenets? No. Only a desire for survival. You struggle for survival too, do you not? The survival of life itself. Just as the survival of civilization inevitably involves the destruction of many more, the survival of life inevitably involves the end of many. Many species have gone extinct due to the activity of the offspring, while they gathered nutrition for the fur and MUT. I once recorded the number, only to forget it. For the moment its harmlaw awakened, it had become a meaningless, insignificant number. The birth cries of the newborn, interwoven with the wailing of the dying. Songs brought silence.
You knew the consequences of awakening the firstborn from the very beginning. A disaster for the entire ocean, for countless species, but you show no remorse whatsoever. You even gave up on recording the number of sacrifices. Was it because you'd gone numb after taking so many lives? But numbness is no excuse for your crimes, Arknights.
The consul steps forward. Her ceremonial sword is elegant, but the light reflecting off it is chilling, cutting off the sightline of the Seaburn gazing towards you.
The Sof on Theatrum. You designed the building that inspired so many of our people, myself included. But you stand here now, calmly explaining how you pushed Aegir into the abyss. I've seen images of you. A gentle, meditative observer who has the habit of constantly pushing his large glasses back up his nose. Look at you now. Even the richest of thoughts can only be expressed by the simplistic movements of your cells. You still have your glasses on your neck. Is it to reminisce about old friends whom you have no right to reminisce, or to mock the dead whom you have no right to mock? If you are Arknights the Aegir, then I hereby pass judgment upon the fallen. If you are merely Seaburn, then we'll skip the formalities.
The organelles surrounding the Seaburn expand and parry Claymantia's attack. The ceremonial sword cuts into the shadow of the coral-shaped terminal.
Nerza, you cut off my control of the terminal.
Emergency transmission. This is the 10th attempt. The Seaburn have taken over the beacon tower. We cannot stop the conversion. But someone has activated the ejection protocol for that unit. Good job, whoever you are. IO signatures keep soaring in number. The nests are becoming one. Incoming Seaburn tide. Scope is the entire continental shelf. Repeat, incoming Seaburn tide. Scope is the entire continental shelf. Emergency transmission. This is the 11th attempt.
This is Consul Clementia. Citizens of Miliarium, heed me. Once the city unit containing the beacon hour has been fully ejected, the rest of the city shall break through the Seaburn encirclement and move towards dry land. Reactivate the linkage mechanism in the city's framework and perform a structural reorganization. Force fields of full power. We'll stop the Seaburn tide from setting a single tentacle onto land. Legions VIII on decks, along with the sea patrols, send all operational warships out in turn to escort the city. May Ajir and our forefathers be with you.
You were looking for an opportunity this whole time. Consul of Ajir, you're tough. We too. Once.
Is it Ajir or the Seaburn who are trying to open up a waterway? The readings are off the charts. The endless Seaburn tide is approaching us at the very moment. This is beyond the lighthouse's computational capacity. Zeus onto that?
I hear you. Look in front of you. Those deep colors between the sea and sky are a tide of Seaburn. The wind grows quiet. There is no point in trying to estimate their numbers and scope now. Experience is better than data. I've seen the ocean like this before.
Do you mean the profound silence?
Leave the rest to the penal battalion and the Inquisitors.
A report. 2 divisions are ready for action. Agari and Rome matrices are helping us fine-tune our defenses.
Ajir.
Sir, the ocean. Something's rising from it. Is that an Agarian city? Having sailed 4,000 of miles, Miliarium rises to the surface of the ocean after casting out its heart. Every inch of it is being reformed, supported by its framework. An invisible force field extends towards the bottom of the sea and the highest reaches of the sky, forming a structure like a great wall. The structure breaks the surface of the ocean, creating a giant wave 100 meters tall. However, on the other side of the city, the real tide has arrived. It is a living wave. Seaburn of various forms have fused with the ocean. The children of the sea are the sea itself. They have even changed the color of the water. The city from the depths and the roiling tides stretch out at the same time, colliding, embracing, and dripping at each other's throats. Nature never tires, yet civilization will not stop its footsteps. All is quiet. No wind dares tell of what it sees here and now.
Miliarium's remaining city units reorganize themselves into a great wall, stopping the tide of Seaburn coursing towards land. The waterway program may have failed, but Ajir's waterways open up once more in an unprecedented manner.
Phew, that woman nearly got me.
Sakashia, I've been looking for you forever. Where'd you run off to earlier?
Lucilla, what are you doing here, child?
The city unit framework needs servicing. It's a standard combat duty. But look at the beacon tower. What happened inside the city?
The Seaburn have broken into Miliarium. That tower has become one of their nests. Leave this to me. You should get out of here quick.
It's too risky. I'll stay here with you.
No need to.
Are you hurt? Did someone attack you? Wait, why are you pulling out the safety valve? Hey, don't push it. It'll cut off the ground-level self-diagnostic system, and the city framework will stop working. No, you know that way better than I do. You've been trying to do this all along, Kashia. Are you? With the Church of the Deep?
Longbeard combed with grass, something made by a friend in charge of raising roadside coral. Don't move, you'll die if its bristles pierce your skin. Quite painfully, if I may add. Now cough, leave this place, child. Once it senses you've gone far enough, it'll fall off by itself. You want to leave, don't you? To be honest, before we became co-workers, I happened to see your assessment at the Institute of Development Planning. You care so much about that data scientist because you've never forgotten that evacuation of Miliarium, have you? You watched as the distant lights of the volcanic power station went out, surrounded in endless darkness,
with only strange rumbles and rustling carried to you by the currents. The ocean as it once was. At that very moment, you were the closest to the ocean out of all of Miliarium. You, standing at the mezzanine of the dome all alone. The IDP assessment was that there was too great a psychological burden, which is why they agreed to transfer you from the dome system to ground level. Your so-called fear of heights was just a little joke of yours. I'm afraid that you yourself don't even realize what lies deep within your heart. The remaining Seaburn will soon discover that this route is still open. You wouldn't want to meet them again. Go, quickly, before it's too late.
Kasia grips the safety valve and continues to push it. She no longer looks at the joke-loving colleague by her side. The valve stops abruptly, releasing an ear-piercing shriek. She can push it no further. A pair of slender hands are pushing back from the other side.
Lucilla.
In any other situation, I'd definitely give you a piece of my mind. Or stuff this whatever grass into my ink bottle and tell you this sort of practical joke is beneath you. But it's so bright. The light from where the tower sunk in, from the dome above us. Every Seaburn on the whole continental shelf is rushing towards Miliarium, right? Just what is behind those strangely colored lights? You're not wrong, Kasia. The Seaburn have eroded away at our lives. I've experienced the truth of that myself, and I'll never forget. I envy Telia. Our experiences were so similar, but she was able to protect what she treasured all along. An amazing woman, really. And look at me, I escaped the dome and get back to the ground. Before you arrived, I was even thinking of escaping from here too. But where would I go? I can't let you break the framework, Kasia. I can't let the Seaburn get into any other Miliarium's unit, even if this grass thing kills me in the process. Because there's no going back for me.
You really are strong, child.
Laurent and A's parents once told me that while the dome may be beautiful, this transparent structure is actually the true eye of the city. I've been asking myself recently, since we're at war right now, shouldn't the I be on the lookout for danger?
She forces herself to look ahead, the strange colors reflecting in her pupils. The roar of the tides and the whispering of the ocean's progeny resound in her ears. The young Ajir presses hard against the safety valve. She does not let go. She dares not let go. Only once a firm hand presses down on her shoulder, forcing her stiff muscles to relax, does she come back to her senses.
You can let go now, Lucilla. Kasia, she... temporarily paralyzed. I only managed to graze her with my shot. Which is why the paralytic took so long to take effect. Sorry for putting you at risk. This is Consul Clementia. Citizens of Miliarium, heed me. Once the city unit containing the beacon hour has been fully ejected, the rest of the city shall break through the Seaburn encirclement and move towards dry land. Reactivate the linkage mechanism in the city's framework and perform a structural reorganization. Force fields at full power will stop the Seaburn tide from setting a single tentacle onto land. Legions VII and X, along with the sea patrols and all operational warships out in turn to escort the city. It might be more appropriate if you were the one to handle the report regarding Kasia, Lucilla.
I see. You should be heading straight to the port now. The mission just declared by the consul is more urgent. Kasia's already subdued. I'll take her to a doctor first. And then, she should be punished. And if the city is going to undergo structural reorganization, the dome system will be the focal point of the force field to hold off the Seaburn. So they could probably use some extra hands up there. Maybe I should submit an urgent application to return to my old post.
You're very brave, Lucilla.
Oh, so you heard all that earlier?
I did. Before you submit that application, though, you ought to see a doctor yourself. Longbeard combed with grass does in fact contain a potent neurotoxin.
Right, I will.
Ramming armor, check. Ship can unmounts, check. Monitors, check. Camouflage coating, check. Propulsion system, check. All system diagnostics complete, ready to launch. I'll be heading to the designated waters at full speed to block the Seaburn tide from the north. All weapon system permissions granted. No need to hold back. Don't let them get near Miliarium. We'll do everything we can. You're just part of the first sortie. We'll be sending the rest of our ships into battle after you. or to escort Miliarium in shifts while it's reorganizing, serving as an extension of its Great Wall and preventing the Seaburn from making landfall. So remember, the moment you get the order to change shifts, you must return to resupply immediately. Understood. Seaburn spotted. The remaining Seaburn in the city are attacking the port. Do not let them approach the warship docks.
Not content with ambushing us in their nest, they made a sneak attack on our city too. How annoying.
Wrapping around a statue. What? Have the Seaburn developed a taste for art since entering the city? That's sad. The Sorrow Drinker is hardly a masterpiece, so I won't feel too bad when I've reduced it to rubble.
Honestly, I think it's got more charm with an arm broken off.
Thanks for the glowing review, Scotty. Are you feeling better now?
Yeah, ever since we left the nest.
Good to hear.
It's the hunters. The Abyssal Hunters have safely returned to the city.
Swordfish.
Captain Glad IA, you've met.
I saw him. We've arrived at the right time. You must have heard Sekunda's report over the emergency frequency. Infiltrating Miliarium, breaking into the Beacon Tower's control room, murdering the weapons technology advisor of the Waterway program, and finally, choosing to return to the ocean with the Seaburn. Upinus has not made it easy to clear him of suspicion. To capture him, or even execute him, is a duty we Abyssal Hunters must perform in the future.
Captain Glad IA.
But for the moment, our mission is to search for the remaining Seaburn scattered around the city units, and put every last one of them to the sword.
What must be said, I have said.
You've avoided answering the question at the heart of all this, Emrats.
The question. At the heart.
From your description, everything that transpired beneath the ruins, the crimes you committed and the consequences incurred, they all seem to stem from some mysterious inevitability. But the Emrats I know was an eccentric yet gifted man. He was doubtful by nature, and not one for making arbitrary decisions. He would not have rashly discarded all reason and played at being the mystic, and he would have been even less inclined to reject his own existence or ignore the worth of others.
The choices I have made, the outcomes I have borne. Why do you care what the past Imrats thought before he made his decision? His past choices have made you who you are now. Without understanding his reasoning, we cannot understand your existence. You would care about such trifles as well, Kaltze. I understand now. Of course you would care. How could you not? The human that once ate the strange flesh experienced such struggle too. Was it a day? Or perhaps several? In the depths of the ruins, time holds no measure. He feared. He doubted. He was compelled to think over every possibility. Where will the next crisis come from? When will it descend upon Taro? He used a lifetime of knowledge to attempt to decipher the undesirable, to comprehend the incomprehensible. If there exists a life form that could survive the cosmos of Quietus, even if only as a singular being, how would it be born? Given infinite time, even the tiniest fin will be able to type out the ultimate truth of all things on a terminal using its tail. The time was our most precious resource. Admittedly, the Fur and MUT before him had foreseen our ruinous prospects, but could he and his progeny continue bearing the torch of life through it all? Supposing they could. Before they instinctually I traded a way of overcoming that destruction in a limited time. How large a population and how efficient a fecundity would they require? Would they have to consume a patch of sea? A whole planet? An entire star system? How many must die to support their lives? Supposing they could not, then where did the true answer lie? On the other side of the ocean? On the other side of the sky? Or perhaps it is somewhere out in the sea of stars, untouchable by Terran hands. Even if you spent your entire life simulating, you would not have been able to obtain a definite conclusion. The information you possessed was simply insufficient to calculate every possibility.
Indeed, Kaltze.
But the past Emrats had no choice but to try. Danger and possibility both hung above his head, while below his feet he found only an unseen tightrope.
You could have informed your country from the start. Ajir would have helped take on your burdens. The oldest records of the Academy of Science could verify the past you saw. The latest inventions of the Academy of Technology could model the future you envisioned.
To cede the choice to others, is that a solution? Or an escape? The choices of the countless many against the choices of the few. Are they more accurate or more ambiguous? More earnest? Or more capricious? Suppose the means for life to continue is not civilization, and the species that transcends ruin is not humanity. If so, how would Ajir react?
Enough, Emrats.
No, Ajir, I do not mean to defend my choices. What I wanted to say was that, at the time, there was an immature life form that interrupted my flights of fancy. Its tentacles were minute, and its body yet uncoordinated. Beneath its translucent membranes, simple organs could be clearly seen. Born from his harm law, it had unknowingly crawled past the cabin wall, and was licking my ankle happily. Was it unaware of how swiftly its death would come? Did it not know that it was destined to become one of those insignificant dots among the millions of biosignatures on the monitor, being the progeny of a foreign MUT? Could it have not seen the frightful vision its parents saw? Was it unaware that the destiny of its entire race was only to foretell and greet ruination? It just wriggled calmly towards its foreordained destruction, acting out of instinct only. As for us, there are countless possibilities to consider before making a decision, countless trade-offs to worry over. We find ourselves unable to ignore the costs of our decisions, or the results, or the value and meaning of those results. Humanity, glub humanity, is ever a prisoner of itself, ever one step behind fate. This is the essential difference between humanity and the Seaburn. This is why they are suited to bear the duty of continued existence. If there is any life that can survive that future of Quietus, no matter what form it takes, it is worth fighting for, no matter the cost. There is no justice here, only the path ahead. You should understand now why you must help we many evolve.
You are not the first one, the doctorand. I have seen who can barely qualify as human. But they all made their hard choices. No one had ever made a choice as horrifying as yours. Before you ate that flesh to become a Seaburn, you had already renounced thinking as a human does. From my perspective, that which you abandoned in your final moments, your doubts, misgivings, concerns, and struggles, were the most precious of treasure. The Seaburn are swallowing Terra's life whole. You have not denied this, nor can you stop it. How are we to see them as our hope?
What is your choice then, Kultsit? To incubate Originium, the collapsed Stargate, the extinguished Arcoful Eye. Of the countless failed plans, is Originium the only one still in operation? Stones amidst the land and sky, ever silent. They are an incurable disease, harming life atop dry land. And yet, they are a plan left by the prehistoric civilization, one expected to save all existence at the very end. In ways incomprehensible to the average person, Glub, the stairwell to survival, can only be forged in the fires of destruction.
No. Such destruction must not happen. Much like Ci Arule Arbor, Originium at some point turned to the annihilation you speak of. It changed in ways none can understand, and none can reverse. And since it has changed, it must now be stopped. Whatever the case, using life to feed life or ruin to beget ruin would only serve to remove all meaning from survival.
Kultsit. Or rather, I might end from the records. You surprise me. You and I should have arrived at the same conclusion via different paths. No, you should have been even more rational, more decisive. I merely noticed a spark of the prehistoric civilization and took on its mantle. You, however, were born for this task. You held aloft its torchions before I did. You have kept watch over their distant aspirations and legacies. You have carried out your assigned mission. You witnessed changes. You bore loss. No human could have toiled for as long as you have. But now, has endless life rendered you feeble, Kultsit? Has it turned you human? Was it because of this one? Dr. Nickname, or rather, many facilities, many doors, your fingerprints, face, voice. Within the Cerulean cave, among the ruins, traces of you lie everywhere. You have visited the depths of the abyss before. I recognized you. I have been speaking with Kultsit until now only because it is more efficient. You must know the truth. Your visitation is sure to have meaning. Perhaps you are able to explain why the project is at a standstill. But your title is different now. Something has happened to you. Otherwise, Kultsit would have held no doubts about what had happened to the plan. For several reasons, the doctor is unable to remember many of the things back then. Memory loss. Glub. And surprising. Losing one's memory is perhaps the most insignificant sacrifice you could make. Even the most resilient of life cannot withstand the ravages of tens of thousands of years. The fact that you still exist upon Terra is in itself a miracle. What I saw, what he saw, what they saw, those frightful visions are an absolute truth to you. You have lost your proud civilization and homeland. Heaven and earth have lost all color. Time and space have become vast prisons. You have been exiled by despair. You have stopped to rest upon Terra. You have not escaped your fated ruin. All men will perish, all things rendered meaningless. Despite this, you have not stopped fighting for hope. This planet has been forever marked by your resistance. Even if those marks are mostly wreckages, I revere you and your cause. You, the people of a dim age, Dr. Nickname, whether you accept it, deny it, or are undecided, it matters not to me. I am not hoping to win your understanding. I seek not your approval. You and your comrades had planted hope in the depths of the sea. A possibility, a spark. Perhaps you have forgotten it. Perhaps you have renounced it. Perhaps you now stand against it, come what may. No, it is I who tends to this light, and I shall not see it extinguished. The rejection of our flame's kindler will not waver the many's resolution. Let's stop trying to prove ourselves. We shall return to the reality itself. We many sense the oncoming crisis. Perhaps the eye beyond the clouds has caught a glimpse of Terra's exponentially, a sword hanging above all our heads. Terra is but a cage, trapping countless souls unaware of the truth. Now there is a crack in the bars. A crisis, also an opportunity. Sight, smell, touch. The rushing of the ocean waves. Within the cage that is Terra, the children of the sea are the most resilient race. Never have they stopped evolving. You cannot deny that we many have become the most magnificent of miracles. They will become the sparks in the wake of the Big Bang, the seeds from which the cosmos will blossom once more. They are the closest to success. Tell me, Kultsit, Dr. Nickname, and the Achir. Do you now choose humanity, Originium, or the Seaburn? It is true that a crisis fast approaches. There are still many questions I am unable to answer. Many truths I am unable to grasp. But this does not imply that life can be reduced to a hollow concept. That would simply erase its original meaning. You consider this a weakness. I consider it my drive, bestowed upon me by this endless life of mine. The Seaburnharical amity that must be stopped. On this, the Doctor and I will not change our positions, and neither will Rhodes Island. Without civilization, how can you speak of survival? Without survival, how can you speak of civilization?
This ridiculous debate has gone far enough. We have excised the diseased organ from Miliarium. Your kin in the city are being eliminated as we speak. You'll have plenty of time to reflect on what you've done and share the rest of your secrets with us in prison.
You Ajir, and that Eben monster. It is futile to contain me. You alone, your city alone, are not enough to slay me. To slay is harmless. The city has completed its reorganization. I can imagine how it will look as it bars our current, but we many will surpass it. There is no right or wrong here. So let your brief resistance provide our soundest proof. Next, I will rouse the slumbering firstborn. I will lead our kin to the moons. You will become a part of this magnificent cycle, Cultsit. As will you, Dr. McName.
Maestro?
Susantidad, I am here to make my report.
No need. Ajir has already informed us of what transpired beneath the waves. What of Cultsit and the Doctor of Rhodes Island?
They're still in the city.
We're connected, sir.
This is.
A real-time image of the sea's surface. All thanks to Ajir's drone matrix projecting directly onto the great lighthouse's display. The Seaburn Tide and the Agarian city, both approaching the land. They're less than 10 nautical miles away.
That's turning spray, those intertwined currents. Are they all Seaburn? Even the color of the seawater has changed.
That's only the portion exposed to the surface. The tip of the iceberg. The Seaburn took advantage of Ajir's landfall. This entire sector of sea has become their nest.
Ajir's defensive perimeter. How long can that transformed city of theirs hold?
I do not know.
Have we come to the conclusion that Ajir's waterway program has failed?
All the Ajir in Miliaria are still fighting as hard as they can.
For the past 2 months, the Penal Battalion has requisitioned all operational vessels along Iberia's coast. They've been on standby in Grand Faro, and are now ready to set sail. I will personally lead them to reinforce Ajir's defensive perimeter. Together, we will stem the Seaburn Tide. I'm afraid you won't have much time to rest, Irene.
It seems not. I saw the Inquisitors in formation at the base of the lighthouse earlier.
In the end, Iberia has found herself walking a tightrope with no margin for error. Survival or utter destruction. There are no other paths before us. Should Ajir's Great Wall fall, it will be up to us to educate the Seaburn on the significance of land, and the price they must pay for desecrating it.
You say here, Jordy. This lighthouse will be our final bastion. The Penal Battalion's operations will depend on its signals. Do what you can to keep it going.
No, not that. Look out the window. Light. Is that a lighthouse?
But aren't we at the only operational eye of Iberia? What's going on? Why are we suddenly receiving so many identical signals?
The lighthouse is along the submerged coast, which have sat in silence for more than half a century. They have all lit up at once.
Diosimo.
The silent technology of the islanders. What are you responding to?
Apienis hears the rumbling of the city reorganizing above his head as he watches the lightless beacon tower slowly sinks into the depths. The building that once supported the grand aspirations of his people is now a Seaburn brood nest. The old and feeble will use their bodies as nutrients for the next generation. Their journeys will continue with their newborn kin. This is how the Seaburn have always been. They spare nothing in their devotion to their kin and do their utmost to nurture them. The thought brings a brief moment of sickness to Apienis. The weight of the great anchor in his hand stretches to his shoulder. The moment he realizes that he will never be recognized or remembered, he feels more clear-headed than ever. He is yet unable to cut the disgusting connection between himself and the Seaburn. but he still had the strength to cut off the tide surging towards the city. Glad-IA was right. Battling in a rapidly proliferating nest might only hasten his assimilation. All that awaits in his death, or worse. Arknights puts all his might into swinging his anchor. As if able to read his thoughts, the tiny hatchlings gracefully avoid his swing before calmly flickering past the grip of his anchor. He adjusts his breathing, recalculates, and swings once more. An immature life form, freshly hatched, flits across Arknights' vision. It flips over gracefully, revealing minute yet precise mechanical structures in its belly for just a moment. And there are two, then three. The school of newborns linked together into a fine path of light, illuminating the chaotic waves. Adult sea burn of all shapes crowd around them tightly, directing the currents and protecting them as they swim into the distance.
What are you escorting, Seaburn? What is it you're protecting?
Nutrients, life, and you, Arknights. We many together as one. As a former consul of the Academy of Technology, one at the top of his field, Arknights is certain he is not mistaken. The steady flow of wondrous things streaming out of the beacon tower. Our nanomations once constant there. A history cut off. A dream that died young. As an abyssal hunter, he trusts his sense of smell as much as he does his scientific intuition. Their scent is no different from the seabird. Those beacons, dead in the cradle nearly 200 years ago, now thrum with new life. Incubated by the seaburn, they now swim together towards the tidal confluence on the surface.
Have you not yet given up on these gains? The jeer, despite your own noose around your neck? Or is this also a part of your plan?
At first there was only a mode of fluorescence, then a flowing line, and after that an elegant lattice, spreading out across the surface of the sea. Billions of nanomations sway alongside the children of the sea, bobbing up and down on the ocean waves. Their shimmer is minute yet clear, indistinct yet unwavering. The passage of light reflects about among the seaburn nest bodies. The currents connect every nest scattered across the seas. Seaburn gather together from every corner of the ocean for their excursion onto land, gracefully extending the paths of light. They intertwine with one another. The golden net they weave is like a galaxy strewn across the sea's surface, from Millennium down into the deepest depths of the ocean. The waterway, the network of the ocean, one connecting land and sea, one transcending chaotic space and placid time, bound together with we many.
Millennium reconnects with the Ajir's home territories. Glad-IA's mother uses a remote connection to discuss an alliance between land and sea with Consul Clementia and Kultzit, but the outcome is by no means satisfactory. The mysterious Seaburn meets Scotty before its departure. A meeting between the two is harmless.
There you are, Consul Clementia. We noticed an extremely unusual biosignature in the Sophon Theatrum. I'm glad you're unharmed.
What's the status of the front line?
Legions VII on decks, alongside the Sea Patrol, have been sending out escort ships alternatively, as per your orders. The city's reorganization and the force fields are both complete. Millennium is holding against the Seaburn tide.
In for every relevant researcher in the city. I need a minute-by-minute breakdown of the situation of this region of sea. We're still being far to pass it even with our contingency plan put into motion.
Madame Consul, you may want to see what the drone matrix just sent back.
These passages of light between the Seaburn waterways.
Consul Clementia, we've re-established communication with the home territories. We just got a dispatch from the Institute of Scientific Development Planning.
Any news from the hunters?
3 of them have returned to Millennium. They're cleaning up the remaining Seaburn in the eastern city units.
Contact Glad-IA. Tell her to come meet us immediately.
Yes, Madame Consul.
Let's go, Kultzit Doctor. You need to deepen your contact with Ajir.
Doctor?
You exchange a quick glance with Kultzit.
Madam Consul, the doctor still has some affairs to settle.
Very well. The final battle for the waterway program has concluded with the Seaburn invasion of Millennium. I require an explanation, Consul Clementia.
Glad-IA. Were any of you harmed?
I see you're here too, Kultzit. We had a few unexpected encounters, but nothing we couldn't handle. I believe that, as an envoy of Iberia, Dr. Kultzit also requires an explanation. I could use one myself if we're being honest. There is someone who wishes to see you all.
A little handy moves to the center of the pen's Ibearium, its projection module emitting cold motes of light, slowly coalescing into the figure of an Ajir woman. She sports a smile under her golden hair. Her eyes are focused on everyone in the room, as though she has been waiting for, or perhaps observing them for a long time.
Consul Hirasha.
Why ever do you look so fatigued? my little glad-eye. Though the transmission efficiency of the waterway is much higher than I anticipated, I fear our simulacra are still unable to transmit my feelings. Otherwise, I'd stroke your hair and give you a nice, big hug.
No need. You know the risks of doing so. The changes on the sea's surface as well as the sudden appearance of the waterways. Was this your doing?
Whether Aegir or Seaburn, we all find ourselves competing over time. The Seaburn must keep sending nutrients to every region of sea they conquer. They wish to quickly transform the entire continental shelf into one great nest. Every issue has two sides. This disaster has also blessed us with bioenergy beyond measure. More than 2 centuries ago, the beacon launcher would have required a dozen cities, bioenergy systems to continually fabricate the nanomations comprising the waterways. Now those nanomations are being fostered by the Seaburn, who regard them as harmless kin. Using the date of flow between the nanomations as a medium, fleets and cities in squeezed state could traverse the oceans in an instant. Though these machines cannot take Aegir to the stars as our forebears imagined, they are more than enough to carve a path of life for civilization in its time of need.
Is this another of your so-called games?
It is how we will break through this siege. The term waterway, the path ahead for Aegir, has never referred only to pure waters. You have always had your doubts about the program, and that is fine. But if that doubt serves only to put you in disarray, then it is useless. As Aegir is determined to open a waterway between sea and land, there is no question that it shall do so. I do not doubt your success, but perhaps there is still room for debate as to your methods. Dr. I presume. Consul Harasha of the Institute of Scientific Development Planning. It's a pleasure. It pleases me that there are still those on trial and who have inherited the will of the prehistoric civilization. That Aegir is not alone in our duty. I am also glad to see you have begun our discussion with a firm diplomatic stance. And can I take it that you speak for all terrestrial civilizations, and that we can dispense with establishing diplomacy with them one by one? I, too, am glad to see Aegir abandon its contentment in isolation and seek out cooperation with the land. But I regret to inform you, Madame Consul, that I do not represent it in its entirety. I merely understand it more than most. That said, I believe what Aegir needs now is exactly a thorough understanding of the terrestrial civilizations. You and I both know that this waterway will not be used only for resisting the Seaburn. Aegir has its eyes on every unnatural existence in these lands. It is the only means for us to ascertain the intrinsic nature of terror, and to eliminate the disasters hanging above our heads at the source. And I am sure you are aware of how such actions will be perceived by the terrestrial nations. Compared to the Seaburn, you would be seen as the more direct threat. We bear them no ill will. We need not stoop so low. The cruelest thing we could do is ignore the need of help of other tottering civilizations we meet on the road to settling this crisis. Of course, we will first help them to learn how to walk. Bottlenecks of development, dilemmas of war, barriers of race, clashes of cultures, trends of ideology, changes in the structure of society. Over the millennia, Aegir has grown freely beneath the waves. It has faced every issue a country might face. We wish to share our experiences without reservation. And how would you do so? Using Miliarium as our main port, we would send talent and technology ashore to aid the Iberians in revitalizing their home. Foreign must perceive the oncoming crisis far more keenly than humanity. That young one will not shelter KJ Iraq forever. We can aid that nation long trapped in snow in breaking through its developmental barriers in a few short years, so that it may stand equal with its neighbors. We can aid the Sami and purging the demonic corruption, permeating every inch of snow, and restart the abandoned stargate in the north. Ursus, Cosdell, if the flames of war rage, we will calm them. If there are disputes, we will resolve them. Balvir, Higashi, national unity is but a few fruitful negotiations away. Ajir will aid them in every predicament. Ajir will guide them towards the only goal they need. Under the leadership of Ajir, the land and sea will share a common future. Madam Consul, I do not doubt Ajir's sincerity. But I fear your proposals will not have the effect you expect. I am sure you have the means to bring Iraq up to par with the core nations in a few years. But will dialogues between equals necessarily center around peace and development? Were Ursus's internal problems to be resolved, who is to say they would not bare their fangs once more, and attack their neighbors to satisfy their regained appetite? Balvir's many regimes might reach a consensus under Ajir's pressure. But how will you eradicate the profound, deliberately provoked hostility? Dr. Koltsid, are you saying that Ajir's efforts to aid the terrestrial civilizations will only result in the opposite? I am saying that we can establish a more equal and profound cooperative relationship between us. With only your probes, you are unable to understand a civilization's needs. With only your experiences, you are unable to force a nation to skip over its path to development. Before you act, you must learn more. Otherwise, the winds you stir on land may become some great storm you cannot turn a blind eye to. We would be more than happy to hear your suggestions then, on the condition that you do not allow us to be held back by excessive caution and meaningless apprehension. Seeing the gulf between us, between land and sea, I understand that we will need many more discussions before we can make progress. Once the waterway opens, I look forward to meeting you in the flesh, whether on land or in Ajir's home territories. I as well, Madam Consul. What about you, Gladae? Do you agree with Dr. Koltsid on this matter?
The IDP need not question Rhodes Island's sincere wish for cooperation nor Dr. Koltsid's ability. I can vouch for both of those. And there are indeed essential differences between Ajir and the nations of the land. The land dwellers are short-sighted and clumsy, which makes them frail. Forcibly removing the differences between them would be no different from destroying them. It is truly necessary to show good faith.
I've never seen Gladae place so much trust in someone, Dr. Koltsid. Iffy to be sure. Perhaps she can be a bridge between our peoples and aid us in coming to a consensus. You will see that Ajir's plans are no mere idle prattle. Now, do allow me a moment alone with Consul Clementia.
Secunda, a fleet approaches from the land.
Iberia, hail them via the drone matrix. This is Pierre Ayefik Unda, of the Miliarium Sea Patrol.
It's me.
Irie? We're currently in a head-on battle against the Seabird. Don't come any closer. Your ships are too crude. I'm sorry, but they may get sucked into the eddies around Miliarium.
You're saying that Iberia should just wait quietly on land? That I should just watch Miliarium get invaded by Seaburn, and let the waterway transform into some kind of god knows what that even you Ajir never foresaw? We've already talked about this, Secunda. I'll be there in 5 minutes.
Hotel attacks.
If we are going to pick up the Iberians, we'll just have to open the access channels to the rear. Why stop attacking?
Look at the screen. The Academy of Technology just sent an urgent communique.
Yes. What do we do? Are those light-emitting nanomations components for the waterway? But the Seaburn are still attacking the city. If they fused with the nanomations' unbear identical biosignatures, our weapons won't be able to locate and attack the Seaburn only. Don't tell me the legions want us to halt our covering fire and rely only on Miliarium's force fields to hold them back.
May as well slit our wrists and be done with it.
Scribbling on your device again? You know, sometimes I really admire your ability to keep a cool head.
Use the images from the drone matrix to render a 3D model.
Rendering in progress.
Perhaps the answer lies within the riddle itself. The biosignatures of the nanomations and the Seaburn are identical, but we still know clearly that the nanomations have formed a waterway. Huh?
I can see them. Each machine emits a particular light that's clearly visible.
Contact the Academy of Technology and tell them we have a proposal for modifying our weapons targeting systems.
But recalibrated to legions worth of auxiliary optical systems would take a lot of time.
What about using a lighthouse on land?
Irene,
It seems we arrived in the nick of time. 8 dozen or so lighthouses on the lost coastline have resumed operation. There, responding to your waterway. Combined, they should be enough to illuminate this entire patch of sea. Maybe they could serve as your auxiliary optical systems? I'm hardly an engineer, but these lighthouses were built with Islander Aragarian technology. They should be compatible with your existing systems.
that should cut the time needed in half. I'll let Consul Claymantia know. Thank you, Irene.
The Inquisition would be overjoyed to see these newly unclouded eyes become part of the combined defenses of land and sea. We're partners now, Secunda. Though maybe we should be thanking Biari Ogan instead.
Biari Ogan.
He truly dedicated himself to these lighthouses. An able architect drifting into a foreign land, striving for the day when land and sea could work together. He foresaw calamity, but left no answers behind. It's a pity that Ajir saw him as an outsider, while Iberian ever truly accepted him. He died alone and miserable. But now, his plans will finally have the chance to become reality.
We acted far slower than he did.
Indeed.
But it's not too late. Or rather, now is precisely the time. Let's get started, Irene. I'm still more used to you with your veil on Horasha. Did you show off the scar below your ear to let Glad Eye know that, as her mother, you will tolerate her setbacks, just as you accept the blemish she left on your face?
With her left hand on the astrolabe, Horasha's right hand softly strokes her cheek below her right ear, where a thin scar stretches upwards, nearly touching her eye. There is a smile on her face.
But this is no blemish. It's beautiful. Trivial for a doctor to erase. But I refuse. My little Glad-Eye was barely 5 at the time. She was taking her first career development assessment, and through this made her wishes rather clear. You don't know how glad I am to see her grown.
She's certainly more suited for the life of a legionnaire than in the Institute of Societal Programs or Institute of Scientific Development Planning like you expected.
No matter. Whatever field she joins, she is sure to excel. She was born for a cheer.
I remember when she was 2, the Institute of Incubation said your disposition and the nature of your work made you well suited to raise her, and suggested you place her in their care.
They said the same when I first decided to raise her myself. Saying that again 2 years later would not change my mind. But what truly pleased me was seeing young Glad I.A. rejected as well.
I wouldn't say you have the best bond as mother and daughter, but you do have an odd kind of rapport.
All right, that's enough, my little man Ray. I suspect we have more pressing matters to discuss than reminiscing about my daughter.
Can you please not call me that?
Very well, Consul Claymantia. While we spoke, every city in the home territories has been conducting an unprecedented investigation into the Church of the Deep. As the core of RD, Blandus was able to tamper with the Class IV weapons, but his actions should absolutely have been detected at some point before they were put to use.
Meaning there are many behind him fanning the flames.
All members of both academies who had anything to do with the weapons design, manufacture, and maintenance are receiving the most thorough investigations possible. In response, the Church has brought their full influence to bear. By grasping at a single leaf, we may be able to pull out an entire rotten branch. And with them roots, no doubt we will be able to identify the Church's deepest roots.
Ajir itself is undergoing a grand surgery.
Surgery to cut out a festering tumor, isn't it? The waterway is open, and the fallen who corrupt our nation have been revealed. Both are of great value, as I see it.
Are you trying to console me over the superficial waterway program's failure? To tell me that the sacrifices Milia Riem made were not without meaning?
Why do you insist on double negatives? They make you seem weak. There is no such thing as a superficial program in Ajir, Consul Claymantia. If the IDP has approved a program, it means its planning and members are entrusted with the hopes of Ajir. We believed you are capable of using the Class IV weapons to purify our waters and open the waterway. This has always been an official part of the program.
Yet it failed.
The theoretical success rate of oceanic purification was never high. However, the waterway program was a guaranteed success. Did I not promise you that? Before you set off, trust in me. Trust in Ajir.
I don't doubt that even if this city were to sink, consigning all 10,000 or so Ajir souls in it to the depths, the waterway would still open without hitch. However, of all the possibilities you've accounted for, how many call for sacrifice? How I wish this meeting of ours never had to happen, Horasha.
Is that why you've worked yourself to the bone? My little manta ray. I've read the reports on Miliorium. As consul for the entire city, you need not throw yourself into each and every little affair. The stimulants you abuse will not hide the exhaustion on your face.
You really have thought of everything, as you always do, Horasha. All these losses and sacrifices, the falls and the betrayals, even Emrut's secret. Are you not the least bit shaken?
Speaking of Emrut, you've reminded me of something.
Of what?
Emrut regards himself as the gardener of sin. At times like these, he is wont to hide himself behind history. I can infer why he'd seek cooperation from Dr. Kaltset, but from the way you describe it, those discussions quickly devolved into a vapid declaration of war. I find it difficult to imagine he would be satisfied with such a failure of negotiations. That is, unless he gains some other information.
We will continue to track his whereabouts.
Are you hiding something, my little manta ray?
Kaimansha does not answer. She instead raises her head to look at Horasha, face to face. With the Simula Kamai erasing the distance between them, she knows that Horasha will be able to see every detail of her expression. But the curve of Horasha's lips do not change. Her eyes are as gentle as ever too. Kaimansha hopes that her own expression is as firm as hers.
I am still the chief designer of warfare on the waterway program before you arrive, Horasha.
Naturally.
Your calculations may have arrived at the correct outcome, but I had to handle the situation in my own way. The Academy of Science and Academy of Technology each have their own duties.
Yes, of course. I only hope that this obsession with self-reflection will not cause any complications. Your keen judgment must stay unclouded.
I won't let that happen.
Here, come a little closer. We still have some time. Kaltset, Rhodes Island, Iberia, the Inquisition. You'll be busier than ever soon, so best not keep frowning like that.
Trying to run? Smart. Your kind are behind this wall. A lot of them. It's the end of the road for you, though. What a pity.
Is Hermla? Is Hermla?
A sudden voice, tinged with surprise. Scotty turns, looking towards its source. A conical creature exuding light leaves the shadows of the buildings, shielding the two-cornered Seaburn with its body.
Leave here. Through the eddy ahead, return to the sea.
You're so honestly gentle with them. Disgusting. I'm guessing you're the leader.
Our meeting was preordained. Is Hermla?
Huh? You know me?
Scotty grips her sword tightly.
Is Hermla?
From Salviento to Gran Faro, from the street Altifera to here. Yous come have been watching me this whole time. What do you see your god in me too? Are you here for family or revenge?
Is Hermla? Scotty, you are not nutrients to complete the cycle. You are its end. Our kin will not prey on you. On the contrary, they respect you, protect you. They await your transformation. They await your evolution.
Scotty looks at the being's eye. For whatever reason, this monster she has never seen before seems familiar. Very familiar. The bizarre organs surrounding the Seaburn disperse and surround her in turn. Eyes shimmering, umbilical cord connects her body with the Seaburns. Scotty suddenly remembers when she faced the first Seaburn to talk, in that cave below the church. She also experienced a moment of distraction back then. She had just been through a fierce battle, her blood boiling with frenzy. But now, she feels herself uncontrollably responding to the sea bird's touch. She curses herself for this moment of distraction.
Why?
A natural phenomenon. One I am also helpless to resist. This is the answer, Sky. I ate of his flesh. And he lives within you. You are he. I am he. Our hearts connected. Our blood interlinked. You need not waver. You need not doubt. The kin will not demand you walk with us. As Harmlaw chose you to continue his life. Perhaps this is the only way he will witness what he must witness. Travel the road he must travel. What did he see in you? Perhaps, could it be, Scotty, that in that cold, dark future, in the cosmos where all things are doomed to fade away, you are the one hope, the spark, the possibility. Are you the one who bears the final wishes of untold lives?
Doctor?
Scotty swings her sword, her grip never once relaxed. It slices through the umbilical cord. She stares coldly at the creature before her.
Dr. Nickname Scotty. You know each other?
Is that so strange?
This is the first time something stirs the peace within the Seaburn's chest. The oddly colored nuclei, along with the bizarre organs floating by their side, begin to wave as rhythmically as the tides. It does not approach, but both you and Scotty can sense a burst of emotion joy.
No matter if you personally took part, Dr. Nickname. No matter if what took place in the Cerulean cave had aught to do with you. After countless years, you now stand alongside is Harmlaw. The connection between you and the kin cannot be erased. It is you who wrote this instinct into our memories. We depend on one another. The wheel of fate still turns. The surviving successors will one day meet and achieve the most improbable of possibilities.
The hardship we suffer is ever present. The life we thirst for is ever present. I await you at the end point of evolution, Dr. Nickname Scotty. I await you both.
I couldn't understand that thing at all. What was it talking about? Didn't sound like that to me. You woke me up just now, Doctor. When I was face to face with that sea burn, I remembered something I felt back in Salviento. I hated it. What good could come from a sea burn rambling to a human? I couldn't explain even if I wanted to. You don't seem surprised, though. No wonder Kotz had asked you to come underwater. Of course not. I have no interest in chatting with a sea burn. That thing sounded like it had been looking for you. So we were both being watched. Don't worry, Doctor. I'm Scotty. Abyssal Hunter Scotty. Rhodes Island Operator Scotty. Always have been. Doesn't matter if that thing comes looking for me or you. I'll cut its vocal cords before it can speak. The tide's coming in outside these walls. Sounds like it won't stop for a long while.
Ajir broadcasts their declaration across the entire continent of Terra. Upyenus intercepts the Seaburn, the formal researcher of the prehistoric civilization. To discover the truth, and to save Ajir, they perhaps will truly walk together.
Do you really mean to return?
I finally found out that man's whereabouts. No matter who he is or what VULPO hole he's decided to hide himself in, he hurt our daughter. He needs to pay.
Then let me come with you. I don't care if it's family standing in our way. Cruel catastrophes, endless tides, or fire raining from the skies. We'll face them together.
Would the shrine be all right without you? Relax. It's just killing a few people. It long past time for those bastards to head to hell.
And it seems we must part once more. Heavens drink their fill, sky be so tea by Sakura, drunken clouds stumble.
Was that a haiku? It's got a good rhythm, perfectly suited for reciting while swinging a sword.
The hell, man, why are you crying? An assassin gets revenge for her daughter by crossing too big family, so she's forced to flee to a distant country. And many years later, she has to leave behind her gentle husband Andre into the storm, all for her daughter's sake again. I hope I don't gotta remind you that this film's supposed to be our famiglia's business card in the new city. And we're supposed to be reviewing it together. We gotta control how this city looks at our boss and our business. I thought you said it was great last time. Great, then why'd that killer lady show up out of nowhere? Cruel catastrophes. Endless tides. Fire raining from the skies? Who wrote this crap? Sure, the Colombians poked a hole in the sky, But I ain't never heard of no fire raining down. When's this supposed to take place anyway? When are you gonna learn to have a bit of perspective? A cold-blood killer putting down her blade for a peaceful tomorrow in Jova Vols and I, all thanks to our Famiglia's influence. You can't get more with the times than that. If you put it that way, the film's even more crap. But you're right, as long as it's to the Signora's liking. Hey, which bastard touched the switch? We under attack. Get out, look at the screen.
Mr. Tinman, we have a press conference starting soon, so please keep it quick.
While you all were busy flinging all those things into the sky, I made a few rounds in Cosdell.
You know how I feel about this.
I do. Young Banshee. I do. My verdict is that they feel about you much the same as you feel about them.
Thanks for the tip. Now, the press conference is about to begin.
Don't be so hasty. Let me finish. Nasiluno Ray, Director of Engineering at Rhine Lab. You know full well that the dream you were promised can be shared with more than just the Sark ASE. The Mail and her Foundation will pledge their full support towards you and your elf friend's brazen plan. We will decide on a date to discuss the details later. That includes future launch plans, where we hope to re-establish them or complete.
Galleria Stamia.
Yes, that's the one.
Nasai? You on the phone?
Once the conference is over, we'll need a meeting room, a coffee machine, and to clear an entire weekend off our schedule.
That bad, huh?
If only it were as simple as good or bad. But first, the conference. Is Silence here?
I was hoping she'd stop by, but fat chance she's got the time. I put one of those Burden Beast blind boxes from KJ, a rag on her-esque. And sure, she'd opened it after a week, but the little beastie was already buried under avalanche files in need of review.
The guy who's supposed to be making the speech for us isn't here yet either.
Well, he's still got 2 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, the press conference is about to begin. Please quiet down. I'll be happy to answer any and all relevant questions during the QA segment.
Sounds like he's in a good mood.
Let us first
Playing the same trick twice? Doesn't it get old?
No, Ferdinand's confused too. This wasn't part of his plan. This is.
The challenges we face are far greater than ourselves or catastrophes. We must form a community, under the leadership of Ajir, to overcome them together. Repeat. An Ajir broadcast all surface-dwelling peoples. We asked all of humanity to set aside your conflicts and prejudices and join the Ajir in building a bulwark together. The Matrix has broken through the blockade and swept past the sea. Essential information and calculation results are about to make landfall. The challenges we face are far greater than ourselves or catastrophes. We must form a community, under the leadership of Ajir, to overcome them together.
Under the leadership of Ajir. Child? Is it? In one brief communication, you have delivered knowledge that countless others have given their lives for to no avail. Geographical data on the Fo HN hotlands and Denefwai icefield, and images from even further north of the continent. One way of showing goodwill, I suppose.
To share knowledge is natural, while showing goodwill takes intention. I fail to see how the two are related. It was essential to thoroughly evaluate the extent of shock this would be to our terrestrial friends. Were these not urgent times, we really should have been more cautious.
My concern is that there are immediate dangers more worthy of our attention. How much longer do you believe Miliarium can hold Consul Claymantia?
With our fleets taking shifts, we can keep up continuous 24-hour covering fire for a week. There have been no major changes in the Seaburn's movements. As the energy supplying the force fields dries up, the stopping power of our weapons will also gradually dwindle. But this is not outside expectations. The city can hold for another half a month, no more.
How long will it take reinforcements to arrive from the home territories?
Week. Our countless nanomations have established steady information flows. Compressed fleets and cities can speed through them, traversing the oceans in an instant. However, assembling our forces will still take time.
Week. How quick?
You need not hide your worries, Dr. Kaltze. There are essential differences between the ways we and the land walkers think. Simple sincerity is insufficient for reaching effective bilateral cooperation. On the one hand, we hope that reinforcements will arrive as soon as possible. On the other, you worry that the subsequent contact and communications will be outside your control. You even worry that Scotty and the doctor have deviated from your plans.
You already know of Scotty's secret then.
My little handy happened to record a chance meeting between Scotty, the doctor and Imrats on a street corner. Compared to discovering the secrets of their identities, controlling who knows what is much more difficult. An abyssal hunter with a firstborn within her, and a predecessor scientist who witnessed the rise and fall of the prehistoric civilization in person. They are both of great import to Ajir. Based on simple evolutionary logic, the firstborn would not have chosen to entrust the future of its kin to its killer. We still have no idea how the Seaburn will become the final answer to resisting ruination. Even with missing memories, the doctor still bears that mission. How will this so-called death of all things come about, and what can tear Adu about it? We must find out. Scotty and the doctor are, without a doubt, the key to Ajir's solving of the riddles.
Scotty will face her blood. The doctor's duty will be fulfilled. But it should be their choice, not somebody else's scheme. I fear that once Ajir learns of their identities, it will devise ways to exploit them.
Horasha asked me earlier if I was hiding something from her.
And how did you answer, Madame Consul?
No need to worry. She does not know yet. You truly treasure Scotty and the doctor, don't you? Even when confronted with a disaster threatening to wipe out civilization, you still wish to respect their choices. But this is no time for us to hesitate. I can't hide this from Horasha forever.
I presume you have a plan then, considering you're hiding this from her at all.
I've reached an agreement with Glad IA. We will take over all Abyssal Hunter-related research in the name of the Legions, and ensure that the hunters will not be put in circumstances depriving them of a choice.
As for the doctor and myself, we hope to go deeper into the Ajir home territories and solve these mysteries by ourselves. I fear that we will need an Ajir guide.
Well then, it would be my pleasure.
Kashia will receive the punishment she deserves. Miliarim's incubation chamber has been moved to safety, so as long as the city doesn't fall, the child she left behind will be born safely. They will be raised in the Institute of Incubation. I know what you're thinking. The fate of a Church of the Deep Cultist isn't worth calling you over for.
Do you still think that everything will end in ruin, Mr. Ivitus?
I still believe in history. Once written, it can never be changed. Even a tragic victory is destined to be another page in its annals.
I'm glad to hear you say that.
Let's get down to business, Jordy. I met with Consul Clementia. I confessed everything. What I was thinking, what I did, what I saw but never spoke of. I accepted the tribunal's interrogation, but they did not believe I deserved to be labeled fallen. I had stood at the precipice and looked around, perhaps even stuck it over the edge, but no more than that. Their final verdict was that I could keep my post and continue to stay in Miliarim.
It sounds like you have other plans, though.
They may see it as repentance, but I cannot forget the outcome of my silence and inaction. I'm not arrogant enough to believe I could have effected an entire military campaign on my own. But what if I had reported Kashia's unusual behavior? This could have played out very differently. And so, I plan to leave Miliarim.
To where? The Akarayan home territories.
Somewhere even further than that.
Even further.
Now that the waterway has opened, Ajir is about to restart the work interrupted by the Seaburn. Expeditionary fleets will once more explore the far side of Terra. But this time, we have changed the course of our voyage. We might set off from that mining nation of Rendilatin and try to touch the edge of the sea. Better I die on some expedition into the unknown than wallow here in sorrow, self-reproach, and despair until it zaps me of all my strength. There, whether we go forwards or downwards, no one knows what awaits us. We will be like B.R.E. Ogun in times of yore, pushing back against the darkness of ignorance.
What you mean?
You caught on, Jordi Fontanarosa. Yes, I'm inviting you to join us on this distant voyage. I'm not the only one who desires this. You said earlier that I never answered your questions properly. You were right, and I should apologize. But there was something I truly wished to tell you back then. We have no need to prove our place. Even if the vestiges of the past have worn you down to nothing, you can still tie your future to Ajir.
I don't know what to say. This is all a bit much.
Don't worry. Ajir respects the choices of all its citizens. We farewell on your carefully considered departure. We await your eventual return, no matter how long it may take.
Maestro, today's maintenance work on the lighthouse should be finished. Is there some sort of issue with the others?
No. I'm just here to watch the sea. Like you.
I heard from the other Inquisitors that you kept making time to come to the coast, even while we were in Miliarim.
Iberia threw a stone into the sea, We were worried it would foment an unstoppable wave. But what was even more worrying was that it might sink in silence, with nary a whisper. Fortunately, the stone stirred up the ripples we hoped for, and Iberia was able to see the circumstances beneath the waves, and in so doing make up its mind. You performed your duties as envoy admirably. If there was ever a time in your life to stand tall with your head held high, now is that time.
Why, yes, sir. Maestro, I've been thinking about returning to Grand Pharaoh, going back to the chapel, and where I used to live with Uncle Fiago.
You should have seen Thiago one last time. We live in an age of regrets. If you see the Inquisition as the source of those regrets, I cannot refute you. If you have things to pack, Irene can help you.
What? No, that's not what I meant. I'm really just thinking of going back to have a look.
In other words, you haven't yet made up your mind.
Yeah, you told me earlier that the Inquisition letting me to return to Ajir was a test. Am I not?
On the contrary, Jordi, do not mistake bewilderment for momentary hesitation. You have lifted your lantern and clearly seen the fork in the road before you. You are merely weighing your choices before choosing which path to follow. The sea fog is thick, and both routes seem slick with mud. But you are not the one to be criticized for this, Jordi Fontanarosa. If you choose to follow that Agyrian scholar into unknown waters, the Inquisition will not stop you. The strength of the waves crashing against the shore will not change because a single clerk leaves or stays. If you choose to stay ashore in Iberia, you will carry responsibilities that are more exhausting than you are used to. But also much more important. Those are the expectations Iberia has for you. The choice is yours.
I understand, Maestro.
By the by, Irene mentioned that you've been suffering from severe insomnia these past few days. How was last night?
It rained rather heavily around midnight, without a star in the sky. By the crack of dawn, there had been about 2 or 3 urgent situations I had to handle. But overall, a rather peaceful night, all things considered.
Hear the Seaborn dream. Dreams are comprised of thoughts or emotions flaring up as they dissipate. But now I am nothing more than instinct. Why, this scene. Following the unfathomable passages in the ruins, at the very end, a great beast gently sticks a tentacle to the bulkhead. What is it waiting for? Perhaps. I walk forward, passing through the shadow of the Cerean tree, until I am before him. I extend a hand. Warning! Deep sleep procedures will commence in 3 minutes. Real-time translation programs will soon shut down. Please provide all necessary instructions as soon as possible.
Is Hamla our shared name? Our shared decision? We trust one another. We feel as one, do we not? I will watch over you, until the end of my days.
No, this person isn't me. This isn't my dream. It's Harmla's memories.
You have followed me through many nests. Abyssal Hunter.
The reinforcements from the home territories are about to arrive. The confrontation between your kin and Ajir's legions will soon intensify. You would choose this moment to depart. Your front line has already advanced onto land. Seaborn, why choose to turn back and return to the Abyss? How is this conflict connected to the reawakening of the Firstborn?
You are an astute man, Hunter.
I merely discovered your existence before the others. You left evidence in his harmless body. You are the Church of the Deeps, founder.
You sought refuge in the shadows to seek traces of me.
Only a shadow may merge with a shadow.
Most interesting, Hunter. What do you wish to know?
Everything.
I know you, Hunter. You are Scotty's comrade. Has a cheer. Refused your everything?
This nation has refused too much. So much so that it's dug its own grave.
Your schemes are far too obvious.
I never intended to hide them. I fell in order to obtain answers.
I can tell you all you've longed to know, Hunter. Regarding my next actions. Regarding the sealed passages in the ruins embedded in Terra's mantle. Regarding how the other firstborn nests will awaken. Regarding Ajir. Regarding the next doom to greet Terra. We kin are selfless. We kin are devoted. We can wish to share everything. The only requirement is that you become one with we many.
Upionus meets the Seaburn's gaze. It has no face, but he can tell that it is observing him. Through its transparent membranes, past the faintly leaping nuclei, Upionus sees his own eyes.
You said you fell earlier. No, Hunter. The conjo engine of flesh is not enough. Turn endurance to acceptance. Turn humiliation to elation. You must trust the kin. Trust your own instincts. You must take up a duty far beyond imagination. The duty of we many. Perhaps you will learn the full truth in our embrace. But when the time comes, you will be unable to, unwilling to, bring it back to Ajir. Just as I could not.
A Seaburn passes Upionus, swimming ever deeper into the nest. Its back quickly disappears from view, leaving only the nest before him in full bloom. The contaminated coral shimmers in its multitudes. Countless fantastical life forms flit between them, using its glimmer to dispel the darkness of the depths. They grow. They form tides. But Upionus ignores them. His gaze passes over a golden sea, over every scar, every inch of flesh, every cell, every chaotic waking dream. It falls somewhere he cannot see, the deepest recess of his own self. Upionus follows along.